Hey everybody, welcome to my live stream. It's going to be an exciting evening. Welcome. Oh, I had to mute myself there. Anyway, all right, well, it's a beautiful day here in the Napa Valley. The sun is shining. It's a little hot out there, but we're dealing with it. Got air conditioning going, so anyway, my guest this evening, I'm going to introduce him in a little bit. Bad Drivers of the Bay Area. I actually had him a couple of streams ago, so I am bringing him back, and we're going to talk about some interesting things. But before I introduce our guest, I'd like to go over a couple of things people have been asking. But first of all, if you've seen the video where I talked about the upcoming live stream, I would have had a very interesting guest tonight as well. I'm not going to say who he is because I didn't want to get your hopes up, but I was in talks with a high-profile YouTuber, and he and I were in communication about doing some crossovers to promote each other's content. He was telling me his idea for his crossover. I was telling him my idea for mine. It was actually his idea to do it. He asked if I was interested. I said, yes, I would definitely be interested in doing that. And then all of a sudden, I stopped hearing from him. I don't know what happened. Just my emails weren't being replied to for whatever reason. I don't know if he was having trouble with his email or what, or if he lost interest. I have no clue what to think of that. And so after I suddenly stopped hearing from him, I waited a week, tried contacting him again. Yeah, I'm still interested in this crossover idea. I have a more refined idea for what I had in mind. And by the way, would you be interested in being a guest in my live stream? That would be a way to promote yourself as well. Didn't hear back. I waited another week and I sent another email. Nothing. And I waited another week and I sent another email from another account. Still nothing. So I don't know. I just don't know. Anyway, moving on. Some of you have been asking me about Spaztastic TV. Was it my last stream or my third one back? I don't know. One of my recent streams, it spent actually quite a bit of time talking about Spaztastic TV. In case you don't know who I'm talking about a YouTuber who posted videos of himself driving recklessly using his car. He'd like swerve at people and tailgate really bad, pass on the shoulder, and do other reckless stuff. And he had a lot of people, quite a few actually, report him to the Utah Highway Patrol, and they had enough evidence to arrest him, and they did. They arrested him outside of his home, and he was facing 9 different reckless driving not reckless driving charges, but a couple of them reckless driving charges, but some other infractions as well. So that's 9 different charges altogether. The media reported on it. He actually made national news. And then he posted bail the next morning, and he's been out on bail as far as I know since that time. There was another news article, so people are asking me what came of that. So I'm not entirely sure. There's an ex-cop in Utah who has been following this case actually pretty closely. He's been keeping an eye on the court calendar. This guy has not shown up on it. In fact, about a month ago, there was another news article after the story just kind of fell off. A news station did an update, and he still was not, hasn't been charged, has not been formally charged. And I'll go into that a little bit later, because one of the topics I wanted to cover actually kind of has to do with dashcamming and self-incriminating and that sort of thing. I've had a lot of people, once this story blew up, people have been saying, well, we dashcam. what about us? What if what if we do something illegal and the cops come after us? So I want to address those concerns, and we'll address that a little bit later. But the bottom line is, as far as I know, Spaz has not been formally charged. I'm actually going to be emailing a reporter who covered the story when it first broke. I'm going to find out if he knows anything. And then moving on to the next little tidbit here, I did get a new dash cam. I replaced my rear camera. It was using a G1W for the rear, but developed some problems, and I ended up getting a an Aki DRO2 rear-facing camera, and I'll be talking a little more about that later. All right, so we're gonna do a little Q&A soon here. So I'm sure you guys have questions. Some of my new subs who may not have heard me do a live stream. When I do a live stream, I like to do a Q&A, so you can ask my guest and I any questions that you have, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. And then we'll expand on some of the things I briefly went over in my intro. Okay, well, I'd like to welcome Bad Drivers of the Bay Area. Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
I am doing well. Yeah, I'm doing great. You sound nice and loud and clear.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, let's dive right into what you wanted to talk about. Let's start with that.
Okay. First of all, it's good to be on a chat where both of us are with it. Last time we
Yeah,
were together, I think you were sick,
I was sick.
and I was recovering from surgery, so we were both not quite there. So I'm happy to be at 100% joining you for one of these. So I was looking forward to that. So yeah, the first thing I was gonna bring up was something I was thinking about during one of my very long, as I was telling you earlier, 50-hour-long drives just to go 15 miles in good old 680 Bay Area traffic.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of time to think.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I was thinking of is, how all of us dash cammers, for the most part, we've got the term bad drivers somewhere in our channel name. And that's obviously a key component in what we're showing. It's all people being bad drivers, and it got me thinking, what does it really mean to be a bad driver? If you come across somebody and they do something, what is it that makes them a bad driver? And you kind of think to yourself, like, well, am I one of those people? Or we hear all the time that, oh, well, you did this or you did that. And people make mistakes, of course, and
Yeah.
I'm not innocent of never making mistakes. But I think there's a fine line between making mistakes and being a bad driver, just altogether.
Right.
So one of the things I was thinking of is, if you're going to say someone's a bad driver, or this person is, or this person isn't, then you got to kind of classify, what actually makes someone a bad driver. So I've put some thought into it, not a whole lot. That's why I kind of wanted to bring it up and get your opinion, and get the viewers and anyone else we bring in on the chat, see what people think. I've broken it down into basically three key categories. And I'll kind of start with the most uncommon, which thankfully they're the most uncommon. And, we still run into them on a fairly regular basis, but it's not daily, I would say. Um,
Right.
so this first group, they're the ones that they drive like complete assholes, and they know they're driving like assholes, and they're kind of what I like to say, they're the internet trolls of the road.
Right.
They're the ones that they go out there and they're looking for trouble. They're totally just seeing what they can do to get a reaction out of people. And you can tell that these people are doing that. It's not just, something you're making up. Is when they do something that either you you honk your horn or some kind of gesture to them, and they react to it immediately. And you've got to wonder, well, how are they reacting to my gesture or my horn honk so quickly? Especially when it's not a horn honk, when it's something you just like, maybe you throw your hands up like, what the hell? Or you just shake your head. I've even had people react to shaking my head, or if it's really bad and you end up flipping them off, they react to it immediately. And that tells me that they were looking for my reaction.
Aha.
And, you kind of have to think, why are they looking for my reaction? Because I've never once, made a lane change. I mean, first of all, I don't cut people off, but I've never made a lane change and then looked behind me and seen, okay, what's that guy doing? What is he doing in my mirror? But that's what these people are doing. And so they do something unsafe or just a dick move, and then they look to see what you do. And they're the ones that, if you get really mad, then they think it's funny and they'll laugh. And that's one of the reasons why you just can't get mad at these people, because they
Right.
seem to thrive on that. And they'll
Yeah.
laugh and they'll make you to be the bad guy, like, oh, it's not a big deal, like that. We didn't crash, so it's not a big deal. Why are you
Right.
getting mad? Like, oh, you're getting mad and honking, like you're the bad guy now, which is obviously completely irrational, but that's how they're thinking, because again, they're the internet trolls of the road. So they're the first group, but thankfully they seem to be maybe only like 10% of the people on the road.
Yeah.
The second group, they're what I seem to see is the most common, and they're the ones that they're doing unsafe maneuvers and they're being bad drivers. They're not necessarily doing it on purpose per se. They're not doing it to get a rise out of somebody or cause problems, but they're doing it just because they're entitled and they have a mentality that, it's their road and you're just driving on it. And you can see that when it's the people that cut you off or almost, cause an accident, and you honk at them. Literally all you do is you honk. You didn't, question their mothers.
Yeah.
They didn't, uh, you didn't do anything other than honk at them, and they just get super upset, and they're like, they can't believe that anybody would call them out on this stupid move they just made. And so there's it's entitlement is really the main thing I can put it into words of what it is they just think, yeah, I missed my exit and now I've got to fly across 3 lanes and cut you off, but I got to get my exit. And I don't know if you've ever listened to any Louis C.K.'s stand up. I know he was
A
controversial
little bit.
a while back, but before any of that, he had this amazing bit on bad drivers and how they these people will do what they want to do. It's just because they don't see any other way. They just want to do what they want to do, and that's it. And if that means, cutting in front of you across 3 lanes, then so be it.
Right.
They could take the exit up ahead and then get back on the freeway, but that's that's not their favorite thing to do, as he put it. And it's spot on for this kind of driver. And so they're the most common. They're doing stupid stuff. They might even do it every day, or they might just be running late that day, but they just don't care about anyone else. It's their road. You're sharing it with them, and they're just going to do what they want to do. And then the third group is the one you can kind of get mad at the least, just because they're probably a good driver most of the time,
Right.
but maybe they just weren't paying attention. They're on their phone, which obviously that makes them a bad driver right away, especially here in California where it's highly illegal, but that's another story. And they'll do something stupid. They'll run a red light on a no turn on red, or do something that's not necessarily super dangerous, and they didn't do it on purpose. And those are the ones where if you do honk at them, they're like, oh, sorry. The really rare ones that show some humility and are, really feel bad, like, oh, like I even had a coworker tell me that she had a lady, she failed a dual turn and almost hit her, and my coworker honked at her, and they pulled up to a red light, and my coworker's looking at this car, and it had like dark tinting, it was all like lowered, and she's like, oh great, this guy's, and he starts rolling his window down, and this guy's probably gonna start giving me a whole bunch of crap. And it actually turned out to be this little old lady
Oh
And
my
she was
gosh.
just, "Oh my god, honey, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't scare you." And she's like, "Oh, well, now I feel bad for honking." So
Right.
it's like, there's those people where they probably do that often, but you still get a little irritated, but it's hard to get really angry at them because it's like, hey, it was an honest mistake.
Right.
So those are the three classifications that I've kind of come up with just in the last like week or so, just thinking, trying to figure these people out. Like, okay, where do all these people fit in? Like if you're classifying a species, like, okay, we've got our vertebrates and our non-vertebrates, and so same thing with drivers. Like, okay, how can we kind of put these things in a category and figure them out? And I don't know what you do with it from there, but
Right.
it is what it is. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, yeah, I agree with that. My take is that a person makes a mistake, they're a bad driver, at least in that moment. So we've all been a bad driver at some point in time. People who habitually make mistakes over and over, and they don't learn from their mistakes, and they just keep making the same ones, then I would consider them to be a bad driver all the time. And like you said, there are different kinds of bad drivers. A lot of different little categories. And like you said earlier, it is subjective what bad is.
right. Yeah, I mean, I've had some people say, "Oh, well, we didn't crash, so it's not a big deal," and
Yeah,
they think they're totally fine in what they did. Oh, well, we didn't crash, so
yeah, and it's like saying, "Oh yeah, yeah, he waved a gun in an empty crowd. The gun accidentally went off, but it just happened to miss somebody's head, so
yeah,
it's okay."
yeah, he
You
didn't
know,
kill
it's
anybody, so what's the problem?
it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that mentality, that argument. And what are your thoughts, my peeps, in the sidebar chat? Like to hear what our listeners have to say about that. What do you guys think about bad drivers, the categories, the different types? Oh, and I do want to say, yeah, when someone apologizes, I don't stay annoyed with that person.
Right.
Definitely
It's
not.
it's
They wave,
rare, but it does happen.
yeah, they wave sorry or whatever. I think I've only ever, I can only remember one driver who actually verbalized the sorry rather than waving it. But yeah,
Yeah.
you can't really stay mad at them. Now, I've seen a lot of moto vloggers out there. I don't watch a lot of moto vlogging. In fact, I don't really have time to watch much in the way of YouTube videos anymore, just because I work too much, and
Hmm.
trying to manage a YouTube channel is a handful, and so I don't have a lot of time left over to watch videos. But I used to watch YouTube a little bit more, and the moto vloggers, a lot of really bad ones out there who, here we go again with the bad, right? Okay, maybe the unreasonable ones that keep laying into people after they've apologized. Like they'll just keep
Right.
ranting at the person, like after the person has said sorry
Hmm.
10,000 times, and they'll just keep ranting at them and going off on them. And it's like, dude, chill out. He apologized.
Right. They can't go back in time. They can't
They can't
change
go
what
back
they
in time. They
did.
can't change what they did. I prefer just to honk at somebody and move on with my day. If they apologize, they apologize. If they don't, then I have the pleasure of knowing that I'm going to feature them on YouTube at a
Yeah.
later time. So,
I've said that a few times. You're like, not to them because I've been trying to limit my engagement.
yeah. One thing I find as I get older, I'm 40 now, but one thing I find that as I get a little older is my level of annoyance with people actually goes down, even though I'm fairly impatient with people who are trying to kill me. I'm
Imagine
pretty
that.
I'm pretty regular with honking, pretty consistent with that, where I will call someone out for their mistake. But I used to get really pissy, like really pissy when I was young. And then I found as I get older, my physical reaction to it is different. Like I don't feel the level of annoyance that I used to. I don't
Right.
feel ragey anymore, hardly. I mean, and when I honk, I sometimes don't even feel that much annoyance when I honk at somebody doing something stupid. I don't know why, but I just feel calm, like an odd sense of calm when I so that one clip where laid on the horn for 8 seconds at that lady on the freeway who cut me off. Remember that one? She turned right and
Yeah.
on the freeway in front of me, and it looked like somebody commented, "Oh, she had plenty of room," and the same old "you had plenty of room" thing.
That
Well,
old chestnut.
first of all, we're moving at 60 miles an hour
Right.
on the freeway, and the wide angle lens, you get the idea.
Yep.
And I gave it a good 8-second blow, but I felt oddly calm. Like I didn't feel amped up. I just kind of like, it's just like, okay, whatever.
Maybe the horn has some sort of calming effect on you.
I think it does. Oh, somebody's asking which compilation that was. That was my last video. The last compilation, that 295. Was that the last compilation I did?
That sounds right.
Forget the numbers, but I think it's 295. Whatever the last compilation I released, it was that one.
Yeah, I too have not had a lot of time to watch a lot of videos. It's usually yours, and
yeah,
that's about it. So
gotta pick and choose when your time is limited.
Oh yeah,
gotta
especially
pick and
with
choose.
2 little ones here.
Yeah. I'm like running. I just started running another business, and that's eating up what little time I had to begin with. But I still force myself to take the time to do things for myself as well. Like so one thing I do that probably contributes to my mental calmness is I am very physically active. I work out every day. I do a little bit of cardio and I do some muscle toning exercises. I do that every day. And it releases endorphins, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's good for your body and it's good for your mind. And I also hike a lot. Like during the summer when it's hot like this, I probably only hike once a week, wherever I can find that's cool enough to hike, because our summers here are actually pretty miserable. They're
You're
hot.
telling me.
Although we haven't had too many days over 100, so it's been a little cooler than the previous summers have been. But I go to the coast a lot, and that has an incredible calming effect. When you're sitting on the beach listening to the waves, there's just something really incredibly calming about that. In fact, that's the first clip in video 295. I was on the way to the beach, and that guy, he crossed the center line and almost hit me head on. And good thing I had quick reflexes, because I would have been dead. Like it was a full size pickup carrying a trailer, so he had that extra weight. So you can imagine what that would have done to my little car and me.
Well,
but
wasn't your time.
No, it wasn't my time, because I wanted to sit on the beach for a while. So I was determined to make that happen. Yeah, apparently I was at the beach last week too, and this guy comes up to me, and he's all, "Did you see that gray whale out there?" And I'm all, "No." And I'm thinking, how did I miss that? Because I'm usually pretty observant of my surroundings. And he's all, "Yeah, there's big old gray whale just swam right past the shore." How the hell did I miss that? But anyway,
a little too zen, a little too calmed.
A little too calming. Completely zoning out, apparently.
Well, speaking of almost getting hit or getting hit, yesterday was actually, and I couldn't believe it when I saw the Facebook memory pop up, but it was the 1 year anniversary of me getting rear-ended and my black Crown Victoria being totaled. So that was a fun memory to see pop up.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it's been a year already. So.
Yeah. Sorry, Nico. Nico is saying with the businesses I'm starting, I should buy a BMW or a Benz and motivate other Beamers and Benzes to be nice on the road. Now, I don't know. With all the medical bills I had, I don't think I'm going to be buying a Benz or a BMW anytime soon.
I don't think that's how that works either.
Healthcare is expensive here, and I went through some crap a few years ago with health, and I had to pour a buttload of money on doctors and tests and stuff, and I'm doing a lot better now. But
Well, that's good.
it just sucked. It
Yeah.
absolutely sucked. It's no wonder I was able to keep doing my YouTube channel at all. I mean, it came to a point where I almost had to like quit everything. But I didn't, and I'm still here, so that's good.
Yes.
Oh, someone's asking why their comment is on my screen. So Google Hangouts, I guess I should start at the beginning of explaining this, and then I got to answer someone's question, someone else's question. So I don't want to neglect that other question too long. So I was using Google Hangouts. It had limited features, and then Google retired that feature, and then I had to find a way to live stream after that. And I think it was you, actually, Bay Area, that weren't you the one that turned me on to StreamYard?
Yes.
You did. You did. So StreamYard is a browser-based app that basically replaces Google Hangouts, except StreamYard is not owned by Google. It's a privately owned thing. In fact, you can see the watermark on the upper right that says powered by StreamYard, because I have the unpaid version, so I have. But it's okay. I don't care if there's a little thing there. More advertising for them. It's a good service.
Yeah.
And it allows you to click on a comment. So see here, I'll click on Bad Driver South Florida's comment. If I click on it, it shows up on the screen, so I can highlight people's comments.
Oh, well, that's a cool feature.
Yeah, so they're going to see that. Yeah. So, and then I want to answer Bad Drivers of South Florida's question. I wonder if I can highlight it on the screen here. Hang on, let me go up. Sorry, bear with me, guys. I'm gonna let me go down a little bit. Okay. Oh shoot, I was on the wrong window. Hang on. I'm gonna find it here. Where are you?
Although the one on the screen of Bad Drivers of South Florida, if you bought a Crown Vic, you'll see more people.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Not sure what that means. But...
Okay, so here's I want to answer her question here that I just highlighted on the screen. So why do I respond to trolls instead of just ignoring them? The vast majority of trolls I do ignore, like 99.9%. Okay, now maybe 99.5%. How about that? 99.5% of trolls I ignore. The other 0.5%, I don't know. Once in a while, I like to take on a troll. It's kind of fun. It doesn't require much time. Some people assume that it takes time, but it doesn't, because I can respond on the go.
Exactly.
Like I could take a 2-minute break from whatever project I'm working on, or thing I'm doing, and I can just talk, and it translates into a comment. So it's really takes nothing at all. But I don't know. It's fun once in a while to take on a really stupid, ridiculous troll. And that's that. Yeah.
Oh, well, I want to respond here, Bad Drivers of South Florida, again, saying that if you drove a Crown Vic, you'll see more well-behaved drivers. I can personally vouch, having now driven 2 different Crown Victorias, that is absolutely not the case.
Unless you have a bull bar and you have spotlights.
Maybe, but that black car, even without the bull bar and the spotlights, it was pretty. It still had that cop car look, being all black, and it had the black honeycomb grill, and everything was dark, except for my personalized plates and my tinting. That was the only thing that I think made it look obviously civilian.
Yeah.
But I only had a few, like maybe 3 instances where there was a guy that was like flying by me, and I literally saw him look over, and then all of a sudden he wasn't flying by me anymore. And his brakes, he just, totally hit the brakes and backed up. And then he probably got a better look at me and realized that he had nothing to worry about. And then with my current one, it's even less like a cop car, since it's the street appearance package, so it looks a lot more like a civilian Crown Vic, and I've got a few aftermarket things on it and the window tints. So,
or it could be an investigator's car or something.
Yeah, at first glance, it could definitely be like a detective's vehicle.
Or detective, I should say. Yeah.
But even with the black car that was pretty hard to distinguish whether it was a cop or not. I didn't really have too many people acting much better than normal. So
Yeah.
and that's not why I bought it. I wasn't trying to, oh, I'm going to get this car and make people think I'm a cop. I wanted a big, cheap, powerful car, and that's what I got. So.
Yeah. Vehicle Violence is asking if the Crown Vic is a good first car, gas hog, if it's a gas hog, and how much do you spend monthly on gas?
It is quite a gas hog, especially if you're just sitting in traffic like I do, bumper to bumper,
To bumper to
moving
bumper.
along. Yeah. Taking an hour to go 15 miles. I think the best I've gotten in that car so far is 17, maybe 18 miles per gallon.
Mm.
Which, for a big old 4.6 V8, I guess that's not, trying to move that big of a car around. That's not too bad, but on a regular basis, it's more around 15, 16. So yeah, definitely not good if you're trying to save money on gas.
Yeah.
I would say it's not. I wouldn't say it's a good first car just because it's big, and not so much that it's got too much power because it really doesn't. It's got a lot of good top speed, but it takes a while to get there. So in that case, it's good because you're not gonna it's not gonna get away from you too easily. But it's a big car, so if it's your first car and you're trying to move it around, and especially parking,
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend that for a first car. But if it's your only choice, if you're like, hey, I've got no other choice, and Crown Vic is what I've got, say you've been handed one down from an uncle or something, then
Yeah.
it's a good car to learn in, tons of room, and you're not going to be distracted by a bunch of bells and whistles, especially if it's a police spec version. So it's just it's a car. You put it in drive, you hit the gas, and it goes. So in that sense, yeah, it would be a good first car, but wouldn't be my first recommendation. Get yourself like a Honda Civic or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And let me just not to change the subject here, but just want to let everybody know that Vancouver DashCam might possibly be joining us as well.
Sweet.
Probably in a little bit, because I want to have a little bit more one-on-one time with you, and then I wanted to talk about some other things as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the more the merrier. Looking forward
Yeah,
to it.
yeah. So he may be joining. So I want to talk a little about the whole thing that happened with Spaztastic TV and what that means for the rest of us in terms of, because we're putting our videos out there.
Mhm.
I can tell you right now that all the local law enforcement in my area watch my videos or our videos, because not just the channel doesn't just belong to me, it belongs to a team of us here that we kind of work together on making decisions on what to post, what not to post, and
Mhm.
editing techniques and how to present things, and contributing content. But it's been a concern with our fellow dash cammers, and they've one of them in particular has requested that I talk about this on a live stream. So I hope she's listening. That would be Cammy, car cam clips. So she said you need to talk about that, because it's a bit concerning. So I promised I would do that. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, so where did I leave off when I was talking about Spaz last? That still up in the air in terms of whether he's going to be charged. And let me just throw in a couple other things about that. Is more of his driving record came to light, and it's not
Oh.
good. I don't know
Mm.
how this guy still has a license, but he, from what I remember from one of the latest articles about him, is he caused a hit and run. He committed a hit and run.
Wow.
How he remains free, I don't know.
Why
He's
am I
been
not entirely surprised?
Yeah, he's been involved in more than one accident. In fact, I'm going to give you guys. I'm going to put a link in the sidebar chat so you know who it is I'm talking about in case you're just hearing of all this. about Spaztastic TV. So here it is. Let me link to his channel. There it is. It's a link to his channel. So someone's asking what happened. Well, he posted videos of himself driving recklessly, and he had enough people complain that they all turned him into the Utah Highway Patrol, and then they looked into it, did an investigation, and then they arrested him. But he still hasn't been formally charged, as far as I know. So the trick with this is you have to ultimately prove who it was that was driving, right? That's why you see all these bad drivers in my videos and nobody getting ticketed or arrested for it. You know, it's they can't prove who was driving, and I think that's going to be an uphill battle in this case for Spaz, is proving that he was actually the one driving. He made it easy for them to build enough of a case that they could arrest him in order to continue the investigation. I guess they had enough, not probable cause. What's the other one? Reasonable no, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure. There is a difference between reasonable cause and what was the other one? Reasonable something suspicion. I don't know. I'm getting my terms all. Anyway, so they had enough to arrest him initially, because what he did was he had a timestamp in his video, so investigators were able to know when it was the violations were committed. He featured his license plate in a couple of his videos, so they were able to track him down with that. He showed his face in a lot of his. He doesn't just do driving videos. He does a lot of product reviews too. So he showed his face in them, and one person, an ex-cop, actually tailed him to his house, who lives in the same, because he lives in Woods Cross, Utah, which is a suburb of Salt Lake City. And somebody tailed him to his house and was able to give investigators his address. So he just left all these breadcrumbs that led them right to his door, you know.
It's like he was trying to get caught.
And you have to consider, too, his violations were so egregious. It takes a lot to get arrested based on just video evidence alone. It takes a lot. So he did just the most egregious violations. If you watch his videos, you'll see he swerved. It's like 2 or 3 videos where he swerved on purpose at somebody.
Right.
To try to intimidate them. Tailgating to the extreme, passing on the shoulder, driving at over 100 miles an hour on the freeway. Like, he is the fastest one on the road, and he's passing everybody like they're standing still, weaving between lanes, driving in the carpool lane, presumably without passengers. But his driving record just solidifies his case. Like, he has been ticketed for driving over 100. Like I said, he's got those accidents on his record, which I believe at least some are at fault. Yes, Renee, I am talking about the idiot that got arrested, Spaztastic TV. If you scroll up, there's a link to his channel. So I think that's the problem that the prosecutors are having right now, is proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the one driving. And that's difficult to do. So he may not get charged at all. So what does that mean for us? So obviously, if you're prone to reckless driving, you're not going to want to post that online. It's just a dumb idea. But I really don't think the rest of us have to worry about, getting arrested, because I really don't know of any other dash cammer who drives recklessly to that degree, to the degree that you have a whole bunch of people turning you into the, your state's highway patrol office or Department of Safety. So I don't think we have a lot to worry about. If you are going to post yourself driving recklessly, don't put a date stamp in your videos. Don't show your face. Don't show your license plate.
I don't do any of those things, and I mean, I have date stamps, but I don't do the other two, and not driving recklessly in any of my videos. So
Yeah. But yeah, the vast majority of the time, our extinction, yes, they do need to see the violation in person, which is why absolutely nobody, as far as I'm aware, in any of my videos have been, the police haven't gone after anybody. And I've captured some really wild stuff. I've captured people doing really reckless things, and I never get contacted by the police department to send me the original clip because, you know,
sure.
and I know that they watch my videos. When my team and I first started the channel, I'm the main spokesperson for it. I'm also the one that edits the videos, right? The newspaper did a story about my channel, and they interviewed the police department about it because one of the concerns the paper had, or that they thought people would have, that they wanted to cover, is whether my posting people doing stupid things is illegal. It's not, obviously, because it's in public.
Yeah.
You have a right to film in public. There's, you know, it's a protected First Amendment activity.
Right. Totally.
And so they interviewed the police department, and it wasn't the chief. It was like he was the main sergeant at the time, the main sergeant tasked with the traffic division. And in the interview, he said that he, you know, watches my videos, and you know, I'm not doing anything illegal, so it's cool. And then I just found out word of mouth that the, you know, the sheriff's department, the Ohio Patrol, the local division here, and all the city police departments, they watch our videos, and apparently they're entertained by them because I wasn't pulled. I didn't get pulled over. I was actually already pulled over, and somebody called to complain about my dash cam. I guess some paranoid mother saw the dash cam on my
Oh yeah, I remember that
dashboard.
Yeah, I remember that video.
I pulled over to take a phone call, and some lady dropping off her kid for school thought that I was recording children or whatever.
Oh, Jesus.
That's what people, you know, they jump to that conclusion when they see somebody with a camera. They think, oh, pedophile, oh no. So anyway, I'm finishing up my phone call, and a black and white rolls up behind me, and he gets out, and super young cop too, really cool, really nice guy, comes up to my window and says, yeah, you know, I'm really sorry, but somebody called about your camera, and I'm required to come out and, you know, investigate. And he didn't ask me anything about what I was recording. He just told me that somebody called, and department policy is he has to respond to all calls. So he came out, and the other policy is that they have to run a background check on you and run your license and driver's license and all that. It's just standard procedure with anybody they make contact with who's driving. So
Right.
I obliged. I gave him all my information, and I've never had any scrapes with the law. So he returned pretty quickly because there was really I had no background, you know, no traffic tickets, anything. And he comes back, and he's like, he seemed a little puzzled because the vast majority of people do have at least a ticket on their record. Most people have something on their record, like, you know, some traffic infraction, speeding or whatever. And he comes back, and he's all, have you ever had a ticket? And I said, no, I have not. I said, well, I told him I had a parking ticket one time, but that was back when I was doing jury duty, and my jury summons gave me permission to park in a permit only spot, but the meter maid didn't see the summons or whatever. So I had that ticket, you know, pretty much voided by the judge that was, that was presiding over the case that I was a jury member on.
Right.
But like nothing that stays on your record, and no moving violations of any kind. And he's all, wow. The cop looks at me and he says, that's better than my record.
That's funny.
Said, yeah, well, and then we just got to talking about dash cams after that. You know, because he's all, do you do videos like Bad Drivers in Napa Valley?
Well, actually.
And I'm all, well, actually, I do. And I think he knew it was me. I actually think he knew it was me, but he just didn't want to put me on the spot. Because he's all, yeah, I love. because he's all, I love the videos.
Nice.
That was the funniest thing. Oh.
That's awesome.
But knowing people in law enforcement, they talk, and so they all watch my videos. There was another time where I caught a cop breaking the law, and I so it's funny, like I capture civilians breaking the law all the time, and they never contact me because they can't do anything. They have to witness a violation in person. But I caught one of their officers breaking the law, and they contacted me. And they said, yeah, we saw the video of our officer breaking the law. Can you give us a date and time of that? So while they can't give him a ticket, they can still discipline him for it. What he was doing is he was passing people at low speed illegally without lights or siren. And I don't know what came of it, but they asked if I had a date and time of it, and unfortunately I did not.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to help them out with that. Otherwise I would have. So that's another way I know that they watch.
That's interesting.
But they haven't contacted me for anything else. And I'm glad they watch my videos, actually, because it seems like when I cover a certain area a lot, I'll notice more of a police presence in that spot. But at the end of that bridge, remember that stone bridge you always used to see in the videos? That narrow stone bridge.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it in a while. I was capturing people running the stop sign constantly, and then not long after, I began to see a cop car stationed there.
You're like an informant.
I'm like an informant, yeah. So
interesting.
Yeah. So bottom line, I just don't think the rest of us dash cammers have to worry. If you're not driving recklessly, don't worry about it. We all make mistakes. I captured myself accidentally running a red light one time, and nobody came knocking at my door. Because I'm not reckless driving requires a willful and wanton disregard for the safety of other motorists or pedestrians. As long as you're not doing shit on purpose.
Yeah, and repeatedly.
I think you're going to be just fine. I want to talk about dash cams, and actually I see that Vancouver dash cam is listening. I didn't see an email response back, but I'm assuming he'd like to join, so I'm going to go ahead and send him an invite to the stream here. Cool. Oh, but now I have to figure out how to do that, because once I entered the broadcast studio, I have the layout's a little different, so I have to find the invite button. Oh, here it is.
I'm wondering if just the same link you sent me would work.
Yeah. Are the last three letters VZS?
Yes.
Victor Zulu Sierra? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and send him the invite. Okay. Oh, shoot. Where's the reply button on this now? There it is. The reply button was missing. It's weird. Okay, here we go. All right, Vancouver Dashcam, I'm sending you the link. If you don't see it, check your spam folder. I think I saw Halo Mastermind in the comments here. If that's the real Halo Mastermind. It's funny because in the past, there have been imposters. There was one Halo Mastermind imposter that had an upside-down palm tree for his avatar. Yeah. So the next thing I want to talk about is dash cams. I am going to be in the market for a new dash cam. I did replace my rear camera. As I was telling you earlier, I had a G1W, which I've always had good luck with those. But it's starting to develop some rather odd issues here. Let me add him to the stream.
Now, when you say you changed your rear camera, do you have two separate cameras for front and rear?
No, just one
Oh, okay.
front, one rear.
But is it it's 2-channel or?
No, it's single channel.
Oh, okay. So you've got one memory card for front, one for rear.
Correct, because I know that some
Gotcha.
dash cams are come in a pair, and
Yes.
I think they're controlled by one
Right.
unit or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
the two that I've used, and then now I've changed to now I've got the same model in both cars, just because.
Testing, testing.
yep.
Yep.
There you are. There's
There you
Vancouver
go.
Hello.
Dash Cam. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, guys.
But I want to tell you what I got. I got an Aki DRO2, which comes highly recommended. Now I want to say that I'm not entirely happy with it. I'm happy with the camera when it's not hot. As soon as the camera warms up, the image goes slightly out of focus enough that it bugs me.
And that's been happening a lot lately. So.
And that actually seems to be a fairly common problem with dash cams, because I think the lens elements are. I don't think the lens elements are actually glass. The glass is more expensive to manufacture as a lens than different
Right.
plastics. And the type of lens you use does make all the difference in the image quality, because you can end up with problems like chromatic aberration and color fringing, where the different wavelengths of light don't completely meet at the same spot on the sensor. So the type of materials you're using for your camera lens makes all the difference in quality. And of course, being that we're talking about cameras under $100, they're probably not using the most sophisticated materials anyway and equipment. And
Right.
I think their quality control is a little bit spotty, shall I say.
Yeah.
It seems like, because I've had so many different cameras I've gone through that I've had to return because it's like one part of the frame is blurry and the other part's in pinpoint focus, and then the weather heats up and it's all downhill from there. So, but I like the Aki when it's cool. You know, everything's in focus. Some people complain about motion blur, probably because it's using a kind of a slow shutter speed. But I didn't notice too much of an issue with motion blur. But I'm probably going to end up replacing that camera next spring when the weather starts warming up again, because I just feel like I have to have, something that provides good, nice, sharp picture.
Right.
And so Vancouver dash cam, what is
Hey.
your experience with dash cams?
I was just gonna. Oh, my experience has been kind of, I guess, up and down. And
Yeah.
I've gone through several already. The first one I had was a Blackview, and I mean, at first, initially, they were okay. The quality was decent, and the audio was okay as well.
Yeah.
And then about 2 years into it, it just went kaput. Yeah. The date and time stamps, they were off, and I couldn't figure out for the life of me how to get it back to what the real date and time was. And I finally went to the guy who I bought it from, because there's this independent dash cam guy here who sells dash cams. And I went to him, I'm like, oh, hey, is there any way to fix this? And he said, oh, the only way to do that would, because he figured out it was the internal battery that was, I guess, fried. And he said, oh, the only way to fix this is to send it back to Korea and have them fix it, and they send it back. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? He's like, no. I'm like, oh, great. So I ended up eventually just buying a thinkware, because I heard those cameras, they have super capacitors, which resist high, like real hot heat and real cold.
That's actually what I run. I run two thinkwares.
Yeah, and I've had thinkware ever since. It's Like I recommend it to all my family members. Thinkware is literally the only thing I go with now because it doesn't seem to die on you like black views.
And it
The black.
stays in. Does it
Sorry. Yeah.
stay? It stays in sharp focus when the weather warms up.
Oh yeah, yeah. The thing about the Thinkwares though, it's just like any other regular camera. You know, it's kind of in the sunlight. It has that uh, thing where if the sun is directly on it, you still see the inside of the car, like your dash,
Right.
which is kind of weird. But they have this thing now where you have a CPL filter you can put
Mhm.
over it,
Right.
and it's kind of like sunshades.
You just got to remember to take it off at night.
Oh well, no, it's at nighttime it works fine too. I have
Oh, it
nighttime
does.
footage, yeah,
Oh,
and it
cool.
works perfectly fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's great.
Huh.
I mean, it's the
Interesting.
best. It was the best $15 I put on because it's you stick it on once and you just leave it.
The only
Right.
thing I'd worry about, with that, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what shutter speed it uses, but when you cut down on the light, then it has to compensate by using it'll compensate by either going to a slower shutter speed or a higher ISO.
Oh,
Which,
okay.
yeah, if you're running a higher shutter speed, then you're going to get more motion blur when cars go by. Things are not going to be as pinpoint focus. And with a higher ISO, then of course you get more image noise. Uh-oh, did Vancouver just, I think Vancouver just dropped out of the stream here. That was weird.
Hmm.
Let me try adding him again. I don't know what happened. I just suddenly saw him disappear from the screen.
I was going to ask him
All
what thinkware he uses. But
Yeah. Are you with us, buddy?
Sorry about
Oh,
that.
that's all right. That's all good. It's all
Now
good.
I'm getting this weird playback thing. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, mute the YouTube window. Yeah, just be sure to mute that. That's why you're getting the echo.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I
That's all
clicked the
right.
wrong
That's all good.
I heard someone was asking me about my Thinkware camera.
yeah, I was just wondering which one you have.
I have the Thinkware F200.
Oh, okay. I have the
front and rear.
I have the FA200. I'm not exactly sure what the difference is between them. I know there is a difference. I just can't think of it right now. But
I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not really an expert. I mean, do you have front and rear, or do you just have the front?
yeah, it's 2-channel, and I got the kind of the bundle where it came with front and rear. I was doing the thing with 2 different cameras for a while. You know, 1 channel, both front and rear. And
Oh, yeah,
it was
I
kind
know
of a
what you
pain trying to get them to sync up, and you'd have
I
to
know.
get 2
Yeah, I
memory
know what you
cards,
mean.
and it was just
I have a friend.
kind of
I
annoying.
actually have a friend who's doing that, and it's like he's got a a VOFO 60 FPS front dash cam for the front, and he's got a shitty black view one for the back. But I mean, he doesn't care. He said he just wanted something for the back. So I was like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. And it's kind of weird because he has like whenever he shows me a clip, it's like this nice front camera, and it's like, oh, nice 60 FPS, nice audio and everything. Then it's like, oh, let me show the rear because something else happened in the rear, and then it's like this
It's a
black
potato.
view. Yeah, it's a potato. It's like a black view, and the audio's shit, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, and rear cameras are already usually lower quality. Like I know mine, I think, is only 720p.
Yeah.
Oh, and I
But
looked it up. So the difference between the F200 and the FA200 is the FA has a time lapse mode. That's the only difference.
oh.
Mine does too.
Yeah.
But I don't
Uh,
use it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Napa, what kind of camera do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure. Our front cameras are Rexing V1.
Whoa.
That's just my wife and I, and then we've got other people on our team that contribute videos, and I don't know what they use, but
I had a Rexing for a while.
yeah, the Rexing V1. You know, in the beginning it was hit and miss with the focus issues, with some of the parts of the frame being out of focus. It was a real problem. So I ended up returning like a few of them before I got 2 good ones,
Mhm.
which kind of sucked. But once I got the good ones, they were really good cameras. Like they didn't lose focus much in the heat, and but the one that gets used the most is starting to have some issues. Like I'm like some of the clips have kind of weak audio, so I have to boost the I have to boost the volume when I'm editing, which raises the noise floor quite a bit, so you get a lot of hiss, and
That's the
that's kind of an
downside of
issue.
that.
That's the
Yeah.
downside of that. And it's
Huh.
also developing something, I believe it's lens related. It's developing a sort of like cataracts. It's kind of a cloudy, hazy, uh, almost like a film. And I've tried like cleaning the lens with a special lens cleaner. I've tried treating my windshield inside and out, and I still have that problem. So I think the plastic in the lens is starting to cloud over as it's been exposed, obviously, to a lot of UV radiation from the sun. And if anybody knows about plastics,
Yeah.
they do react to the UV spectrum, so it can be a little bit of a problem. So I'm going to have to replace that one. I would just get a new Rexing V1, but the problem is I have the first generation. I tried buying a third generation Rexing V1, and the quality has gone downhill. So what they did was they started using a wider angle lens on the newer Rexing. They also use a higher compression rate for encoding video. So instead of a 3-minute file being 282 megabytes, the files were like 173 megabytes or something along those lines. So you had a higher compression, which meant it just killed the quality on the newer Rexing V1s. So you have a higher compression, but you also have a wider angle lens. And the wider angle the lens you have, the less clear the image tends to be, especially if you're using cheap lenses. Plastic, like I think a lot of these under $100 dash cams are.
Mm-hmm.
And I did a side-by-side comparison. It was just terrible. I had to return it, and I ended up just buying another set of G1Ws, which it turns out that even G1W is starting to use the cheaper wider angle lenses. So I don't know. It seems like some camera manufacturers are moving backwards in quality, kind of like a retrograde. Let's just take something that used to work well and let's make it crappier.
just like the black views, they were. I can't express how much disappointment I had. It was just like it works fine, and then all of a sudden, your date and time are off now.
Yeah.
It would say like 1999, and like what?
Yeah.
And the time would be like I don't know, way off from
party.
Yeah, yeah. It's just ridiculous. But I'm glad I went with a thinkware. I was looking at your Rexing dash cams because I never heard of that make, and it kind of reminds me of those VOFOs I was just talking about.
Right. Very similar to the A119.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost got an A119 until I heard a lot of people talk about how it too has focus problems. A lot of like slightly videos that are a little too soft. So you'd probably have to go in and use sharpening in your video editing. Which
nobody wants to do that.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Actually, in professional video production, they do use sharpening. What they do is they film as flat as they can so that they can manipulate the color curves, do color grading, and what they'll do is they'll then use a special tool to resharpen the video because your camera does it anyway. So your camera does do its own sharpening, which the algorithm used in a lot of professional cameras aren't very good, and your video editing software can actually do better when it comes to sharpening video, which is why the professionals sharpen post-production, and they'll film it as flat as they can. So they'll take the in-camera sharpening and they'll lower it as much as they can, and then in post they'll add it back in using their software, which outperforms the camera sharpening.
Yeah, they also get paid, so
right, they get paid.
That's the key.
Yeah, exactly. They get paid. They get paid big time.
Yeah,
I have a hard enough time finding time to edit my videos as it is. So I had to go through and sharpen everything. I don't know.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I had a Rexing. I had the V1L, I think. I'm trying to remember. It was the one that had GPS built in, which is what I was kind of going for. I thought that was a cool feature. And I got it because I liked the form factor. It wasn't one of those that's just hanging down, taking up a lot of space. I like the form factor, how it was really kind of flush to the windshield. But the problem I had with mine is it started dropping clips, and I would just end up with completely just 0 kilobyte clips of stuff that I really needed to keep, and that's obviously unacceptable.
That
So,
sucks. Yeah.
if
Mhm.
you have something happen and you really are relying on your dash cam, and you go to pull a clip and it's not there, that's a problem. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
guys have um what was I gonna say? Oh, parking mode when you guys leave your cars parked
I
as well?
don't.
Mm.
Mine could be hardwired, but I chose to go with the just the cigarette lighter.
Mm.
No,
I tried to use the hardwiring kit on my wife's van, and I couldn't get it to work for whatever reason. And
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure it was something wrong with the hardwiring kit because there was no reason why it shouldn't have worked. And I asked them to send me another one, and they never did. So I just went and I got like an eBay cigarette lighter plug for it, and just never looked back. So
Mm, yeah.
and unfortunately, the in my car, I don't have it because again, I didn't want to go through the trouble of hardwiring. And then my car is actually the 12-volt power source is always on, and it's not like a lot of cars where it's when the ignition is turned. So technically, if I wanted my camera to run all the time, I could, but it doesn't work with parking mode. With the ThinkWare, it has to be hardwired. It has to
Yes,
have that
that's correct. Yeah.
that functionality in order for that to work. Otherwise, it's all completely disabled, which is kind of a bummer because it's like I've got power going to my camera at all times if I want it to,
Yeah.
but that feature won't work. So I just have a 12-volt cigarette lighter plug with a switch, and it's right there down underneath, right under my dash. So
Oh, that's
just
pretty handy at least.
yeah, every time I get in the car, I just push the big red button and it
Yeah.
turns everything on, like my phone charger, any other auxiliary electronics I have in the car. It turns on with that one button.
Well, there you go.
So
And
yeah,
you can at least be assured that if you can turn it off so that your
right.
battery isn't drained all the way.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I had a few times where I had a different setup where it was a smaller button, and I would forget really easily, and then I'd come back and I'd see the light was on. I was at work, so I'm like, oh, I've got 8 hours of clips of the parking lot at work.
Hey,
Great.
that's exciting.
Yeah, thankfully I have a big card. I have a 128 gigabyte card because I like to know that even if I don't check my card in 3 days, that clips are still going to be there. But
Yeah. Yeah, same here.
yeah,
It's most of our cameras are 128 gigs
yeah,
because some of them are dual camera, dual camera, and they
yes,
can, with the amount of driving, you can last about almost a week, even with the front and the back going.
yep,
So it's pretty good. And if it was just a single camera with 128 gig, it would probably last you 2 weeks, maybe
right,
even more, which is crazy.
yeah. I especially wanted to get a big one for my wife's car because she'll have stuff happen because I've gotten her into it. When I first started telling her about, I started my channel and I told her, yeah, you got to save these clips if you get anything happen. She was like, do I really have to do that? And she didn't even want a camera in the car. She's like, I don't know if I want it to record, if I'm talking or, oh, it's going to get in the way. It's going to block my view. But then, of course, I got the ThinkWare and it's completely hidden behind the mirror because it's so nice and small.
Right.
And that was, kind of it worked out for her. And now I've totally gotten her. She'll come in and be like, oh, I got some clips for you today. But a
There
few
you
times she
go.
won't tell me, she'll have something happen and it's like 3 days later, oh, I forgot to tell you I had this guy cut me off. And I'm like, oh, well, good thing I've got a big card in there and got 3 days worth of clips. So
It's
it
funny how
worked
you
out.
say that. I got a story actually. It'll be a quick story. My uh, let's just say my uncle. He uh, asked it for a dash cam. Like, oh, what kind of recommendations? I told him get a ThinkWare. He got a ThinkWare. He actually got into it it wasn't an accident. It was a taxi who changed lanes in front of him,
Hmm.
and to avoid it, he swerved onto the sidewalk, nearly hitting pedestrian,
Oh,
Oh,
geez.
geez.
and nearly hitting a light pole. But instead, he didn't hit any of those. He ran over the sidewalk, caused so much damage that he blew out his right
My.
rear tire, and curbed a whole bunch of he curbed his whole right side. It was pretty bad, and the taxi driver, of course, said, "Oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't
Oh,
my
boy.
fault." Blah 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 and stuff like that. Long story short, he I think had to still pay a deductible, and in the end, his wife actually thanked me for recommending a dash cam. She's like, "Oh, because at first she said, "Oh, why are you getting this dash cam? This is useless. No one's gonna
Right.
use the
Oh,
dash cam."
geez.
Like, and 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 it turned out that it actually saved him from paying a couple $1,000s
Uh-huh.
worth of damage.
Yep.
And she comes back and she says, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much for recommending this dash cam.
Yep.
If you hadn't done it, and then she got a dash cam after that."
It's
It's
funny
like,
how it spreads, right?
yeah,
You have one
exactly. Well,
story and then
and it's like, well, you're getting this dash cam for peace of mind, so that you don't have to worry about finding a witness to
yeah,
try and
exactly.
bail you out, right?
I
Had my uncle not had that dash cam, he would have been paying a
mhm.
couple $1,000s in
Yeah.
repairs
That
for something that he didn't cause.
that goes right into the story I was telling before you got on Vancouver about yesterday was the year anniversary of when I got rear-ended and totaled my last car.
Oh
And
man, damn.
what ended up happening was it was not actually the guy behind me, it was the guy behind him that hit him and pushed him
Ah,
into me. And
ah,
so what
that's
happened was, I'm going along. It's my usual morning commute. I'm creeping along at probably like 10 miles an hour on the freeway, and that's per usual in the Bay Area here. And traffic started speeding up again, and so I'm like, all right, cool, we're finally going. And then it
yeah.
slowed down again really quickly, and I remember thinking like, oh, whoa, that was a really abrupt slowdown to traffic, but I was paying attention and I was able to stop with plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy behind me was able to stop with plenty of time.
Yeah.
The guy behind him, however, was apparently not paying attention at all and just slams into the guy behind me and pushes him into me. That's how hard he hit him, was because I've been rear-ended before and I didn't move anywhere near far enough to hit the car in front of me. And that's just
Luckily, yeah.
yeah. And I think I'm pretty sure I had my foot on the brake and maybe this guy didn't. I don't know what the circumstances were for him to where he ended up into me, but I just chalked it up to that's how hard he got hit. Was he got pushed into me, and that poor guy was in a rental car. So we're pulled over to the side. Of course, my car being a police interceptor, it actually shut down completely. I couldn't start it. I was stuck in the middle of the freeway, and I've got all these people going by me and yelling, "Oh, get off the road!" I'm like, I can't. The car won't start. And I realized once the adrenaline kind of wore off, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. It's the police interceptor. It's got a fuel cutoff to where if it has an impact, it actually shuts off the fuel tank, so there's no explosions or anything from the impact. So all it was I had to push a button on the side of my trunk and got it fired up. And so we pull over, and CHP shows up, and wow, that's some loud music.
Okay. Okay.
um, long story short, though, so basically when I'm talking to the dispatcher, they were like, "Well, how many impacts did you feel?" And I'm like, "Well, technically, I felt two." And this was before I had looked at any of my footage, and I didn't really exactly know what had happened.
Right.
And so they were thinking, "Oh, well, you felt two impacts, so that means the guy behind you hit you, and then the guy behind him hit him." And that's just their deduction just from hearing that story. Well, when you
Yeah.
look at the video, you can see what really happened is the guy behind me stopped with plenty of time. The guy behind him didn't hit him, pushed him into me, and now that guy ended up ping ponging off of me back in, like he bounced off me into the guy behind him and then back into me. So that's why I felt two hits. And
Jesus.
so, but since I had a rear camera, I was able to email that to him. This poor guy that's in his rental has to explain to the rental company what happened to
Oh,
their
no.
car.
Yeah.
But he was able to show them and his insurance and everything the video, and it totally just cleared everything up. He was so thankful that I had that. He was like, dude, I don't even know what I would be going through right now if you didn't have that. And it didn't really help me at all. I mean, it maybe got me a little bit more sympathy from the other guy's insurance because they ended up, helping me out with a little bit of pain and suffering and all that.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that guy behind you who hit you, obviously.
Yep.
I mean, he got rear-ended. Usually, when you get rear-ended, it's the guy who behind you who has to be worried because he hit you, right? Well, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
because
The question they would have had though was
hello,
Hello?
did he hit the guy?
Oh.
And be a question of you're good?
Yep,
Oh.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm still here. Something happened, I think. Oh.
It was kind of up in the air. The question
Oh, your internet connection's kind of going in and out.
was, did he hit me?
Whoa.
Yeah,
I
we're losing you there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think he's his internet connections. Are you on wireless? He might be on wireless.
Bay Area. Hello?
I don't
Yep.
hear him anymore.
Yeah, I
hear
am
him.
on wireless.
Oh, he's on wireless. Yeah, he says he's
Yeah.
on wireless.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we started losing you there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're starting to lose you. You're kind of cutting out here and there.
Oh,
I can't
okay.
hear you. Can't hear your story.
Well,
Yeah. Well, uh-oh.
Well, before you completely lose me, if I am going out, basically it cleared up when that guy had hit me first and then got hit, and it showed that he had gotten hit me. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Luckily, you had that rear camera. Otherwise,
right,
then
yeah, it totally would have been
just would have been a
absolutely
mess.
yeah. Nobody would have had any idea except for those of us who were involved. But as
Yep.
far as insurance goes, they would have had no idea who was. It would have been he said, she said, and
Yeah, exactly.
the only thing that might have saved him is if the guy who hit him said, "Hey, yeah, I hit him and pushed him into this guy." But you never know with some people, if they're going to tell the truth or not. So
That's right.
All right. Do we want to field some questions? Does anybody in the sidebar chat have any questions for us? Go ahead
Yeah.
and pose those questions.
that's always fun.
Do most dash cams work good enough to read license plates?
It depends.
Yeah.
For the most part.
The wider
Yeah.
angle lens you have, the closer the car has to be to you to pick it up. So I find that like with the Aki DRO2, the car's got to be about 15 feet away before it really, well, maybe a little more, but pretty close before you can actually see the license plate.
Yep. And they've got to be pretty close to center because if they're off to the side, you get the wide angle lens that kind of distorts things.
Exactly,
yeah, it's a problem.
And it kind of depends on the situation. Like if it's sunny, I mean, it's better, but still, you still can't see the plate clearly if it's really far away, like even, I don't know, 30, 40 feet away. You still can't see the plate, even though it's sunny and bright and clear.
Yeah.
Right.
What's the longest drive you've ever done? Who wants to take that one first?
Well, I haven't gone on too many long drives, so they've all been pretty much in California. So
I guess I'll take this one then. The
Napa.
longest drive I ever did was from Napa to actually Farmington, New Mexico. No, I've been further than that. Napa to let's see, where do we go in Texas? I think we went to shoot. Yeah, I think we went to Sonora, Texas. So, I mean, if I guess I don't know if you're asking the longest drive at one time. Like I've driven 14 hours straight once.
Jesus.
And I drove from Farmington, New Mexico and I made it as far as Madera, California, which is in the Central Valley. I think that's the longest. And then the second longest drive I did was from Napa to Seattle.
Hmm.
And I
Yeah,
did
I've done,
actually.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say. And from there, we actually did go to Vancouver.
Nice.
Yeah, I really liked it there.
Vancouver. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, great place.
It is for the most part, but I mean,
I mean,
everywhere has
problems.
Yeah,
Oh, of course,
yeah.
of course. Like no place is perfect.
I think the longest drive I've done is I'm just gonna look like a rookie in front of you two, but probably
It's
only a 2.5 hour drive. It's from here to like we have a place called Agassiz.
It's called what?
Agassiz.
Agassiz?
Agassiz, yeah, it's near Chilliwack.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
I've
you
heard of
probably.
Chilliwack. I
Oh,
haven't
you heard of
Chilliwack.
Chilliwack? Okay, it's like yeah, it's close to Chilliwack there, so
Oh.
it's about 2.5 hour drive, and that's really the only farthest I've been.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how
I've,
you guys do 14-hour trip. That
oh,
just
I know.
boggles my mind.
Well, I
Yeah.
got family in New Mexico, so it's you just find a good radio station and zone out till you get there. I guess that's how you do it.
Couple energy drinks later, maybe a
Yeah.
bit
Yep.
of that white stuff, and you're on your way.
No, I've never actually gotten into energy drinks, but I know that some people do. I just never have. So I don't know how.
Yeah, can't recommend it.
That's
No,
when
me
I was
neither.
younger. That's when I was like.
Not for me. Yeah.
That's when I was like 25 years old. I'm 40 now, so I don't think a drive that long would be very doable. I mean, especially if I don't want to have a pinched nerve in my back.
Yeah,
No
I
kidding.
got into
Yeah.
energy drinks when my first daughter was born, and I was working retail like 12-hour days, and then going home with a crying baby. So it was like kind of necessary, but I was literally hooked on them to the case where I was dragging one day, and I went and got one, and I took my
Yeah.
first sip, and I literally felt like this tingle in my brain. And I was like, "Oh no, that's not a good sign." Like my brain was like, "Yes, you're giving me what I crave," and I'm like, "Whoa, okay, we gotta
Yeah.
knock it
More.
off on these things."
Here's
Give
another
me more.
question.
As far as longest drive, though, just to wrap this one up, I know when I was a kid, we drove to Texas from California. So as a passenger, that's the longest drive I've been on.
Yeah.
And I think driving to SoCal and myself, which I just did this past summer, driving to go to Legoland.
Ooh.
I did that
There
drive
you
all
go.
by myself, and then I've
Sounds
driven
like fun.
drove to Vegas one time too. I told my wife it would be an adventure instead of taking a plane.
I got to do that. I want to
9
try that
hours.
one day. I heard driving to Vegas is not too bad,
Yeah, it's not bad, and it's kind of one of those things where it's like you got to do it once.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really nice to have your own car in Vegas instead of having to worry about taxis. And
Oh yeah, for
Right.
sure.
there was one
Absolutely.
time we flew and then we got a rental car, but I don't know, just having your own car is nice.
Yeah.
So Sean Tellers asks, what happened to that dipstick in Utah? Is he in jail? We did cover that earlier. As far as I know, he's not. He was like for a night, and then he posted bail. So as far as I know, he's not. I think
Yeah, and he's got to be charged first to be awaiting trial.
he's got to be right. And I think prosecutors. My guess is that they're having trouble proving that he was the one driving. That may get in the way of actually filing charges. So
I can only imagine what kind of lawyer he ended up pulling, but
right.
maybe they're pretty good. I don't know.
Maybe he wanted to represent himself. I don't know.
Maybe he wanted to represent himself.
I'm a better lawyer than any of you. I'm as good a lawyer as I am a driver.
That always goes well.
Yeah.
I was just wanted to say, Napa, that I was watching that whole situation with that Spaztastic TV, whatever that is. I'm totally behind you, but totally
Thank you.
behind you. That's like that is ridiculous. Like the fact that he can upload videos with him doing stupidly dangerous stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's just like, go get another hobby, dude. Go
I
get another
agree.
hobby.
I agree.
Yeah.
Why do you need to do this?
And
You're
this
the
is justified.
you're the
It's
issue on the road here.
He needs to He needs to stick to doing crappy product reviews.
Yeah, from Wish.
Right.
Oh yeah, I watched some of those. I couldn't take it. I had to.
Yeah, that's pretty
I didn't
bad.
even bother.
What
Well,
am I
this took-
watching?
This took 8 weeks to get to me, and it was built by small children in China. So
And I'm gonna review it now. Like,
yeah,
no
oh,
one,
it's
Yeah.
no one
surprise
asked for this.
crap.
No one
Yeah.
asked for this review, and you like, why?
Right.
Just
Because I've
why?
ordered stuff from Wish before. It's like, it's free with like $1 shipping. How could I not buy this?
Right.
9 times out of 10, it's garbage.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's.
I think the
you
only
should.
thing I got from there that was actually worthwhile was I got some cable management clips for like when I'm putting dash cams into different cars because I've
Oh yeah. Yeah.
gotten people, and it came with like 300 of these little adhesive cable clips for like $3. I'm like,
Nice.
I'd be stupid
It's
not
like
to buy.
stupid cheap.
Yeah.
That's about it. I've gotten some other stuff, and it's like, wow, this is horrible.
Callie Dash Cam asks Napa, what position of your windshield do you place your dash cam? Top center, behind the rearview mirror, where it does not obstruct my view.
That's really the only place to do it.
Let me just go down the questions here. Oh, here's a question for all of us.
Huh.
And I'm way up the list. We're pretty behind on the questions, so
Uh-oh.
because they're coming in faster than we can answer them.
Guys, slow down. Slow down on the comments.
Yeah, slow down. You're speeding. You're speeding. You're
It's
speeding
reckless.
with your comments. It's
Reckless
reckless.
commenting.
Yeah, you're gonna go to jail. Yeah, if we manage to find a good prosecutor. So what is the craziest thing you've caught on dashcam? I'll let you two cover that,
Oh,
and then I'll
man.
tell you what I captured.
Craziest thing. Putting me on the spot here.
Uh-oh.
Let me think here.
Yeah, slow down.
Yeah, I gotta take a second here. There's a lot to process here.
I know.
I've
there's
got a few, but go
there-
for it.
there was this one. What was it? Oh, it was at an intersection. I was waiting at a red light. It turned green for me.
Yeah.
As I'm just about to enter the intersection, a car runs the red. I'm like, holy cow. A second car runs the red. I'm like, what's going on here? A third car is coming, and I'm already holding
Wow.
onto the horn. The second car that ran, I'm holding onto the horn already. And what do you know? There's a third car that ran. 3 cars in a row that run a red light, all at once.
wow.
Well, not all at once, all simultaneous, all single file. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think one was related to Crackhead Kathy. The other one was related to Spaztastic. So
Yeah, exactly.
actually,
That's what I
maybe
was.
Spaztastic's related to Crackhead Kathy. Aha! Aha!
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the craziest. I like 3 in a row. It's like, wow, I've never caught that before. That's just
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, 3 people running a red light in a row. That's kind of like an
You can't beat that.
No, you can't beat that. It's just like, wow. How did you guys make it through life? Honestly.
I know. Well, the craziest thing I captured would be that the video that I have featured on my channel, the featured video, the one where that guy tries to pass a semi truck that's in the process of making a left turn and almost gets hit. You guys have all seen that, so
Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing that one.
I think that's the craziest thing I captured. How about you, Barry? If you could pick one.
Well, aside from my own actual crashes, which
Right.
there's been 2 that I've captured. Actually, no, 4. Actually, if you really get down to the really minor ones, but there's been the guy that tried to run me off the road because I made like a hands up in the air gesture.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
recently. I've had some car fires where I'm driving down the road and there's just cars on the side of the road on fire. Yeah, nothing super crazy. I've had the road ragers where like I was saying at the beginning, you make one little gesture and they just flip out at you. And the guy got out of his truck and started choosing me on, wanted to fight, called me a pussy.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh
that
my
one.
God.
Yeah. And I'm
What?
just sitting there in the car with my family, like, dude, you cut me off and I honked, and you're flipping
Wow.
out like this. What is wrong with you?
Someone's a little too sensitive.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But that's pretty much it. It hasn't been anything like, I gotta
Yeah.
send this into the news or anything. So
Okay, here's another question. Certified Dirty Idol. What do you guys think about air horns on cars? Well, I don't see anything wrong with them. I mean,
I'd
No,
love
I
to have them.
personally, but I personally wouldn't. I personally don't like to use the air horn in the city, especially if I'm between buildings
Right.
or like in a canyon of buildings where the sound's going to reverberate and hurt people's ears. I really try
Yeah.
not to ever use it in the city if I can help it.
Kind of blow out your eardrums.
Yeah, because collateral damage. You want to avoid that. So I tend to just use the air horn more on open roads if there's not a ton of pedestrians, or on the freeway. I think is the best
Yeah.
use of the air horn, where your regular horn might not be heard on the freeway because of all the wind noise and your tires make a fair amount of sound noise. When you're in a car, the rubber moving across the pavement introduces a lot of white noise into your vehicle that can drown out like horns and stuff. So yeah, but I think air horns are good for situations where your regular horn may not be heard.
Yeah, I would say save them for the really
really bad
egregious offenders.
Yeah.
If someone's changing lanes in front of you and they signaled like a millisecond before they change lanes, but it's technically. I mean,
Yeah. Surprisingly, the amount of driving I've done, I've actually only heard the air horn once in the Vancouver area, at least.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I don't know how common is it out in Napa and out where you guys are. I don't know.
I've heard a few semis use their air horns. Not a lot of people driving cars or pickups have them. There is a guy in the town I work in, St. Helena, where you see a lot of clips take place here where I work. There's this guy with with train horns on his pickup truck, and I've never caught him in the act, but I hear him at least 2 or 3 times a week blowing his train horn at somebody, and you can hear it for a long ways. But he honks it fairly close to where I happen to be quite often. So there is that guy. I've heard a few other people with train horns occasionally around here, but again, I've never heard a train horn really close to me, or anybody else with air horns. But semis, they all have air horns. You can pretty much expect that.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then Noah asked, from experience, which city probably has the worst drivers? Portland and Vegas have to be the worst. There's a lot of. It's hard to say because bad drivers are everywhere. I mean, I think Florida has ranked number 1 for a few years, and then I think California at one time ranked number 1, and then other.
Yeah,
I know I'm talking about states here rather than cities, but it's hard to say. I don't know.
San Francisco is awful, but a lot of that has to do with the way that city is laid out. And you've got.
Well, here's the thing, though. I actually think that San Francisco has better drivers than some other cities I've been in, and I'll tell you why. Especially as it pertains to the locals. A lot of locals don't have cars in San Francisco because they don't need them. It has a good public transport system. You can hail a cab. Yeah. Uber nowadays, the Muni has a really good system of buses and streetcars. You can get anywhere for $1. Super cheap. Or they have bicycles and they just ride everywhere. But you have to be a good driver in San Francisco, in order to make it. And I noticed that a lot of drivers in San Francisco are skilled. They might be aggressive. So they might be bad in the sense that they'll cut you off and they don't give a crap.
Right.
Or they'll just make up their own rules. But they do seem to be skilled. They do seem to be highly skilled drivers in San Francisco, even if they're offensive.
Right. Yeah, you don't see a lot of stuff that seems to be accidental. It all seems very
not a lot.
calculated and
I can tell you this interesting fact. I can drive around San Francisco pretty much all day and maybe honk my horn once or twice. Like there have been times I've gone to San Francisco and had to drive around a lot and I didn't use my horn at all. Right. But yet when I get back to Napa, I use my horn maybe 2 times or 3 times or whatever on somebody.
Yeah, I was just there on Monday, and I was actually surprised how few clips I ended up getting.
Yeah,
from being there. So I was down there for a ball game, and I'm like, well, I'm going into the city. I'm sure I'll get a lot of clips, and then sure enough, I got like 1 on the freeway, and that was about it.
So Vancouver, have you been to
Yo.
other cities in Canada, like say Calgary, Edmonton, or Winnipeg, or any other major met- metropolises
Um,
there?
I personally haven't. I mean, I would like to go to maybe Toronto or Calgary one day, maybe.
Yeah, meet
And
Snowcat.
yeah, oh yeah, Snowcat. Yeah, yeah, he's a
Yo yo yo
character.
yo yo.
Yo 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 yo. Doot, doot, doot. Yeah, he's a character for
Uh,
sure.
She's a new
Um,
driver.
yeah, I'm a new driver
That's
though,
what cracked
guys.
me up on my last video when I got someone to actually tell me that she's a new driver. I just want to be
But
like,
but
who do you
but
think I
I'm a
am?
new
Okay.
driver.
Yeah, it's pretty
But
funny. First thing I thought of is okay.
some of our other members, they've been to Toronto and um I forgot what other city, but I mean, I think if you were to look at Canada,
right.
just Canada, I think to be honest, it'd be probably neck and neck between Vancouver and maybe Toronto as being having the worst drivers
Yeah.
because Toronto is just as populated as Vancouver. And no, this isn't from my personal experience, but this is just from what I heard. I heard
Right.
Toronto people are just as aggressive slash reckless
Right.
because of the highway system that they have there and the amount of people that they have to squish in. It's just kind of
Yeah.
ending up like that where they're just being reckless and violent and aggressive to each other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, someone
yeah,
mentioned.
I would just say it's probably neck and neck between Vancouver and Toronto. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just driving today and it's like, what happened to our roads? Like, where did everyone just get a license out of their goddamn cereal box they bought today?
Well,
Like,
no, they got their license out of their butt cracks.
oh, that
Yeah,
explains it.
that
Because
that does.
it's like, why are you doing this? And then why are you turning like that? And it's like, just every corner I turn, it's just another idiot. It's like, please, I just want to make it home
Yeah,
safe. Please.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Anyways.
Someone
Well,
mentioned videos from Thailand, and it made me think because my wife she was born here, but she's Vietnamese and Lao, and
yeah.
she told me, and her mom's gone back to Vietnam recently, and she's told me, man, if we ever go there, that I'm gonna lose my mind with how horrible driving is there,
Oh,
because she said not only do people just not care, but they just have there's no signs, there's no lights, there's no lines on the road. It's just everyone just sort of does whatever the hell they want.
oh, free for all.
And yeah, and there's like it's mostly scooters and mopeds, but some cars, and everyone's just like out for themselves. And she's
Yeah,
just told me that
yeah.
if we
See,
eventually go, I'm gonna be miserable because not
Yeah.
only is it humid as hell there, and I can't stand
yeah.
humidity, but the
Let me
driving is just the worst. So I
let
think
me
if
just
we're
say
going on a global scale, it's probably there.
let me just
Um.
say one thing. Sorry, Napa.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say North America is level 1, and then
Oh yeah.
Asia is level probably 101
Oh, wow.
Have you
for
guys seen that
driving level.
video? It's a guy in a
Yeah.
red truck, it looks like, and there's a bunch of scooters going in front of him. And I think they said it's in the Philippines. And but all of a sudden he comes up in this like it's a school of fish of scooters that are making their way past him. And there's suddenly this woman who's just stopped in front of him and she's like filming something on her phone. And he's sitting there for a while and he finally just gets out and he physically picks her up and moves her out of the way. It was one
Oh,
of the
Oh my
funniest dashcam
gosh.
videos I've ever seen. She's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Get out of the way." He just picks her up and moves her.
yeah.
It was
Um. I'm probably gonna get burned at the stake for answering this question that I posted on the screen here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Who do you catch more often on their phones, men or women? Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not being sexist here. This is just purely from observation. I do notice a little bit more women than men
mm,
seem to be on their phones that I catch. That's just my own observation.
yeah.
Not being a misogynist here. That's just what I noticed. Who
Yeah,
knows why?
I had a feeling that would be your answer, but actually, for mine, it's mostly men that I've
Really
seen. Yep.
interesting. Yeah.
Today I was driving and I looked at the car next to me and he's just driving along. We were doing I don't know what it is in miles. We were doing 50K. That's like 30 miles an hour, I think.
Right.
30 something. Anyways, I looked over and what do you know? The guy's on his phone and I guess I'm assuming his wife or girlfriend beside is also on his phone. Like, oh,
Ah,
that's great. You're both on your phone. Wow, it's 2-for-1 special, huh?
Yeah. So she
Jesus.
can't even like warn him, like, "Hey, you're about to hit that guy."
Hey, you're. Oh no, I'm on my phone too. Hold on, give me
Yeah.
a second. I gotta finish this text first. Just,
and how
I don't.
how often Wascally Wabbit asks how often do police actually? I like that name, Wascally Wabbit. How often do police actually look in?
Offer and succotash.
Not very often. As I explained earlier, they really don't because they have to witness it in person. So, let's see. Does Callie? Oh, what's this one here, William? Does Callie ever get thunderstorms? Now this is not a straightforward answer that I have. Along the coast, not very often. We get more winter thunderstorms than we do summer ones. In the Sierras, though, they do have thunderstorms in June and July almost every day. But in the Bay Area, very rarely, but we
Yeah.
do get them.
Yeah, it's very rare.
But along the Sierras, they get quite a few, and that's just simply because of convective processes. The sun heats the mountaintops, the air rises, draws moisture up into it, and convection is what creates thunderstorms.
Yep. And we just make up for it with earthquakes.
And we make up for it with earthquakes and fires.
Yay!
Yeah.
Same
Storms
here.
get fires. Yeah, you guys up there in British Columbia deal with a lot
Yeah.
of fires.
Oh yeah, yeah. This year, luckily, hasn't been too bad. Luckily.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. And I'm just going to scroll down to see what other questions we have. That car guy won. In your guys' opinions, what is a fine line between when to and when not to use your horn on a driver? I'll let you guys take this one.
I would say it's got to be something that it has to make me react in some way. Like if I have to either hit my brakes or even just kind of flinch a little bit, then that's where I feel justified. Like if you're making me have to react in some way, then if for every action there's an opposite and equal reaction, well, my action is honking the horn. So
Right.
it's got to be, especially if it's something that is potentially putting me in danger. Like if I have to say, if I hadn't been paying attention, dot dot dot.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah. Ditto for me. I would say the same thing as Bay Area. It's just like if it's where you have to brake or where you have to take action,
Right.
you're gonna get the horn because
Yep.
you
Yes.
should not be doing that at all.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent with me in that case too. If I have to take any sort of action to avoid the person, then I'm going to use the horn, especially when they shouldn't have gone. Um, it also kind of depends on how tired I am. Sometimes I'm really tired. Like if I've been working a lot or I've just gotten back from a 10-mile hike, I might not have the energy to even push the horn button. So it just all kind of depends on how tired I am and how much I really care in that moment. Because there have been times where I just barely care enough to honk, even though on other days I would have maybe laid on it.
That is true. I would probably say the same for that for me too. And it's
And
like
people
your
are asking,
attitude.
yeah, exactly. People
Yeah.
are asking, "Where's Halo Mastermind? Hope he's doing well." I don't know. Ask him. I hope
I
he's doing well. He was in here a
I
little
thought I
while
saw
ago.
him.
Yeah, he was in here a little
Someone
while ago.
someone said Halo was here, but I don't know where that went.
Yeah,
and
yeah. He
I
he
see
still posts videos.
a comment here. Car Swag Barry, it says he has crazy video of me. I don't
Of you.
right.
Here's a
Uh-oh.
good question.
That would be interesting. Since I don't know what crazy video you might.
Is Snowcat actually a cat? Ah.
Is Snowcat an actual cat? Well, maybe in his dreams, but he is okay. So other people have been asking who he is. So he's a moto vlogger. He's one of the most popular, if not the most famous moto vlogger. Except, well, I don't know. Walterific's pretty famous. I don't know if you're going by subs. Walterific might have a leg up over Snowcat when it comes to number of subscribers. I don't know, but I think Snowcat has almost 1 million. He's pushing 1 million.
Didn't he pass 1 million now?
Oh, last time I checked, he was almost 1 million. He was like 925,000 or something last time I checked.
Let me pull up the good old go. Oh, you're right. Yes,
Is
you
he
are right.
still?
He's at 920,906. 920,968. So
Oh,
he's
and
at just
he's there. Um,
almost
yeah, yeah.
almost there. He's got another.
Here's another question. I've been kind of kicking this idea around, but I don't know if I should bother. I mean, I'm a nobody, but would you guys like to try to get him to come in here on a live stream?
Man, if you were to do that, I mean that'd be something else.
I doubt I
Yeah.
could pull it off, but it's just a thought.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask,
It doesn't
I
hurt to
guess.
ask. No,
Yeah, I mean,
the worst thing that could happen is he will either ignore my email or say no.
yeah.
No, I guess I could try. If you guys would like to, I'd like to hear from everybody in terms of what YouTubers would you like to see me invite to a live stream? I think that would be a good question for me to ask all of y'all. Like who would you like me to have me on here? So, so I want to clarify. It's because someone had asked, do I see more men or women on their phones? And LTP here brings up a good point. That she's seen more females on phones, but when it's men, they're usually in a work truck. And actually, that's true. I do notice that the men who are on their phones are usually in a work truck, with ladders on top, like it's usually a white pickup truck with ladders on top, is
Yeah.
usually what I've noticed.
Yeah.
Sorry there, Vancouver, because I know you drive a white truck with ladders on it.
Well, I mean, it's not me personally. I'm not gonna
Oh,
say
okay.
who it is, obviously,
Gonna-
but yeah, we have one of our members. He does drive a work truck, so he
Yeah.
does not go on his phone while driving, of course.
Good.
I mean, let's just be honest here. He's not on his phone. If he does have a phone call, he does pull over. I mean, we're not going to include that in the videos, but
Right.
he does obey the laws and rules of
Awesome.
the road.
Good. Good. Very
Yeah.
good.
Well, I mean, some people I see, it's like, have you not heard of Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Like my car is, has no bells and whistles, yet I somehow still have Bluetooth and can talk hands free. It's amazing.
Yeah. In a few words, I want to make this next question quick, only because I have another question I want to get to, and I'm trying to get on top of this chat here because it's still going by fast. You guys need to stop speeding. But no. So in just a few words, if you had to make it real brief, what is your biggest pet peeve? And then I'll tell you mine after you two go.
Oh, that's easy for me. I can say it in one word. Tailgaters.
Tailgaters. Okay, Vancouver. What's yours?
One word. How do I make this into one word?
No, it doesn't have to be one word. It could be a
Oh.
few words. Yeah.
2 words. Okay,
Or
turning right, because when they turn right, they don't pull over to the closest curb.
Oh, yeah, that's a pet peeve
It's
of mine.
terrible. I've had that happen too many times to count. I
Yeah.
want to strangle those people.
Yeah, I agree. I get annoyed with them too. My biggest pet peeve is just simply being cut off. And then have either of you two, I have not captured a bicyclist getting hit on my dash cam. Have either of you two ever captured a bicyclist getting hit?
No.
I don't think we have. I'm trying to remember. I know we caught a lot of cyclists breaking the rules of the road.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes,
yeah.
actually. Yeah, I think we did actually catch a
Oh,
cyclist. I'm trying to think.
I can't remember if it was a pedestrian or.
I'm trying to remember here. I think we did, but it wasn't a hard impact. Yeah, it was just maybe a slight hit, maybe, but nothing serious. So
Okay, let's see.
We have a lot of cyclists. So.
Oh yeah. Let's see if we can cover this one pretty quickly. Car Swag Bay Area, what dash cam do you use? I use a Rexing V1 for the front. I still use a G1W in one of our cars and a Aki DR02. And then Bad Drivers of the Bay Area, you use what?
I've got Thinkware FA200s in both of my vehicles.
And Vancouver, you use what?
Well, I use the Thinkware F200, and most of our fleet is Thinkware dash cams.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to scroll down to the next question here. Just trying to get on top of it because, damn, it's going by fast.
These guys are asking too many questions.
I know.
I was just going to say the thing I like most about the Thinkware is how you can download directly from the camera onto your phone.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a big feature that people
for sure.
are
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
for. Oh, here's a good one. What made you want to start using a dash cam?
Um, for me, it was watching a lot of moto vloggers. It was actually when I started riding a motorcycle,
Uh-huh.
and I
Uh-huh.
decided, especially like with guys like Snowcat and Walterific, I was like, hey, that's a good idea, and not so much to make a YouTube channel, but to just cover my ass if something happens, because I don't know
Yeah.
about anywhere else, but especially around here with lane splitting, it's like if something happens involving a motorcyclist, it's almost always, oh, it's got to be the motorcyclist's fault. And so it was
Yeah.
mostly just to cover my rear and be able to show exactly what happened. And then once I went back to driving in the car, I thought, well, hey, might as well do the same thing in the car. And
Yeah.
it all just kind of went from there, then started the channel, and the rest is history.
The two grandfathers of dash camming are what prompted me to start. It was our extinction. He commented here in the sidebar chat earlier. It was Bad Drivers of ABQ, which stands for Albuquerque, of course. And then there was Bad Drivers of Portland. Those were the first two regular dash cammers that I watched way back in the day, and that's what got me started. And then I got started. Um, I think either right before or during the same time that Bad Drivers of Southern California started. There were only like six of us, 6 or 7 of us, I think, when I started. We were like a really small group, and like dash cam videos just weren't a thing yet. Like we still got lots of trolls saying, "Oh, they had plenty of space to pull out." Like nobody knew the whole wide angle lens yet.
Yeah.
And I get so much less of those comments now because dash camming has become a thing now. It's
Yeah.
become it's become a popular genre, really popular. And I think our extinction and Bad Drivers of Portland for starting this whole thing. That's who I credit with all of this for the United States based ones.
Yeah, same kind of deal with me. I mean, I remember watching a guy, if you guys ever heard X Super D.
Oh
He was like,
yes, yes, yes.
yeah,
He
yeah,
doesn't post anymore.
he's in the Vancouver area, and yeah, he
Yeah,
doesn't post anymore.
yeah. I wonder what happened. But
Yeah.
I really liked his videos too.
Oh yeah, that's literally what started for us to get into dash camming, because we watched his videos and it's like, oh hey, he's in the Richmond area, which
Have
is
you ever
not too.
met him?
I haven't, no. I've never met him, but I know he lives around here. Maybe I should probably reach out to him maybe one day.
Yeah, you should
And
do a little dash cam meetup and
yeah, we
do
should.
post a video about it. I've done that.
I should
I
get him
got
on the
to.
show.
You should.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think I asked him a long time ago, but we couldn't match our schedules or whatever. But if we can get X Super D in here, that would be good because I've been wanting to talk to him too for a long time.
Yeah.
Um, I had another Vancouver dash camera in here as a guest. It was Vancouver's worst drivers. You know who I'm talking about?
I think I do.
He's got an avatar that looks almost exactly like yours. It's the
Oh,
same
really?
square
Oh.
sign, like diamond shaped sign, but it's yellow and it's the slippery roads sign. I think
Oh,
is
yes,
what
I
his.
think I have. Yes. Excuse me.
He
Yeah, I
doesn't
think I have seen him. Yeah. I
he
haven't
doesn't
reached out.
he doesn't post quite as often as you do, but
Mhm.
I did have him as a guest. He's a super cool guy too. Yeah. But I'll tell you who I have met. Are any of you familiar with GLAD, Greater
Greater
Los
Los.
Angeles Dashcam?
Yes.
Glad.
Yes, I think I have heard of him. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Had him over here at my house actually. He
Nice.
was visiting family in the area and he stopped by and we sat around and had some beers. It was great.
Nice.
Really enjoyed meeting him. I also got to meet bad drivers of northern Los Angeles who ended up moving to Sacramento area. And had him over here at the house too. And then, do you guys remember Northern California drivers who started out as Stephanie H? She had the pink flower for her avatar. It was a pink.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
like a pink a tiger lily flower. I
Yep.
think it was. Um, well, I made good friends with her and her sister,
Nice.
and we've hung out. We've had plenty of dash cam meetups, and Yeah, she's been talking about going on a hike with me. She and her sister
Hmm.
doing like a little group hike, and it's been too hot though lately to do it. But yeah, yeah. So it's really cool with the friends you make in the community here.
Yeah, definitely.
Certified Dirty Idol is asking. Let me pin his comment here. You have a PA system, right? How's it working out? I do have a loudspeaker in my car, a PA system, and it still works. I don't use it very often. I oftentimes forget that I have it, believe it or not. So I don't use it very often. And there are laws that, yeah, imagine that. Laws in California? No.
No
What?
way.
What?
What? Say it ain't
Yeah.
so.
I know, say it ain't so. So you really got to be careful how and when you use it. So that's why I
Yeah.
don't use it as much.
I
Because
was gonna ask. This is probably a dumb question. What kind of like does it have? What kind of restrictions do you have for that PA system?
well,
Like, do you have to have?
you are allowed to have a PA system if you're
Okay.
using it to call someone out, like say, "Hey, you stupid driver, you idiot," blah blah blah, whatever. It can't. It can't be heard more than 50 feet from the vehicle, or you're in violation. It's the same law that governs your stereo. So if you're playing music that's too loud, it falls under the same statute.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So there's that.
Hmm.
If it's louder, if the speaker is louder than being able to hear it, if you can hear it more than 50 feet from the vehicle, then you can only use it to. It's sort of the same way you'd use your horn.
Mhm.
So if there's some sort of necessary communication you need to make with another driver, then you can use your PA system. You can also use your PA system for political purposes. So I could literally drive down the street saying Trump sucks, blah 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 blah, and just talk about politics, and that would be covered under
Hmm.
the law. I could do that.
So if someone
Wow.
cuts you off, you could technically say, "Hey, Trump sucks," and you're an asshole.
Right.
Well,
And you're
that's one way to
fine.
get the message across, I guess.
So yeah.
Every time that guy yells at someone, he says something about Trump. I don't get
I didn't even vote for Trump.
it.
Oh man.
No. I'm sure everyone thinks we're crazy down here in the
Yeah.
States.
Yeah, see, I'd love to get a PA on mine, mostly just for the horn that comes with a lot of them. Like they'll have different sirens, and then they'll have the
Oh,
PA, and then
I have
they'll have
to
a horn. And I'm
yeah,
like, I would love to do that, but I'd be so tempted, especially in the car, that I have to use the
yeah.
other things. And
But I have to say something about
uh,
the sirens part. So it is actually under California law, it's illegal to have a PA system that's even capable of making a siren sound. So
yeah,
if it can make a siren sound, it's illegal just to have it installed in your car,
wow,
let alone use it. I
yeah,
don't know what the penalty for that is if you're caught with it, but so that's why I had to build a PA system from scratch. Like I
uh,
didn't buy a dedicated PA system. I bought a CB radio that has a PA output on it, um, and I bought a speaker, a 50-watt speaker, indoor outdoor, made by Pyle, Pyle.
yep,
Uh, and I did end up getting a 50-watt amp that's under the driver's seat. This big old boxy amp. So funny.
nice.
And I just had to learn how to wire the three pieces together, and it's there. So be careful with that, Californians. If you want a PA
Yeah,
system, follow the law when you use it, and don't get a PA system that can make siren sounds.
yeah. That's why I haven't even bothered. I'm like, I'm already probably under a little more of a watch for that kind of stuff than anybody
Because you
else.
have a Crown Vic. Yeah.
Right. And I already have some.
Exactly.
I already have some lights in the car. They're amber and white, so they are technically legal, but I don't want to bring any
In
other attention to myself.
Yeah, they're legal to have, but to use, you gotta. Yeah, there are certain situations you can't even use an amber light.
Right.
Certain situations, only if
Yeah.
I think the vehicle code says that you can use an amber light if there is some sort of hazard, or if you are obstructing traffic or doing any, so,
Yeah,
and you,
I've used mine in actually literally right in front of PD, and actually Walnut Creek PD is Car Swag just brought up.
yeah,
I've used them in front of all sorts of different departments, so I don't think I have any issue with those. It's always been used when I'm with a group that does veteran welcome homes and funeral escorts and
oh, well, that's
things of
different.
that sort. So yeah, that's the only time I ever use them.
If you're doing
That, or we've been transporting a. It's actually a Vietnam War era Huey helicopter.
oh, cool.
And so if you're ever in the area and we're moving a big green helicopter on a trailer, that's us.
Yeah,
And so
no,
I use
you're
the light
okay.
for that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay for that. That's fine. You, believe it or not, you can even use a red light, a red flashing light, but only if it is a dire emergency. And I'm not talking about like rushing to the hospital,
Right.
or you got diarrhea and you got to find a bathroom in a hurry. No, you can't use the red light for that. The red light, you're allowed to use as a civilian in California if there is a I'm not trying to put this into words. The vehicle code would explain this better, but if there is some sort of dire hazard on the roadway, then and only then can you use it. But don't quote me on that. It's something I remembered reading, and I know our memories can be faulty, but I was surprised to read that. I'm like, what? Can I actually use a red light? But only in extreme circumstances.
Right. Yeah. That's why I stick with amber and white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's this here? Do you have flashing yellow arrows? What are your opinion on those kind of signals? I'm assuming they mean turn arrows.
Turn signals?
I think like traffic signals, because I know I've seen some flashing yellow
Yellow
signals.
arrows.
Yellow
Those are
arrows.
usually just kind of like a caution, like, hey, you don't have to stop, but just
Yeah, be
Flashing.
cautious when you're making
Yeah.
your turn. Yeah, it's
maybe
not
there's
a.
a red light coming and it's telling you to you're prepare to
I
stop.
can't say as I've ever seen one. I've seen a flashing circular light, which just means proceed with caution.
Right.
But I don't think I've ever seen a flashing yellow arrow. I did see a flashing green light, but that was in Vancouver.
Yeah, I think I've seen flashing
Yes.
yellow a little bit more out in like rural areas like Rio Vista or Lodi. I think I remember seeing some out there. But
Yeah,
that's about it.
those flashing green lights, they confused. We had some relatives come from California and they were driving, and they're like, "What are these flashing green lights at the intersections? Do I stop at those?" But I'm like,
Right.
those are pedestrian controlled. So
Huh?
when a pedestrian hits the button to cross,
Yeah.
it would eventually turn yellow and then red for them to cross and then continue back as flashing green. It's just a pedestrian controlled. It's not like a regular intersection light where it would change to yellow and then red over in the next minute or whatever, 2 minutes, however long the
Yeah.
intersection cycle
I've
is.
seen flashing reds, obviously, that function as a stop sign. That would be either a flashing circular or a flashing arrow. Although very rarely have I seen a flashing red arrow. But
Mm-hmm.
flashing
I've never seen
flashing flashing red generally means stop and then go, as you would a stop sign. Although
Right.
when it comes to railroad crossings and the wigwag pedestrian crossings, then it's stop and stay stopped. Or a flashing wigwag on a school bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to flashing red at big intersections, it's just a nightmare. People don't know. Like it's like, oh, here we go.
What do I do?
Hold on, everyone. We might get hit because someone's just gonna go.
Right.
It's like it's just a gamble. It's just a goddamn mess.
Oh, somebody's asking what wigwag means. So wigwag just means. Oops, I highlighted the wrong comment here. Hang on, let me try this again. Wigwag is a flashing a pair of flashing red lights that alternate. They're just alternating flashing red lights. That's what wigwag refers to. Yeah. A flashing green light. Oh, right. Yeah, advanced green. But what is a flashing green light in Canada? What does that mean?
A flashing green light?
Yeah,
Like just
traffic signal. Yeah.
oh well, it's just what I said. It's pedestrian controlled.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just pedestrian control. So whenever the pedestrian hits the button,
Oh,
eventually it would turn red. Then it would just go back to flashing green. If no pedestrian ever hits the light, it'll never turn red.
uh-huh.
Pretty much, yeah.
I
So
see.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's just pedestrian controlled.
yeah, yeah. It was interesting driving into Canada. You know, first of all, getting used to kilometers per hour, and thank God my speedometer had, the kilometers per hour in parallel with the miles per hour on the analog gauge on the
Mhm.
dashboard.
Yeah.
This was back in 2003 or
Oh
2004 or something. Is the last time I was there.
wow, that's quite a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I posted a video on that a while back.
Yeah, I remember seeing your look back and your first videos of dash camming, like
80.
1989.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a recent video.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Oh,
But I
yeah.
posted something like last year, maybe the year before, of driving through Vancouver in 2003. And
Oh,
I posted that I think a year ago.
oh, I must have seen it. I probably forgot now by now.
Yeah, but the thing I did of 1988, yeah, I thought you guys might enjoy that, and I got a lot of great comments on it.
Yeah, it's quite interesting seeing
Yeah,
back then and all the old cars and it's like wow,
yeah,
simpler
yeah.
time.
Where do they find all those old cars?
Yeah. Simpler time back then.
Yeah, we do this all the time. Wife and I are watching like an 80s movie, and I'm like, where did they get all those 80s cars? Oh my God.
So, we're backing up a little bit on the questions here.
Oh, too many questions. Oh, jeez.
Actually, I
Um,
haven't seen too many.
I did see one look
What are
like
we
it was
looking
for
at?
me, asking if I drive differently since I've had a kid. This is from Watashi Komake. And I
Sure.
definitely do. I remember the first day I drove when I was driving my oldest daughter home from the hospital. I swear I felt like I had like fine china in the back of a pickup truck. And we were trying to make these. I'm like, everybody who got anywhere near us, I was just like, back off.
Back off, you
Like I always
mother.
thought those baby on board decals were silly, and I still do, even as a parent. But I felt like I wanted a big giant sign on my roof that said, "There's a brand new baby in here. Just back off."
Stay away from me.
And since then, yeah, I still feel like I'm very aware, whether I'm by myself or with the girls. I try to be a little bit more like if it's just me, then okay, yeah. If something happens, it's just me. But if I've got them in the car, then that's precious cargo, and
Hmm.
I'm responsible for their safety. And I've had a few instances where I kind of had to revisit, okay, how could I have handled that better? Because someone, that red Camaro video that I have in my channel, I had both of them with me at that instance, and that guy was getting pretty ugly, and I had to kind of look back, and some of the comments that were made were a little bit, a little bit more true than I might have thought at the time, and
Yeah.
you really just have to think about the way you're reacting to people and how they might react and how that's going to affect the little precious cargo you've got in the back there. So yeah,
Yeah.
definitely has changed. um, I see Pleasant Hill favorite intersection. Yeah, I think everybody who watches my channel knows my quote unquote favorite intersection
Oh God.
that
Is it
I
yeah.
avoid constantly. The only time I ever take that intersection is if I'm turning left, because turning left, you generally don't run into too much of the backup. It's turning right is when you end up sitting through three different traffic signal cycles. So I actually take a completely different exit now. It's actually a little earlier, and it
Right.
might take me even longer. I don't know if it takes me longer or the same amount of time, but at least I don't have to deal with that intersection. So, That's why
Yeah.
you're not going to see a lot of that intersection in my channel anymore, because I just don't take it anymore.
Oh, I got an interesting thought on the baby on board sign or sticker. Okay, so I think some of the uses of that sticker is legit, but I do think that a lot of it, people use it because as a way of saying, "Don't honk at me," like please go easy on me and forgive every mistake I make when I try to
Right.
run you off the road and do stupid things. I
Yeah.
really think a lot of people abuse those stickers because it's like, hey, don't call me out for anything I do wrong because I'm a shitty driver.
Yeah. And
I
in some cases, it's like, okay, maybe I can forgive you because I've been where they are and I've been awake for 48 hours without, the day that my youngest was born, I was actually about to go to bed at like 2 a.m, and I had been up since I think 7 that morning for work. And then all of a sudden, my wife was like, "It's go time," and I'm like, "What?" And thankfully, the labor only lasted like 5 hours. I think from the
yeah.
water breaking to giving birth was like 5 hours, which is crazy quick.
Huh.
But I didn't sleep until probably a good like 6 hours after that. And so I had been awake for like, I don't even remember how many hours. It was definitely in the 48 to 50 range. So I
Yeah.
was tired. So it's like, okay, maybe, you get a little bit of an out because I've been there and you're probably tired as hell. But
Yeah.
to a certain extent, it's funny. My sister actually has a sticker on her car, and it says, "Adults on board too. Adults on board. We want to live too."
Right. I'd like
That's a
to
good sticker.
I'd like to invent a sticker and just stick it on someone's car that says "idiot" on board, and just like
Yeah, that'd be
you
nice.
know,
Or
just-
yeah, no
Yeah,
kidding.
and there was a comedian I saw where he was like, "I've never seen one of those stickers," and thought, before I saw it, I was gonna ram into him, but I saw that sticker, so I guess I
yeah.
won't.
Deviated Nine asks, how has the fame of your channels changed your everyday life, and has it impacted how you act on camera?
Fame,
Um, I don't know. Guess it depends on what you consider fame, but
right?
I'm just going to call it attention. How about that? So the
Yeah,
attention I've gotten on my channel, has it changed my everyday life? Um, Only to the extent maybe that I do more live streams, or that I decided to start live streaming because I think people like to hear from us. So I decided to live stream. Um, but no, not really. I mean, I guess it's made me more conscious now when I go out in public that somebody might see my camera and go, "Oh, that's Bad Drivers in Napa Valley." Like if I'm at the gas station or something and somebody pulls up to the pump behind me and they see the rear camera and they're all, "Oh, are you that guy?" So I've got to be prepared for stuff like that.
Mm,
And then has it impacted how I act on camera? No, it hasn't, because I do me. I just do me. You know. So how about you
Yeah,
guys?
yeah.
well, I wouldn't consider me having any kind of fame. I mean, I've got what, like 760 subscribers.
Yeah.
Haven't even hit the monetization threshold yet. So,
Oh,
um, yeah, I wouldn't say there's any kind of fame involved. I don't get recognized, obviously, because I don't show my face or I don't show the car. People know what kind of car, but that's about it.
yeah.
So yeah, that's not really a factor. As far as how I act on camera, the only thing I think I've changed since having done this for a while is I try to curse less because I'm trying
Okay.
to keep my channel pretty PG-13, and so I try to edit that out. And so if I can keep the cursing down to a minimum, then that's less that I have to edit out. So it's less work for me. And then also with the kids in the car, of
Oh,
course,
right.
you could
Oh,
say a
yeah,
million words, and then if the million and first
yeah.
word is, shit, then
The
that's
F
the word she's
bomb.
gonna be. Yeah.
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 There was
Sure.
I called someone a douche nugget the other day, and all of a sudden my
Ooh.
daughter's all nugget, nugget. But thankfully,
They
there's
missed the douche part.
my sister was fostering a kitten, and his name was Nugget, and so that's
Oh,
what she thought I was talking about him. I'm like, yeah, Nugget. And she's
Yeah.
like, oh, so cute. And I'm like, yeah, that's totally
Yeah.
what I was talking about.
Whew.
And I've
how
also
about
tried to go the dash cam caught on camera route of coming up with creative ways of putting people down that doesn't involve actual curse words.
Right. You have to be careful, yeah, nowadays.
Yeah.
So how about you, Vancouver?
Yeah, it's pretty much. I mean, I wouldn't call us anywhere near your kind of subscription base or fan base. Uh, Bad drivers have caught on dashcam, but I mean, it hasn't really changed much. Really, it's even before we did dashcams, we were pretty much the same as we drive today. Really,
Yeah,
I mean, it's nothing's
yeah.
really changed. Yeah. As for caution wise, I mean, we don't really get recognized in such a massive city like Vancouver. So,
Right, right.
um,
You're in a big town.
exactly, yeah.
And then how do you guys feel? That car guy one says, how do you guys feel about honking at jaywalkers? I think they're fair game, but the
Yep.
one thing I noticed, I'll tell you something interesting about jaywalkers. I noticed jaywalkers get pissed. They go
Oh
from
yeah.
0 to 60 more than people in cars do when you honk. I
Oh
don't know
yeah.
why
Oh yeah.
pedestrians just flip out
Yeah.
so much more than
It.
car
You know
drivers.
why? You don't want to. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt
That's
you, but
okay.
it's
No,
just because they have a they're easily they can do something to you to your property, right? They
right,
don't have to get out of a vehicle and park their vehicle. They're
right.
on the street already. They're
Yeah,
within range of you. That's
yeah,
why they feel like, oh, you honked at me. Well, I'm gonna chuck a rock at you or throw you the finger or whatever,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
That's just my 2 cents. That's why I feel like jaywalkers are kind of like, you know, I've honked at a few, but
yeah,
it's like, well, and a few I've passed because it's like, well, this guy, I can feel like he's just gonna flip out. He's just gonna come over and rip your
yeah,
windshield off or
yeah,
rip your wiper off, right? So, and then it's just all game from there. It's just downhill. But
yeah, yeah. What about you, Bay Area?
Yeah, I'm all for it. I've honked at a few. I've even honked at some people on bicycles who were actually technically supposed to be walking their bikes because they were in a
Right?
cross and
Yeah,
just gone. There's one guy who's on his phone on his bike and he's going, across a crosswalk that had the red hand, and I'm trying to make a right turn, and he was
yeah,
just oblivious.
yeah.
And
Complete.
as far as actual jaywalkers, yeah, it's totally fair game. I actually, my latest video, 42, there's a clip near the end on Highway 4. This guy was just straight up running across the freeway.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Insane. This guy was just, you can see there's a car that had to totally hit the brakes. And I can only imagine what they were thinking, seeing this guy just bolt across the
Quick
freeway.
quick question before we go to the next one.
yeah.
Have you guys not had a jaywalker or a cyclist come back at you and just be like, F you or whatever, right? Have
Oh,
they?
yeah. I have.
Oh, they have? Oh, okay. I thought I was just the only one who's been like berated by jaywalkers and
Oh no,
dumb
no,
cyclists. Okay.
no. No, it's
They're
happened to
out there.
me.
They're out there everywhere, huh?
Yeah. What do you, let's see, Chandelier, what is your opinion of entitled handicap drivers parking in the zigzag areas of parking lots?
Uh,
The
you
zigzag.
mean,
Wait a minute. Is talking about
Zigzag.
like a crosshatch pattern?
yeah, the
Oh,
crosshatch.
in yes,
Well,
those areas, yeah.
that's where especially like a van that's handicapped accessible, that's where their ramp needs to extend into.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
Yeah.
my uncle was actually until he passed away in 2014, he was a paraplegic for about
Yeah.
12 years.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I would see that and I would just immediately think of him as like, well, if my uncle needed to park in that spot, he would be absolutely screwed because he still drove. He had a modified van that he could pull his wheelchair up into the back, and then there was no driver's seat. He would just pull his wheelchair up into the driver's area, and he had hand controls, and he drove himself places.
Yeah.
He was determined to not let his predicament, keep him from getting places. But then there were so many situations where he'd get where he was going, and he had nowhere to park because there'd be some piece of crap parked in the ramp spot. And I see it all the
Yeah.
time, and even to this day, I'm just like,
Yeah.
there's a Facebook group that I'm on, just people parking badly, and you'll see it all the time on there. People,
Yeah. I'm not sure if his question is asking if he meant to say entitled drivers parking in the handicapped areas of zigzag or if he meant handicapped drivers. Because I don't care so much if a handicapped driver parks in that crosshatch area, then I don't really care, because they're entitled to really the spot plus the crosshatch. So if the
Yeah.
handicap wants to park in the crosshatch, I don't see a problem with that. If it's a regular non-handicap driver parking in the crosshatch, then I do have a problem with it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm thinking, well, they might be handicapped, but is it a van with a ramp? Because if
Right.
they're handicapped, where say they've got a cane and they walk with a cane, but they've got a regular vehicle, they don't need to be parking in the zigzag area. They should maybe use a different handicap spot and leave that area, because again, that area, that's for a ramp to be able to extend. So
That's
it's looking
true. Oh, you got a good
Yeah.
point there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Next.
I've seen a few of those where
Yeah.
in our area, at least, I've seen a few where they've
Yeah.
parked on the zigzag areas, and it's usually for the ramp. I've seen a few
Yeah.
vans with the ramp, so yeah.
Next question. What's Katie Couric doing these days? I have no idea. You guys want to take this one?
I
Um,
I don't know.
it's not my week to watch her, so I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
I have no idea, no.
I'm sure she's still doing, but I don't know,
Yeah.
what she's doing.
And out of left field,
Yeah, that's and back to you in the newsroom. How often do you guys deal with road rage? While you guys take this one, I have to use the loo here, so I'll be right. Yeah, and I got to grab another beer too. So you guys take this one while I run off to the bathroom in the fridge, so that I can pee some more.
yeah. Yeah.
All right. Bay Area, you want to go first? I mean,
Yeah. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Me, am I still?
yeah, you're still on it. You're kind
Am I
of
still
cutting out a
coming?
bit. Hello? 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 I'm the only one on the stream. Woohoo! Oh, no, Bay Area's back. Maybe I'll answer the question. How often do you deal with road rage? I mean, here and there. It's kind of hit and miss, right? I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being every day, I'd say maybe 3 or 4, to be honest. Be brutally honest, I'm just talking to myself. But yeah, no, I don't deal with road rage that often. I mean, it's Vancouver. It's not crazy here. I mean, we're not just roid monkeys who just road rage at everyone. So,
You guys hear me
but
okay?
hey, you're back. Yeah, we can hear you.
I have no idea what happened there. I had some weird connection
No
issue.
worries. No worries. I'm just talking to myself and
Oh,
a few other
Good
people.
times.
Here, 45 other people
oh,
who
okay.
can't
Cool.
talk, but they're typing at least.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I'm on my
I,
laptop.
yeah. I was just talking about road rage. I mean, I was
Yeah.
just telling these guys, out of a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being almost never and 10 being every day, I'd say I deal with road rage maybe about a 2 or 3, maybe here in Vancouver. It's
Yeah.
nothing.
I'd
And are
say
we talking
it's
about? Are we talking about us experiencing it ourselves or dealing with it from other drivers? I guess would be a good question.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I guess we could go both ways.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of touched on it earlier. I try to keep, my anger to a minimum, because it doesn't get you anywhere, and either the person who you're raging on, they think it's funny because that's what they were going for. They wanted to piss you off, or they just start raging back at you, and it just escalates the situation. So it's the best thing to do is just be the bigger person, be the calm, cool, collected one, because you can't really go wrong with that. Like,
You
if
can't.
you're cool and collected and they're cool and collected, then everybody's like, okay, fine, whatever. And
Yeah.
if you're cool and they're raging, then they're the one that look like an idiot. So
Yeah, that's it's
Yeah.
funny actually. I'm just thinking we had an incident that went onto the news. Someone videotaped two guys. One guy he got out of a semi. Another guy he got out of a Honda Civic, and they started fist fighting in the middle of the road. Like, and this
everybody
guy's
come to
capturing it on his video on his phone, and all out fist fight, and it went on for
Yeah.
about 2 minutes, and then they just got back into their car and just drove off like nothing. Like, what? What is this? Is
That's
this
the
what
golden
this?
rule: is you don't get out of your car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You don't.
Do that.
Yeah.
Because the first thing that cops are going to ask is, well, why did you get out of your car? Like,
Yeah.
why did?
And,
And every
but these
instance
two,
I've had, you keep the door closed, locked.
Yeah.
yeah, these two though, they were the
Oh,
calmest
you,
bunch. They just fist fight, and then they just get back in their cars and just drive away.
you got out of your car because you wanted to give the guy a business card to your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
That's where you're going to be
Oh,
featured.
yeah.
Here it is.
And I
That's
keep
what it
that
is.
baseball bat in my trunk right next to my glove and my baseball.
Yeah,
when I
right
play
next
baseball.
That's right. Better have some gloves with that.
Which I do. I have all three.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to answer Mario's question, let's first define our terms, road rage. I mean, are we talking, some people consider road rage to be flipping somebody off or honking, and then other people consider it to be baseball bats and fistfights. And, if we go by the definition in the dictionary of rage, that's what is it? Violent, uncontrollable anger. So is it violent and is it uncontrollable?
Mhm.
So I guess for me, I would consider it to be beyond flipping off and beyond honking and beyond
Oh yeah.
a little bit of, shouting back and forth.
Yeah. I think
for-
it's got to interrupt your regular flow of where you're going. Like
But
if you're
even that,
stopped
yeah,
yelling
no,
at somebody, then that's
I don't deal with it very often. Like I said, I rarely experience it in myself, very rarely, especially as I've gotten older. And then from other drivers, again, very rarely. I mean, what's the last time I posted a road rage video? It's been a long, long time.
Quite a bit, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get middle fingers maybe a few times a month, but that's
Oh, yeah.
usually about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that road rage either.
Here's another question that's way off that topic, but still a question nonetheless. Do you guys get a lot of flooded roads after a long downpour? Yes, we do. How about you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when it was raining there
Yeah.
for a good while.
Yeah.
this past
There's a
year,
few
we did
areas that we got that have to actually be closed off because people can't drive through them because they're just
Our
completely
major
flooded.
thoroughfares connecting the opposite ends of the Napa Valley do get flooded out when it rains a lot. Like, we have two ways to get from Napa to the opposite end of the Napa Valley. And that's Highway 29 and the Silverado Trail, which you've seen plenty of in our videos. And when it rains, there are particular segments. I'm not just talking rain, but rain. I'm talking rain in all caps and bold. Then we have problems. And our county has been trying to widen the river at key points and building a flood bypass, which has worked, which has helped a lot. But they're still working on some things up here. How do you guys feel about chasing down hit and run drivers and throwing them a beat down? Well, I don't think violence is the answer, honestly. If I do agree with chasing down a hit and run driver, if you can chase them down safely without putting other people in danger,
Yeah.
then I think it's okay to chase them down, even if you have to speed a little bit. Just be safe about it and no violence. That's my.
I've been involved in a hit and run. And
You have?
Yeah. So the way it went down, I don't think I ever posted the video just because it ended up involving insurance and the
Hmm.
police, and I didn't know if I wanted to post that, and I probably could now because that was a year or so ago. But it was a dual right turn, and it was one of those where if you're in the far left lane, you got to stay to the left, but if you're in the right lane, you could go to the middle or the right. And I was in the right lane, and I wanted to go to the middle, and the guy next to me in the left lane also wanted to go to the middle, and so he went to the middle, and he ended up ever so slightly clipping my bumper to the point where I actually even had to ask myself, did that guy just hit me?
Yeah.
And I was pretty sure he did, because when I pulled up next to him, I went up next to him and I was like, I think you just hit me. And he was giving me this like side eye, like, oh shit.
Ah,
And he took off.
right.
And because he ended up behind me with the way traffic ended up. And I'm watching it behind me and he turns down a street. And I'm like, okay, he definitely hit me then because he wouldn't have been acting like that if he hadn't hit me. So I turned around at the next U-turn and I went back down to see if I could maybe, get behind him because I didn't know for a fact if I had his license plate and all that stuff. And so I went down the street that he had turned down, and lo and behold, here he comes going back the other direction.
Right.
So he had basically gone down that street to get away from me, and then that wasn't the way he wanted to go, so he turned around and came back. So I
Right.
ended up passing him, and as I passed him, I pointed at him and I told him to pull into there's a 7-Eleven right next to us, and I was like, pull into there. And so we pulled into the 7-Eleven and we parked, and his first words out of his mouth were, sorry, man, that was a mistake. I messed up. He admitted to it, and he admitted that he hit me. And I was like, all right, you got to be more careful. You got to look. And I'm getting out to look at the damage because I want to see if he even made a mark.
Uh-huh.
At this point, I still wasn't even sure if he hit me.
Right.
And now I knew that he did. So I'm like, all right, well, you hit me, but I didn't really feel anything. Let's look. And as I get out to look, he takes off.
Oh.
And what got me is
Jesus.
by the time I realized he took off, because I'm sitting there looking at my bumper, and then I turn around and he's gone. I was totally going to turn around and tell the guy not to worry about it and to just be like, hey, man, be careful next time. Because it was literally like a scuff, like on your shoe it was nothing. It was this minor little scuff. And so I was about to turn around to him like, hey, it's not a big deal. And he took off. And so that's when I was like, well, all right, you're going to play it that way. I'm going to go through PD. I'm going to go through insurance. I just went through the whole gauntlet just out of
Yeah.
principle.
Throw in the book.
Yeah.
Throw the
So I,
book at him. Yeah.
I ended up calling non-emergency PD. I made a report. I met with an officer, showed him the little scuff. And I was like, it's not so much that he hit me. It's the fact that he left without giving me his information. And went through my insurance, and they ended up getting in contact. He denied the whole thing, and then I showed them the footage, and they were like, "Yeah, he definitely hit you." And long story short, I ended up getting $600 out of it, and
Oh, cool.
There you go.
they said, yeah, it'd be about 600 to repaint your bumper because it looks like you'd have to repaint it.
Yeah.
And I may or may not have gone through that and pocketed the money, maybe I don't know.
Yeah. And so,
But
how
yeah,
do
with
you
having the dash cam was, they're right there, it paid for itself.
paid for itself right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Vancouver, I don't know if you've already answered the question, but yeah, how do you feel about chasing down hit and run drivers?
I mean, luckily I haven't
You haven't had to do that.
had any done.
Me neither.
Knock on wood.
I hope I never.
But yeah, I mean, depending on the situation, I mean, if it depend, right? If you were in a serious, or if it was just like bad drivers of Bay Area. If it was just like bad drivers of Bay Area, I'd probably do the same thing. Try and chase them down and,
Yeah.
hey, I got footage of you, man. Like, you
Yeah.
want to fess up now, or do you want to have the book thrown at you?
Yeah.
But if it was a serious, like you got into a major collision, and
Yeah.
for some reason they ran off, well then you can't. I mean,
Right.
depending on your injuries, if you have any, right?
Yeah.
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 And as far as chasing them, like I so much didn't chase the guy as that he just ended up coming back the way I was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think if I had turned down that street and didn't find him, I wouldn't have kept looking. I
Mhm.
would have, I think, pulled over because that's the nice thing about the dash cam is you don't necessarily have to chase anybody.
Yeah.
Right.
You've
That's
got
true.
it. You've got the footage. You presumably
Yep.
have the plate,
Yep.
It's
and that's all
best
you
though.
need. So
It's best if you can though successfully chase them because if so getting the license plate alone may not be enough because they again have to prove who was driving.
True.
Yes.
So unless you
true.
you saw who was driving, got a physical description of the driver, then you
Right.
may still be battling that as a hit and run, even with the license plates. So, and then
Yeah. And I did have that in my situation. I had, because
yeah,
I talked to the guy, I looked him right in his face,
yeah,
and their whole thing was his insurance ended up saying that even though they watched the video, they weren't convinced that we actually hit. I was
yeah.
like,
Um,
oh, okay, but whatever. I
yeah.
got my money.
Hey, sorry. I
Oh,
just
go ahead.
gotta hit the washroom. I'll be right
Oh,
back. Yeah. Hit
okay,
the
cool.
loo as usual.
All
I'll be right
right.
back. I'll
Okay.
stay on here,
All
obviously.
right. I want to move on to the next question. We're getting a little bit behind again on questions. LTP says, "Do any of you follow dash cameras out of the UK?" I do follow a few, but again, it comes down to do I have time to watch
Right.
videos, and I just don't have a lot of time to devote to watching YouTube videos as much as I'd like to. And
Yeah.
how about you?
Not so much. I used to watch a lot of moto vloggers that were around there. I'm trying to. There was one guy that I really liked, and I can't think of his name right now. But he
Yeah,
was a pretty big name. But yeah, as far as actual dash cameras, it's kind of hard because I can't really relate to them as well as any of the dash cameras from the States, just because, opposite side of the road.
yeah,
Just everything is so different over there as far as lane markings and lights and signs and all that. So
yeah.
it's kind of hard to get into those guys, and then also trying to understand what they're saying.
Right.
Like, you're speaking English? You saying? Sure, that's not a different, especially if they're Scottish.
Yeah.
And those are my people, so I can say
They're your
that.
people. There you go.
Irish and Scottish, I know for a fact they've got a lot of that. So.
Yeah. Have any of y'all caught an instant justice clip recently? Not recently. I mean, I caught one. What was it? 2 years ago or one? I don't know. One or 2 years ago. Uh, I don't know if he deserved it. I mean, well, okay, yeah, he did because he was going 10 over in a residential. I mean, I go 10 over on the freeway a lot because everyone
Yeah,
else is, but
right.
but I never exceed the speed limit in residentials where the speed limit's 25.
Yep.
If it's 25 in a residential, I stick to that and I don't. So yeah, the driver did deserve it and I got it. How about you?
I haven't caught any. I have seen it happen, but I haven't caught any on camera where um, I was actually on my way through an area where I knew it was a very notorious speed trap. It's
Right,
a very long, curvy road, and there's like a valley down at the bottom, and that's
right.
where the police like to hide out and catch people coming around that curve. So I knew to slow down, and all of a sudden this car just flew by me at warp speed. And my first thought was, all right, well, you go ahead and get a ticket then because you're coming through this area. And sure enough, as I came around that curve, I saw flashing red and blue lights, and
Yeah,
there he was pulled over, and it was pretty awesome. But
yeah.
yeah, that was pre dash cam days, so I
Pre-dash cam days.
didn't
Yeah,
have
we
that.
got some good stuff back then. Um, any of you had an accident involving a mirror being clipped right off? I did, and guess what? The accident was my fault, except it was the walnut tree's fault. No,
Oh,
well, so what happened was I had just gotten my license, and it was my first car was a 1988 Subaru Justy. You can look this up. It's a
oh
little.
yeah,
It looks like it, a lot of
it's like a
people.
little truck type
Yeah,
of thing, right?
people think it's a little VW Rabbit, and it's not. It's
Yeah.
a. But anyway, I backed up a little too close to a walnut tree, and because I wasn't watching my right side close enough, and I clipped the mirror right off. Actually, it shattered. The mirror just shattered because it caught the trunk of the tree, and just it didn't snap it off. It very uncleanly sheared off the end of it. And so I was left with like a jagged mess of plastic and
Oh,
glass.
jeez.
So that was my
Huh.
not involving another driver though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Have
Um,
you had anybody clip your mirror off?
I haven't had anyone clip my car mirror, but when I was on my motorcycle, I did clip someone's mirror when I was lane splitting.
Uh-oh. Did you take the mirror off or
No, it was such a minor little thing. It was one of those where you could, a little bit of little spit and elbow grease, and it came right off. And I was kind of even surprised the lady pulled over and like she got behind me and was like motioning me pull over, and so I pulled over and we looked and I was like, yeah, I know I kind of tapped your mirror a little bit, and she was like getting all upset, and I looked at her and like, yeah, I'm sorry I did that, but it really didn't do anything, and I just kind of, you could rub it off, and she's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, be more careful. You shouldn't, the whole anti-lane splitting diatribe that you get, but it was really nothing in the long run. And,
Yeah. Yeah. Has anyone seen the video of when that man road raged over a semi truck engine braking? Oh, if it's the same one I'm thinking of, there was a guy. So what it was there was a trucker that had a regular route through that went through a residential area. There was like a highway that had some houses along it, and
okay.
it was a downhill slope. So every time the truck would go through there, he'd engine brake. You understand why they do it. That
Yeah.
they don't want to overheat their brakes, so they
Yeah.
engine brake on the way down. And I guess that one of the residents got pissed off enough that the next time the truck went through there, he followed him for like I think over 100 miles
Wow.
just to confront the
100
trucker.
miles.
I don't remember if it. I think it was like over 100 miles if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I saw it, but he followed him like possibly even over a state line just to confront the guy over engine braking past his house. If that's the same one I'm thinking of. Yeah, some people just have no lives. It's like, okay, you bought a house by a highway, a main thoroughfare. You're gonna hear traffic sounds. It's part of living on a busy highway. And if you don't like it, why'd you buy a frick? It's like people who move next to an airport and then complain about the planes flying overhead. Like I've lived places that were noisy, and I knew damn well that when I moved there, that it was going to be noisy, and I didn't
Right.
throw a fit.
Yeah, we have an arena. They call it DC Place. They host all the football games and any kind of concerts and whatnot. And there was this one day, I remember on the news, people were complaining because there's condos in that area. People were complaining that it was too noisy coming from the concerts.
Yeah.
And the football, all the football fans yelling and screaming. Well, you must have known that you're gonna live in an area that's really loud,
Right.
with concerts and football games and hockey games and you name it. It's gonna be loud there. So the fact that you're complaining is kind of like, why? It's this. You're literally a couple feet away from a big event area. It's bound to be expected, right? That's like living next to a highway and saying, these cars are too loud." Well, yeah, you live next to a highway. I think
Yeah.
it's reasonable to expect the fact that you're gonna have loud noises and
Oh yeah.
stuff like that to deal with, right?
Yeah. Exactly. How do you guys feel about staying as a witness to a crash? And I've got some thoughts on that. I think if you have time, if you're able to do it, do it. But I
Yeah.
can understand why some people might not. Like my dad, for example, sent me that clip of somebody crashing on a snowy freeway in Spokane, I think it was, and he didn't stop, but other people behind him did. He had somewhere he had to be. So if you have somewhere you have to be, I mean, you do have to think of yourself too. You can't.
Right.
Obviously, if you can stop and be a witness to a crash, do it. But if you're a witness to a crash, you may also be subpoenaed to testify. So, there could be a lot of headache that goes with it. But, if you can stop, do. Not just to be a witness to a crash, but to render aid
Right.
if there's any kind of aid you can give. Though, if you're not trained in certain things, then it's best to leave that to the professionals. But I wouldn't criticize somebody if they couldn't stay. Like if they had a job interview that they just couldn't miss and they had to get to it,
Right.
or they're heading to the hospital for something, or you you can always forward your statement later to the police, and you
Yeah.
have dash cam footage. You can send that later.
Yeah.
So I don't think somebody is selfish if they don't stop. You know, if they've got something they have to do.
Yep.
I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same line as you. Like, if I can, if I'm by myself in the car, absolutely. Maybe if I've got the kids in the car and it's maybe a dangerous situation where if I
Right.
pull over and park, I'm obviously going to end up leaving them in the car. So I might think twice about that. But otherwise, yeah, I'm totally open to. I've kind of seen as having a dash cam as kind of your, it's an unwritten thing. Like, okay, well, I'm going to end up getting footage of something happen, and just like with my situation to the guy behind me, I could end up making things a lot easier and a lot less headache for people by having that footage and being able to send that to them could be a big game changer. And yeah, being there to render any kind of aid, I've got a first aid kit in my car. I've got a little bit of knowledge from my dad. He was a paramedic for 40 years, so I've gained
Yeah.
a bit of knowledge from him. So yeah, I'm definitely open to being able to help out if I can.
Yeah, no, same here with me. We uploaded a T-bone crash in February of this year, and I actually caught that, and it happened right in front of me. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this just happened. I actually had to go and make a U-turn. I had to drive 2 blocks down and I U-turned it back because I was like, okay, I'm gonna help this guy out because this lady, she just ran, she turned left because she couldn't see because oncoming had a left turner as well. So she just turned left blindly, and this guy
Oh,
coming straight just T-boned her because she was turning left. And I was like, okay, well, I know who was in the right here. That guy who was going straight, obviously. So I pulled over to the guy. I was like, hey, here's my info. I got a dash cam footage of it. And he was just so grateful. I was like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. And he took all my info, and I actually got a call a couple of days later from a estimator, and she took my statement down and took my dash cam footage. I never actually knew what happened. I tried asking the guy, I texted the guy, but he never told me if he had won or what happened of it.
Hmm.
I would assume he would have won, and it would have been 100% the lady's fault who turned left in front of him, because
right.
he had a green light, and they both had a green light, and it didn't even turn yellow or red at all. She just turned without even trying to look.
Yeah.
So,
Certified Dirty Idol. Have you guys ever caught anything creepy on dash cam? Creepy. Well,
creepy.
we did capture a UFO. We captured coyotes. My wife thinks that coyotes are creepy, but I don't think they are. But
She wouldn't like our area. We have tons of coyotes here.
yeah, but one of my team members did capture a UFO, which I posted. That was like 3 or 4 years ago. So all you have to do is go to my channel, go to search my videos, and then just type in UFO, and it'll pull it right up. I guess if you consider UFOs to be creepy, I don't know. How about you guys?
Actually, because I have parking mode, and it records any kind of motion if you step in front of the camera. I was in a parking lot, and it's kind of the dingier parking lots, if you know what I mean. And I think it was it was one of the security guards. He actually took a piss behind my car, not on my car. Luckily, not on
Oh,
my car,
Uh,
but in a corner where you could easily see him taking, doing his thing in a
right.
corner there. And he's actually, you could see him looking around, pretending to try and make sure no one's watching him. But little did he know the camera was watching him the whole time.
wow.
It's like, oh my God, really, dude? You don't have a bathroom you can go to? Come on. Like, yeah,
I guess
you're a
not.
security guard too. Like, Jesus.
How about you,
Yeah,
Barry? Anything creepy?
I haven't caught anything on camera, or at least my dash cam creepy. I do have, and I'm wondering if there's some way to share this, like I can share my screen or something. I pulled up
Oh,
the
I don't know.
picture. Um, I know there's an option on StreamYard that you can do that. Let me see if it'll work.
No, not what I'm looking.
Because I've got the picture pulled up here. Let's see. Let's see if that'll work. Because it was something I saw at a rest stop on I-5, which that right there is probably going to tell you it's something weird going on. And it was late at night, and I'm pulling in. I was driving back, and I actually was at a friend's funeral, and I drove down, and I went to the funeral, and then I stayed the night at a hotel, and then I drove back up the next day. And it was like just super quick turnaround. I was tired, and I just needed to stop at a rest stop, use the restroom, and let me see if I can get this to open. And let's see here. Oh, here we go. I might be able to share this. Can anybody see anything?
No.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, I see something. Oh, maybe I have to add that to the stream. Oh, there it is.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I added it.
Do you see a creepy ass bus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I see that.
Yeah. So it's this bus, and it's sitting in the corner. I don't know if you can tell, but there's like trees. It's like
What?
in the corner by some trees.
What?
And it
in the
was
world?
super dark, and that red light is what really like put it over the top creepy.
Yeah.
That is
Like,
weird.
what does that red light mean?
And I don't know. And I was like walking to the restroom. I used the restroom and came back out, and I'm like waiting for there to be someone like sitting, because I was actually, this all happened right after I got rear-ended. So I was driving a rental, and my rental was a big old Ford Expedition. And I was just waiting to like, oh God, there's gonna be some like the clown from It is gonna be in the back of my truck.
Ugh.
And
Oh,
I
no,
got
thank you.
I got out of there. Like I took that picture. I'm like, well, at least someone will know who it was that murdered me.
Yeah.
When
If
they
I
look at my
die,
phone.
this is the last photo I've ever taken.
Yeah. So
Yikes.
yeah. So that was the probably creepiest thing I've ever seen in general, just because it was so
That is
bizarre
creepy.
and unexplained.
That takes the cake for creepy, honestly. Creepy
And
photo.
then this question kind of goes along with what we said before about mirrors being clipped, but have any of you guys ever come across a dumb driver who almost clipped the side of your car and close to taking out your mirror? I'd say, yeah, a lot.
Yeah, every
That's
day.
pretty common, yeah.
Welcome
And
to
then-
Vancouver.
Usually my front right fender or front left fender, but
Yeah.
That's the
And-
norm.
And Car Swag of the Bay Area, any of you three share videos of your fans' dash cam footage? And well, if anyone who's been
yeah.
following me,
yeah.
all
Yeah.
the time, and I know you do too, Vancouver.
Yes,
And
yeah,
I
we
think
do.
You
Yeah.
as well, Bay
Yeah,
Area.
every once in a while I'll get some emails. I'll put them at the end. It says submitted clips, and yeah.
Let's see. What is the worst accident-prone intersection in your city? Also, the busiest intersection in your city.
Well, we've
Well,
already
we know
covered
which
mine.
one that is for you, Bay Area.
Oh yeah.
That famous one.
Yeah. Say no more.
Right. I'd say they're all accident-prone around here. I don't think there's a single one that I can think of that's worse than the next. They're all they all have their problems.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
car
same
Yeah.
for me. I mean, today I was watching this news and there was a 6-car pileup on the bridge.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Somebody did something stupid.
And get this, it was all in the left lane too. Wow,
Yeah.
in
Shocking.
the left lane. Like, what do you guys? Why?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's tons of accident intersections that are just accident prone and it's pretty much throughout the
Yeah.
whole city.
We had a news story just yesterday of a vehicle. It was an overturned vehicle in a high school parking lot.
Ah.
That's a new one.
Yeah. Trying to figure out how that happened.
Yeah. Has anyone had a bad experience with the county connection buses in Contra Costa?
Oh yeah, they suck. They're
I haven't. I don't drive there enough, but
well,
Bay
that's
Area
my
does.
county, so yeah, they're pretty awful.
Wait, that is the county?
Yeah, I'm in Contra Costa.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
couldn't remember exactly what your hometown was, but
Yeah. They're,
I mean, I know
they're,
you dash cam in that area, but just because people dash cam somewhere doesn't mean they live there. So I don't know.
yeah. From where I work to where I live, yeah, it's all Contra Costa. I venture into Alameda County a little bit,
Mhm.
and then obviously if I'm going into San Francisco, then Alameda and San Francisco County. But yeah, home base is Contra Costa, and those buses are
Oh,
pretty terrible.
I might have asked you this already, and this is off topic, but I did want to ask you before I go to another question. Have you ever been to Mount Diablo?
Oh yeah, I've been to the summit a few times actually.
Have you ever hiked around there or just
Not
driven up
hike.
there?
Yeah, just driven up. There's the Mount Diablo Astronomical Society does
Yeah,
stuff up there, and when my daughter was really into planets and space stuff, I took
yeah,
her up there, and they had a bunch of telescopes. So
yeah.
that was
I've been up there twice. I went there once as a teenager. My parents drove us up there, and then recently, well, if you want to call it recently, I think in February or March, I drove up to the summit, but then I did a hike. I hiked around there. I think it's like, I don't know, 3 miles or so, 3 or 4 mile hike. That was pretty cool.
nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a beautiful area.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna hike that place more. Yeah.
And it's
Uh,
a fun drive too if
oh.
you're driving it.
Oh yeah. Oh my. It takes 30 minutes just to drive from the from the front gate where you
Oh yeah,
purchase your ticket with
yeah.
the park ranger, and then to the top, because the speed limit's like, oh, it ranges between 25 and 15. Like the
Yep.
last section towards the top is 15 for like miles.
And if you don't like twisties, then I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, it's really twisty, but I don't mind. I'm not scared of heights, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I did it in my Crown Vic too, so that was
Yeah, yeah. I came across a lot of cyclists up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of rangers live up there. I saw like several rangers' houses along that main road.
Huh.
That'd be pretty awesome to live up there.
Yeah.
If you don't mind driving down that twisty road to
Yeah.
go to the store every day.
Right.
But oh, someone's asking me here. Hang on here. Is your car 16 valve twin cam engine? Bad drivers caught on dash cam. Sounds like it when you were passing. Oh, I got to do the math now. So every cylinder has four valves. I mean, aren't they like twin sets of valves on the modern engine, on the modern 4-stroke engine?
Yes.
I want to say yes.
I believe
Right?
you're right. Yeah.
Okay. So the answer would be, I don't know if I have twin cam. I don't know if I have a twin cam engine or not. I suppose if it's a 16, if it's a dual set of valves, then it would be a twin cam because you would need two camshafts to drive each set of valves, right? So I don't know. I guess I have a pretty interesting sounding engine when I'm passing people. Which okay, I got to say something about driving to the ocean, to the beach. It is a completely different driving culture when I get west of Santa Rosa. So like the second half of my drive to the beach, I get into this weird culture, this driving culture. Let's just say there are a lot of Priuses out there. Lots of Priuses with bumper stickers.
Oh God.
Well, they
Lots
come from the factory with bumper stickers. I think.
Yeah.
lots of blue bumper stickers.
Oh God.
And for some reason, the people that live out there do not like to drive the speed limit. They're all like 5 under, maybe the speed limit if you're really lucky, because it's just so different out there. And that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to blow my horn at somebody going 5 under. They have to be going like less than 10 under. But it's just no one really seems to want to get anywhere out there when I get close to the coast. Like nobody wants to push the gas pedal a little harder. And I'm
Because they're Priuses, right?
They're Priuses. They don't go that fast.
They don't-
Yeah.
It's just a golf cart on a Toyota chassis, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah. And it's, but I will say that the drivers are better in terms of, so if you see a Prius and those blue bumper stickers, you can be sure that they aren't going to cut you off. So I do like that. I really like that about about the other ways that they drive. Like, they're very courteous. They won't pull out in front of you. They won't tailgate you, and I like that. So it kind of balances out to where it's like, okay, you guys are cool. Like, okay, you're driving a little slower than I would choose to, because if I'm not in a residential, I do kind of like to go 5 over. But if we're going to do 5 under, then okay, I guess I get to enjoy these redwood trees a little bit longer. Because we drive through a lot of redwood forests to get to the coast from where we are. And it is really pretty. I should do a drive cam video of my drive out there. You guys might really like it because it is pretty scenic. But it's just interesting how the driving culture is night and day out there compared to here.
Yeah.
Where everybody's aggressive over here, super aggressive, and you know, everybody goes like 10, 15 over, and I get tailgated like crazy. But out there, they're just a little bit languid of a pace, but I can deal with it if it means not getting cut off and tailgated.
Yeah, Car Swag Barry just mentioned Highway 4 going out to Pittsburgh is crazy. There was actually just a shooting this past weekend. Nobody actually got hit personally, but their vehicle did. And yeah, I'd say the most crazy road rage type people it's always on Highway 4. I had someone try to run me off the road out there at one point. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to avoid Highway 4s around that area as much as I can.
Yeah. Yeah, we really do have a lot of aggressive drivers here, don't we?
We do, and yeah, that's that first category that I was talking about earlier. We seem to have more of them out in that area than most.
Yeah, it's something else, isn't it?
what do you guys got in the water down there? You guys got some poisoning in the water? You guys
Yeah, well, well, we got lead in the water. It makes everybody's feet heavy, so they got to push that accelerator too hard, you know, and they can't control the
Yes.
speed of their car, so they got to like swerve around you aggressively because, you know, the brakes don't work. The accelerator is pretty much glued to the floor.
That
Yeah.
explains it.
Then
Yeah.
everyone's just all pissed off about how expensive it is to live out here, and
The lead just goes straight to our feet.
Yeah.
they
Just
just
straight
got
to the
done.
feet.
They just got done paying $3.50 a gallon for gas, so they're pissed off.
Hey, don't complain about gas down there. Wait till you come up here.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I've heard.
It's terrible up here.
Well,
I don't know what the conversion is, but I know it's terrible.
I don't know, David Wong. It could be your imagination, or it could be that I don't know. But see, most of the drivers that drive in Encino are the ones who drive a Prius. No, it seems to be everybody. Although
Yeah.
BMW drivers do seem to be the largest offenders, that and
Oh,
Audi
yeah.
drivers. But
Oh yeah.
Tesla's another big one.
Tesla, there were actually studies done on that, and I have to say, I was impressed. Not just one study, but there were several studies that show that BMW drivers are the most likely to have road rage and to exhibit road rage. They're also the drivers most likely to drive aggressively. And there was another study that showed that people who drove luxury cars were more likely to break the law than drivers who don't drive luxury cars. And I think Stanford was the one that did the latter study. Very interesting, huh? It kind of goes along with my own anecdotal observations. You know, I noticed that the people driving the crappiest cars do seem to obey the laws far more than ones driving luxury cars. Now, it's not to say that luxury car drivers are all jerks. They're not, because I've also seen plenty of luxury car drivers following the law, behaving themselves. So,
See, I've almost seen the opposite, where I see horribly, and it's Like, well, now we know how your car looks like that because you drive like shit.
Because he drive like that. Yeah. Yeah, so there's something to that.
Like that guy in my last video where he's complaining that I didn't let him over when I had no idea he wanted over in the first place.
That guy, yeah.
And he's just all over the place, and he's got all this damage on his car. It's like, well, yeah, no wonder your car looks like that. Because
Interesting how some people just can't be reasoned with.
yeah, I love that. It was like, well, you didn't see my signal? No, I didn't. Well, that's not my fault. It actually is.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can't assume everyone's going to see your turn signal, and the turn signal doesn't guarantee right of way.
Exactly. When you're right beside someone and you turn your turn signal, no, I'm not going to see your turn signal because you're right beside me, you idiot.
Right.
And even if I do, what do you want me to do? Like slam on the brakes and let you in?
Exactly.
And then get rear-ended in the process.
Yeah. Where else in life is that acceptable? It's like you're not going to be in line at the bank and.
I'll bet. You remember 231 Mac, the guy I was arguing with who said I stole GT Ogre's drum beats?
Yeah, surprised we haven't talked about him sooner.
Yeah, I know. There's just so much to talk about. I never brought him up, but he's probably the same kind of guy. You just can't reason with him.
Yeah, I found that in the comments.
I haven't checked that thread in probably 5 days, so I don't know if he's written anything back.
I hadn't seen anything, and even when he was replying, he was ignoring my comments. So
yeah, he was selectively reading. He was selectively ignoring some of them, some of other people's comments.
Those people you just can't reason with, honestly.
Yeah, but did you see that thread too, Vancouver?
Oh, of course, yeah. I watch everything of yours, and it's like
I wasn't too nice to him.
Why? Though. Yeah, no. Why are these people coming out of their cave now?
Right.
Like, just stay back in your cave where you belong. No one wants you here. Please.
Right.
Just go back. If you want to be cruel and just angry in your little bubble, go ahead. But no one wants that around here. It's just go away.
All right. So I don't know. I mean, it's funny because of all the trolls I've taken on. This is the only argument where I didn't even get a single other person siding with him. Because usually when I take a troll on, I'll get maybe one other person, possibly two other people that agree with the troll out of everyone else siding with me. But in this case, absolutely nobody sided with him. He would take a hint. It
was just such a ridiculous hill that he was dying on. It's like
crazy.
They just won't. They just from the get-go think they're right, and nothing in the world will change their mind. Nothing.
Well, it's possible that we all got through to him. Now, the one thing that narcissistic people, where even when they are proven wrong, and they know that they come to realize that they're wrong, they won't admit that they got educated.
Right.
So it's possible that we finally got through to him. It's possible. But
and you think he just didn't want to admit it?
I think he just didn't want to admit it. He is, without a doubt, narcissistic to the extreme. Like, I've dealt with a lot of narcissistic people, and I think all of us can be a little narcissistic from time to time. But this guy took the cake. I mean, really took the cake of narcissism. Like, he had hundreds of people not agreeing with him.
Even the guy he was defending was...
Yeah, GT Ogre.
Like, dude, it's fine.
If you heard about GT Ogre, excuse me, if you have not heard of GT Ogre, he's got excellent videos of people parking where they're not supposed to and getting towed away. He does really good with his videos. I really enjoy them, and I think it'd be pretty cool to have GT Ogre on a live stream.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
But
I watch his videos as well, and his videos are awesome too. Yeah.
I don't know if I will be able to.
Well, I mean, never say never.
I just need to hear back from him.
Well, just don't use his drum beats.
Right. Don't use drum beats.
Boom.
Whatever you do.
But I just need.
Wait, no, that's called.
All right, according to the 321 Mac. But the only trick is, if I'm going to have him on here, I have to hear back. I have to hear back from him.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yep, you have to report to him.
Well, no, I need to get his an answer from him.
Oh.
In terms of, does he want to be on the live stream?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I didn't hear anything back, so I don't know.
Hmm.
Because I think you guys would love to hear from him.
Yeah,
I think you guys would
seemed
love
like
to hear from him.
seemed like a cool guy. I hadn't seen any of his videos until that went down.
Until this whole thing went down, yeah.
Yeah,
So it was like free advertising for him. It's pretty cool. But
yeah. Certified Dirty Idol. He's mentioning how gas was. It wasn't almost. It was $5 a gallon 10 years ago, and that was when I had my awesome V8 pickup truck that I bought brand new, and then ended up having to sell it because I got again like 15 miles per gallon, and at $5 a gallon, it killed me.
Yikes.
So
oh, GT Ogre deviated. I was talking about getting GT Ogre in a live stream. Yeah, that's somebody stepped away and came back when I was talking about having someone on here, and he's like, "Who was I talking about?" But LTP asks, "How was the feedback on the video? Where feedback on the video that I posted about not giving up your right of way?" You know, I thought for sure that I was going to get some bleeding heart on there giving me crap for not giving up my right of way, for telling people to take your right of way when it's yours and not giving up your right of way.
Yep.
You really shouldn't give up your right of way under normal circumstances. I mean, unless you're already in stopped traffic and you want to leave a space in front of you for people to turn in and out, then that's fine. But to like slam on the brakes to let someone merge, or to slam on the brakes to let someone out, or to stop where there's no stop sign to let somebody go is just foolish. And the feedback that I got was actually overwhelmingly positive. In fact, I got nothing but positive comments. I didn't get anybody actually who thought that I was being a jerk for promoting not giving up right of way. So the feedback was great in a nutshell. And I have to pee again, so I will be right back, guys. It's this delicious beer. If you ever have a chance to try, this is going to be my little commercial advertisement here.
Oh,
North
sponsors.
North
Sponsorship.
exactly. North Coast Brewery Company, Scrimshaw. It's a pilsner, and it is brewed in Fort Bragg, California. Yes, excellent beer. So if you're old enough to drink, I suggest hitting your local store. And if you guys carry microbrews where you are and you carry any beers that we brew here in California, pick up the North Coast Brewing Company Scrimshaw. I guarantee you'll love it. And I will be right back. Carry on, guys.
I'm more than old enough to drink, but I'm not a beer drinker. So.
Yeah, I love beer and wine. And anyway, you guys hold down the fort, and I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm more of mixed cocktails and more of a bourbon guy myself. So.
Oh. I can go for a good beer. But not today. Still gotta hit the good old work tomorrow, so.
Oh yeah, I work tomorrow too, but I'm still drinking. So.
Yeah. Well, it's Labor Day coming up, so.
Yeah, I do have
drinks
a
then.
awesome 3-day weekend up
Yes.
ahead. So. Yeah, whiskey, rum is good. That gets a little dangerous though because you don't taste it, so you end up getting a little carried away. Vodka, take it or leave it with vodka. Tequila is my other go-to because I love margaritas. So I am man enough to admit that I love me a good margarita.
I mean, who doesn't, right?
I'm all good with fruity drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met some
Yeah.
guys who are like, oh, fruity draw, you got to drink, it's got to be if it tastes good, it's not a good, it's like, life's too short to drink gross drinks. So. That and bad whiskey. I've had somewhere they've given it like such great reviews, and then I try it and it's like, all right, what octane is this? This is
What octane is this? My God.
like, I should be able to pour this into my gas tank and
Yeah.
fly down the road. And...
Exactly. Yeah. Typically, it's equivalent to nitro. Flying down the road.
That's what a lot of the moonshiners would do is when they were being chased by the cops. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Lawless
Yeah, yeah.
when they use the moonshine in the car.
Yes.
Like, shit, we're out of gas. We'll use the moonshine.
Use the moonshine.
I love that movie.
Yes.
And that's actually where a lot of racing, especially NASCAR, that's where NASCAR got its start, was moonshiners.
Was it really?
Yeah, you'd get these guys that are souping up their cars just so they could get away from the cops because they were running moonshine. And then once Prohibition ended, they had all these souped up cars, and they thought, well, got to do something with them. Let's see who's faster.
Huh. Wow, I
And that's
didn't know that.
Yeah, that's when racing got its start. If you ever watch, it was back when IMAX first started. There was a NASCAR 3D IMAX movie that was really
Oh.
cool because it was in 3D and they had a camera inside one of the cars and it felt like you were actually sitting inside of it.
Wow.
And I think you can actually find it just to download like on one of those totally legal BitTorrent websites.
Yeah, totally legal.
But the whole intro of it was a bunch of NASCAR drivers reenacting some of what these moonshiners did
Jesus.
and how they got their start and how NASCAR started. So it's pretty interesting.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should go. What was it called again? It was.
I think it's just NASCAR IMAX 3D or something along those lines.
Okay.
I ended up
Okay.
actually seeing it in a IMAX theater when it came out. It was pretty awesome.
Okay. I'm gonna hit up the totally legal, legit BitTorrent and
Yeah.
try that out. Cool.
I'm back.
All right.
Whoa.
Sorry,
Nice.
I'm just
Welcome.
plunking on my Casio synthesizer here.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yes, it's been a pleasure. Let's see here. I guess we missed Jay Worrell's question here. I apologize for missing that.
Yeah, you're in control of that stuff.
Right. Have any of you had a taxi driver experience from a passenger perspective?
I had the guy who we took Bart into San Francisco to go to a Giants game and took a taxi, and we're literally like we can see the ballpark, and the taxi driver was like getting lost. He didn't know how to get us to the ballpark.
What?
I'm like, how are you a taxi driver in San Francisco and you don't know how to get to AT&T Park? I'm like, we could have walked and gotten there sooner. So
Wow, that's
That's
crazy.
terrible. That is. Oh, man.
But other than that, no, I don't really take a lot of taxis. So
Yeah, I don't
I've
either.
taken some in Vegas, but they were all pretty legit. You know, they try to talk a lot, and sometimes you're just like, I'd rather not. Like, can we just get where we're going? But
Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. So I've got something that kind of bugs me. Like, okay, so when I'm out in public, like I go hiking or I go to the beach or whatever, and I'm just out for leisure purposes, and I'm just out to enjoy the quiet. Something that's been happening now that the kids are back in school, it's all the snowbirds are going to the coast now, and you all know that elderly people do like to talk a lot, and they like to talk to strangers. I'm not really a people person when it comes to strangers because I'm very shy. I know it doesn't seem that way, but I actually am when I'm around people I don't know in person. I'm very shy, and I just don't feel like talking to people when I'm out in public.
yeah.
So I just do about my thing, go about my whatever it is I'm doing. And so I'm at the beach yesterday, and there's all these older people there, and I'm trying to walk the path from the parking lot to the beach. I got stopped 3 times by these elderly people that wanted to talk my ear off, asking me questions like, "Oh, what's in your bag?" What? What do you? And I'm thinking, what do you care what's in my
A
bag?
big sack of none of your business.
Because I was carrying some camera equipment down to the beach. Because there is a lot to see at this beach. There are seals that hang out on the rocks off the shore. There are starfish. There are tide pools with sea anemones really beautiful things to take pictures of down there. It's just a really scenic beach. And it was a cloudy day, so it was like perfect for that sort of thing. You don't have to worry about lighting. You actually have the soft, natural lighting, diffuse lighting that makes for better photo ops.
Yeah.
And they're like asking me all these questions, and I'm like wearing this T-shirt that says something on it. And they're just like commenting on it and asking me all these questions, and I'm like trying to keep walking, but they just won't let me go. It's like I just want to get down to the beach and eat my lunch because I also brought a picnic. But I don't want to be rude, but they're just like trying to talk my ear off. And then, so I finally break away from them and I get a few steps and there's another elderly couple that starts trying to talk my ear off. They stop me.
man.
They stop me again. And they're asking me all these like kind of strange questions about the beach because they didn't walk down there yet. And they're asking me like, what's that beach like? Have you been here before? What's this? What's that? Oh, okay. Oh, what do you do? It's like, I just want to eat my freaking lunch. I had just gotten done with a 4-mile hike. I had just like done a hike at the coast where I hiked up to the top of a mountain and back. And I was hungry and I was kind of getting shaky hungry, where you start getting real shaky. And it's kind of like a steep walk down to the beach from the parking area. And they're like asking me all these 1,000 questions. And it's like, what am I, a concierge? Just thinking, like, just let me go have my lunch. And finally I broke away from them and I get down to the beach. And then there's another elderly couple and they stop me. I'm thinking, oh my God, somebody shoot me now. I know that elderly people can be very lonely, or that they come from an era where everybody talks to everybody because they grew up in a time where everybody knew everybody in town and you were just polite talking to everyone. And they're telling me about these seals on the rocks out on the coast or just offshore, and I already knew about them. So it's like, okay, you're preaching to the choir here, but okay, I'll put on a smile and talk to you for a minute. And finally I broke away from them and I was able to eat lunch. But it seems to happen to me a lot when I'm out and about in public, like at the post office, which I usually don't have to go to the post office because you do everything online. But there are cases where sometimes I have to go to the post office for the businesses that I run, and like just elderly people like really chatting it up with me. And it's like, okay, I'm really shy and uncomfortable here. I don't care that your grandson rubs your bunions for a whole quarter. And like, why? It's like,
Too much info.
not to be rude. I mean, again,
That's
we're all
oversharing.
gonna be elderly someday. I get it. But I kind of feel like I don't owe anybody a conversation. Not to be rude, but I'm just not a people person. I worked in customer service for years, and I just got burned out on talking to people in public. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's like I kind of thinking I need to get a pair of headphones so that I'm not so approachable.
Yeah, that would be the good way to go. Cause
Or just pretend like I'm
You can
talking
learn
about
sign
myself.
language.
Yeah, I could. Or just
Tell them you're deaf.
pretend
Yeah.
like I don't speak English or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just pretend like I'm on the phone.
There you
You
go.
know,
I
having
get a
an
lot of people at gas stations. That's where I get the most
Mhm.
people trying to talk to me, and it's usually
Yeah.
about the Crown Vic. It's the older guys, or hey, that used to be a cop car. And I'm like, obviously,
Yeah.
I've got
Duh.
one a lot like that. Like, okay,
Oh, Sonny,
yeah. Does that one have the cop chip in it?
I'll pay you a whole quarter to come wax my Crown Vic.
Yeah. Oh God, when I
Car.
used to wash my car in the driveway, it'd be, oh, you can do mine next. And I'm like,
No.
only if you're. I don't even know.
You either get
I'm
the
not even gonna go there.
you either get the ones that tell you to get off their lawn and they swing their cane at you, or they just want to talk to you for hours on end. Like, oh my God. So we used to live in an apartment complex, and there was this lady that like, fortunately, she had a routine, so I knew when to avoid going over to the mailboxes to get my mail, because I'd see her coming and she would like snag people for a whole 30 to 45 minutes. I'm not even kidding you. This lady liked to talk to everybody, so much so that I think a lot of people got annoyed with her and started like avoiding her. And I knew when she was going to be, you know, walking wherever she was going to be walking. And yeah, I just don't have time for that. I'm sorry, and I don't go on my hikes and go to the beach to socialize with people. I go out there for myself. I know it sounds selfish, but I go out there for myself to get some me time. You know,
Yeah.
that's my time to just listen to my inner thoughts and sort of space out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But I just these snowbirds just yeah. But I will say, I'd rather have that than people who are rude any day.
True. Oh,
You
yeah.
know, as annoyed as I sometimes get when I'm trying to get somewhere, do something, and not be snagged in conversations by strangers constantly, I will say that they are at least friendly, and I like that. I like having friendly people around. So I give the yeah, it's not their fault. They don't know that I'm shy. They don't know that I'm, you know, that. So I can't really get annoyed with them. I just couldn't eat my damn lunch.
Well, it's like you said, maybe just put on a pair of headphones and
Yeah,
just pretend to be listening to music while you make your way
Right.
down to the beach, and
yeah, just
then be
Oh,
able
look
to.
at that! I'm getting a phone call. Oh.
yeah. Oh, phone call coming right now. Uh, you know, hey, where's my money?
What? What? She's having the baby right now?
What?
Oh.
Oh
All
no, I
right.
better get down to the beach. She's having her baby at the beach? On the
Yeah.
beach? Oh,
Yeah, it's over there
over there. Oh, by the seals. Okay.
by the.
Oh, I'm missing a whale sighting? Oh, okay. Here I go. There's a whale swimming
I
by
gotta go over there, far away,
far
that
away.
way.
Oh, no cell service over there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I sometimes get the feeling that maybe these people that stop me for small talk, I sometimes get the feeling that they think I'm rude because they can sort of sense that I'm slightly standoffish, and I don't mean to be. It's just because I'm shy. I think it's just that I'm shy, and shy people sometimes come across as rude when they're not actually being rude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
I mean, I just maybe I mean it should be on them too as well. Maybe they should read that and say, oh, okay, this
Yeah.
guy maybe doesn't want to
Right.
talk. Okay, I'll let him
Right.
go. It's not like you approached them,
Right.
right?
Right.
And you're
So
not
it's like
obligated to talk to them. So.
no, it's
Right.
not like you have to talk to every single person you see on the street.
Right.
We
Right.
wouldn't be we wouldn't be getting anywhere
Exactly.
as a society, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, they should also be reading you and saying, okay, maybe this guy
Yeah.
doesn't want to talk. Okay, I'll let
Oh,
him go.
I totally agree with
Uh,
you. Yeah,
I mean,
and they could probably see I was a little uncomfortable. Um, yeah, it's interesting. It's actually interesting. I'm actually more uncomfortable uh, with extreme age differences. So like I've had really young people come up to me, like kids ask me questions about stuff, just try to start small talk, and I'll be uncomfortable there too. And maybe it's just because I feel like I have less in common with people who are a hell of a lot older or a hell of a lot younger than me. That could be it. And
yeah,
people who are my age, I feel like I have more in common with, so I don't quite feel as uncomfortable. But, I'm not being antisocial on purpose, and, being shy is not a choice. You just are who you are. And
yeah,
so it was really hard for me to work customer service because I had to talk to strangers all day long. And
oh
that
yeah,
was
yeah,
exhausting because you're having to make small talk with them. Like, oh, where are you from? Oh, what brings you to the Napa Valley? And, uh, oh, which wineries are you guys going to be going to? And, in the back of my head thinking, oh, God, please don't drive like idiots while you're here.
yeah.
So somebody says Chandelier says small talk is a base of Southern living. Yeah, yeah, that would be hard for a shy person like me.
Well,
I
this
don't
ain't
think I
South,
could do it.
so.
I'm really comfortable in like San Francisco where nobody says hi to anybody because I don't have to
Just
talk to
walk right by
anybody.
each other
You
and
just walk right by each other, do your thing, and I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't think I should be made. I don't think I should feel guilty for it because it's I'm not doing it to be rude. It's just how I am. You can't, especially when it's not hurting anybody.
right.
yeah, it's the same with Vancouver. Most people here, no one
Yeah,
really talks to each other on the street, really,
right.
if you don't know each other. It's mostly
Yeah.
just doing your own thing. People are gun ho on what they have to do, and that's about it, really.
No, but on the flip side, if I'm around people I do know, I am a frickin' motor mouth. I don't shut up when I'm around people I know. Like when we have parties, yeah. Uh, so, David Wong says that small talk works for me all the time in San Francisco. Well, that's probably because you're more of an outgoing person than I am. I'm just not as outgoing in the company of strangers. But yeah, it's interesting how our personalities are just so diverse. Like some of us like to
Engage in
talk.
San Francisco.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't. I think if you approach people on the street, they're not going to be rude to you and totally walk past you without acknowledging you. Maybe in New York, but yeah, not in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just maybe not as mandatory as it is in other places.
yeah. Carswag says I'm outgoing when I want to be. I'm outgoing when it feels natural to me. Again, when it's around people I know, like you guys, I haven't been shy and ignoring you guys. Yeah. We should do a DashCam meetup. I'd love to meet you.
That'd be cool, yeah, for
I
sure.
Yeah.
mean, if you're ever visiting California, uh, oh, before I get to the next question, but then Bay Area, you're right here. You live, what, an hour from me, if that, 40,
Right.
30,
Yeah,
45 minutes.
that would be we're probably the easiest ones to be able to meet up
Would be cool to meet you sometime.
whenever schedules align.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, oh yeah, David Wong. Yeah, says I don't mean to come out as someone, some rude person or anything, but sometimes I just try to keep to myself. Yeah, and again goes along with what I was saying. Is I keep to myself when I'm in public. I don't go out of my way to make small talk with anybody at all. Um, except on very rare occasions, I have. I did pass a hiker girl one time, and I was really curious because I had just seen a rattlesnake on my hike, and I asked her if she saw any rattlesnakes where she had been. Because again, I hike a lot, so I come across wildlife sometimes. I've seen rattlesnakes. I see lizards almost every time I hike, all different kinds. I've seen coyote. I saw a bobcat once when I was hiking.
Yeah, I came across a mountain lion on a horseback ride.
Oh, you did?
A
Yeah.
mountain lion.
Oh,
My
shit.
God.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Well,
was
how did that thing react?
well, it was three of us on a ride, and one person had already passed it, whereas the other two of us we hadn't yet. And once we noticed it, well, we realized, okay, we don't want to all end up passing it. So the two of us that hadn't passed it yet turned around while the other person kept going on the trail. And
Yeah.
it was a trail that looped around, and basically once he got out of sight, because the horses, the main thing we wanted to make sure was the horses didn't see it and get spooked, and also that it didn't decide to start running after us. But
Yeah.
once he got out of sight from it, he booked it and got back to the base camp, and the rest of us turned around and did the same thing the other way. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was pretty stressful there for a few seconds.
Yeah. Oh, this is
Yeah,
yeah.
I would imagine. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
I've
that
never.
was up in that was actually up in your area. That was around Lake Berryessa.
Oh yes, people have seen mountain lions plenty up around Lake
Yeah.
Berryessa, where I live. People have seen wild pigs. Those are actually pretty dangerous to come across. I'd be more worried about coming across that than a wild cat, a
Yeah.
cougar. The cougar is probably not going to bother you, especially if you're not if you're carrying yourself a certain way. You'll probably be okay. Oops. You'll probably be okay. Um, I hiked really close to a bear one time, but I wasn't worried because black bears don't come after people usually.
Right.
So
Usually they don't.
I wouldn't worry about a black bear, and I came very close to one on one of my hikes. And gosh, I've put in probably thousands and thousands of hours hiking, and I still have yet to see a mountain lion. I still have yet to see a wild pig. But yeah, I want to get to a couple questions here. What age group do you think? What let's see. What age group do you guys think drives the worst?
Huh,
I don't
that's
know.
easy.
I think the both extremes. I think the youngest and the oldest do tend to drive the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
James French asks, I'm confused. He says, you say you're not a people person and shy, yet you mention having parties. Parties are about having small talk, aren't they? Well, here's the thing. This is the difference. When I'm in public, I'm not seeking social interaction. I go out in public usually to go hiking or to enjoy the beach or to run errands. So I'm not really seeking social interaction, and I'm around people I don't know. So I'm shy around people I don't know that I've never met. But when it comes to having parties, we have house parties because I am seeking social interaction and I'm around people I do know. So when I'm around people I do know, I'm not at all shy. So I'm only shy around people I don't know. And parties, parties are about small talk and visiting. And I love having house parties because I do crave social interaction with people that I have met, and I am comfortable in those situations. So, hope that clears up any confusion there.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like if it's a party where it's everybody I know,
Yeah,
and that's a totally different story versus a party where a bunch of strangers where I'm going to end up probably just standing, being a wallflower a little bit.
yeah,
But it depends on the group. If it's strangers but they all share a common interest, then
yeah,
that's different. But if it's just straight up strangers and we're all like,
yeah.
back in high school, that kind of thing, yeah, I wasn't technically the most extroverted either. So
But yeah,
it all just depends on the situation, I think.
I do mingle, James. I do mingle. I do like to meet new people, but again, it's when I'm seeking social interaction. So like if my wife, my wife, oh, she's a social butterfly. She knows every freaking person in this town. So like if so like she gets invited to a lot of things. So if she gets invited to a party and I've never met a damn person at that party, I'll go, and I do like to mingle because I am seeking the social interaction in that case. So I guess it depends on whether I'm seeking the social interaction or not. So again, when I'm hiking, I'm not looking for social interaction at all. I am in it for myself, for just enjoying nature so I can hear myself think. But I'll mingle at parties, where I am seeking social interaction. So yeah. I hope that makes sense. James says it still doesn't make sense. I don't know. Do you guys get it?
I get
Yeah,
it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
yeah,
simple.
Yeah. It's like if
I don't know what else there is to explain there. Yeah.
yeah, it's like I'm shy around people I don't know, and in situations where I'm not seeking social interaction, and I'm not shy around people that I do know, or where am seeking social interaction at a party where there are some mutual friends, because having mutual friends does help a little bit with the shyness. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. No, I do like meeting new people. I just think there's a time and a place for meeting new people. For me, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe not for the next person. Yeah. Oh, how can that not make sense? Oh, I misunderstood your comment there, James. Sorry. I'm on my fourth beer and I'm a little tired, so I read your comment wrong. Sorry.
Oh God, the host is drunk, guys. The host is
Oh,
drunk.
boy.
I'd say
Someone else needs to drive.
maybe slightly tipsy, but not like drunk.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
definitely not drunk. I'm just oh God, I've been drunk and I don't like being drunk actually. Being drunk is not fun. Maybe when I was really young I enjoyed being drunk, but at the age of 40 now, I don't care for it for being drunk. It's not fun.
No, especially the day after.
But I'm drinking beer that is fairly light. Like, okay, North Coast Brewing Company, Scrimshaw, great beer and fairly light. It doesn't have a lot of alcohol in it.
Oh, there you go.
It probably just has 4 or 5%, which is your standard light beer. Although doesn't like Bud Light or Coors Light, which I don't even drink that stuff because I like beer with actual flavor. But doesn't that stuff like have 3.5% alcohol? It's like super light.
I have no idea. I don't drink that
Yeah.
stuff either.
I, yeah, I-
I think the weakest thing I've ever drank was like 5%, and that was like one of those little wine coolers that was all there was to drink. So.
It's all there was. Like, well, I'll take something.
I think the weakest I've ever drank was like Corona. That's probably
Yeah.
the weakest. It's like,
Yeah.
isn't
I don't
it like
like Corona.
4%?
I don't like
4% alcohol.
yeah,
It's
I
really
don't
good.
I don't like it's got a weird aftertaste. When
Yeah.
it comes to Mexican beer, my favorite would be Dos Equis.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I like Dos Equis. That's a good beer.
yeah. I had to drink Corona because that's the only thing they had, and it's like, oh, great.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like
I probably shouldn't have.
it's like
disgusting.
It's like the Coors or the Bud of Mexican beers. I'd have
Yeah.
to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just your
Yeah.
generic beer.
See it a
Pretty
lot
much.
of parties.
So who's Mike Hess, Bay Area? Because I've got Car Swag Bay Area saying, "Hey, bad drivers caught on Dashcam. If you're ever in Walnut Creek, you should check out Mike Hess."
Mike Hess?
Hess.
Yeah,
That's
what's
not
Mike
ringing
Hess?
any bells. No. Mike Hess. I feel like.
Is that a
maybe
park or something?
No, it's not ringing any bells.
Yeah. Oh, and have you ever heard of Black Diamond Mines Regional Park?
Yes, that's over in the Antioch area.
Ah, I wonder if that's any good of a hike. I should maybe try that place out.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that. There's also supposed to be some sort of spooky area over there where things are possessed, or if you go at night. It's
Oh,
supposed
okay.
to be. It was always big with the kids in high school. So.
Ooh,
Ah,
ghosts.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
Ghosts. That's cool. I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Ghosts.
Oh my gosh, I have actually had pretty strange encounters that is hard to explain any other way than ghosts. You know, I am a fairly scientific person, so unless I have proof of something, I'm not going to like declare it 100% as such and such. But there have been some things, some experiences that I've had that are mighty difficult to explain any other way. Let's just say when it comes to paranormal activity. Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty.
see, I'm kind of
There's a
the.
winery. What's that?
I was saying I'm kind of the mentality that there's got to be some sort of reasonable explanation for stuff. So.
Yeah, even if that reasonable explanation is paranormal, because we just don't know. There's so much to this world we don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
I
why
mean,
we should all storm Area 51, guys. Let's all go.
right? Oh, been
You
hearing
guys
about
going?
this
Okay,
thing.
I'll see you guys there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No, they've already moved everything a long time ago, but sure.
But yeah, what I was going to say is there's a winery here that people say is haunted. In fact, they have a high turnover rate because of the haunting activity that's reported there. So Behringer Winery, feel free to look them up. They're a big wine producer here in the Napa Valley. We have like hundreds of wineries here. That's what Napa Valley is known for, is wine and food. And wine
Really?
production food. A lot of people don't know that, surprisingly.
Yeah,
A lot
that's
of my
true.
dash cameras are like, what's the main industry there? And I'm like, oh, you haven't heard that Napa Valley
Huh.
is wine? Well, Behringer Winery, it's an old family winery. It's big. It's like, it's a big corporate winery. But there's an old house on the property, and they have had so many cleaning crew quit on them because they have all reported apparitions coming through the walls. And it scares them so much that they quit.
Jesus.
And then the next person gets hired to vacuum the place after all the tourists leave. And then they see spirits coming through the walls, like actual full-bodied apparitions, just walking right through the walls. Hell yeah, I'd be scared too. I wouldn't want to work there. But it's something that everyone who's worked there has experienced something, which really makes you wonder, is there something more to this world than we understand?
There has to be, yeah,
And
for sure.
I was taking photographs, and I've taken a lot of photos. I'm a photo bug, so a shutter bug, I should say. And I've never caught anything like this, but I caught a rather prominent orb in one of my pictures, excuse me, that I haven't caught anywhere else, and it was in that same house where they've had a lot of people quit. It's just something to make you wonder,
Yeah.
Pretty cool. But there have been other things like that I've experienced firsthand that were like, whoa, what the hell? Yeah, UFO sightings. Had my share of those. I sure wish I had a camera back then.
Yeah, it definitely makes you think and wonder
It
what else
does.
is out there.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Any more questions, people? Any more questions for us? Do we have questions for each other? Who was the first dash cammer that you guys started watching?
For me, it was, I believe his actual channel is Bad Drivers of Portland, but his
Yes.
username was
Kyogre.
Kyogre, yeah.
64444 or
Yeah.
6444.
Yeah, super easy to remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was the first one, and then of course Snowcat, being on the motovlog side. I think Walterific was in there, but yeah, mostly those two as far as actual dash camming.
Yeah. How about you, Vancouver? Do you remember the
Uh,
first one you were watching?
Yeah, definitely X Super D. He was
Mhm.
because he was in the area. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, hey, this guy's in our area. So I was like, oh. So I immediately clinged on to him and was
Yeah.
watching every video. Who was the other ones? I remember watching some of yours, Napa.
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Yeah. And some of the first were actually from you as
Oh,
well.
okay.
And there was another dash camera. I don't know if it was some guy in Los Angeles.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Bad Drivers in Southern California.
It must have been,
The
yeah.
BMW. He has a black
Yes,
BMW.
that's the one. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he makes the 30-minute long videos or however
Yes.
long.
The really long ones.
Oh yes, yeah. And
Um,
yeah, I watched his too, and it's like, wow, those were probably the top
yeah,
few.
I've had him in a couple of my live streams. I should
Oh,
have him again. I should have him in here again. And then somebody, oh my gosh, rumors. Oh, rumors are so bad. He went, what was it, a year
oh yes, I
without
heard about
posting,
that.
and then
Yeah.
somebody started this stupid rumor that he died.
Hmm.
Yeah, remember that?
And they had a
Yeah.
news article on that. I remember they had a news
Oh,
article.
not that he died, but on him himself. Yeah, on he
Yeah.
himself. Yeah. So but as far as the rumor about that he died, that was definitely a rumor, not true at all. There was another dash camera that was in contact with that remained in contact with him, who said that he was alive and well. He just got busy with life. That's what it was. He just got busy. But yeah, a long time ago, even before that, the local news did run a story on him, and I cannot believe the hate that he got, not on YouTube, but on Facebook, because they shared it on their Facebook page, the news station's Facebook page, and so many people just really were ripping into his videos. And it's
For
like,
what?
these are the kind of people who have never seen dash cam videos. Like, they don't understand the wide angle lens deal. They a lot of people were commenting that he was illegally holding a camera while driving, which, first of all, it was mounted. It's very clearly mounted, so you don't know. If he
Yeah.
was holding his camera, you'd know. And secondly, there is no law that says you can't hold a camera while you drive. The hands-free law only applies to cell phones.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to hold it that steady
Right.
while you're driving and while you're turning? I can barely turn, like, let alone hold a camera at the same
Yeah.
time as turning.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it just doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. What's his name?
Oh, what happened to?
Oh, did he? Oh,
I think he
weird.
left. What
Oh,
happened to
wait.
Pat?
I got to add him back in. He
Yeah,
disappeared from the stream. Hey, are you there, buddy?
There we go.
there we
Oh,
go.
did you lose the signal or something?
I don't know. I was still getting the YouTube stream and getting the chat, but for some reason it dropped me out of the
Yeah, I noticed
out of
that.
the
You were back in the
Singular.
waiting room.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Weird.
weird. So I added you back
weird. Okay, cool.
in.
I think I've only got a little bit more time
Okay.
to stay here, just winding down a little bit. Been
So,
going
buddy,
for 4 hours now?
yeah, 351.
Yeah.
So LTP wants to know, if you could be any kind of car, what would you be? And then the second part of the question is, if you were a car based on your personality and body build, what kind of car would you actually be?
Hmm.
Huh? Hmm.
Oops. It's my hand on the keyboard. You realize I was putting pressure on it. It's like, I guess I was making scary movie sounds with that.
No pressure. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd be. What kind of car would I want to be? Me personally, I think I'd want to be. Maybe an NSX.
Ah,
Yeah, Acura
cool.
NSX.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why. The first thing that popped in my head. Don't ask me why. And based on my personality and body build. Personality and body build. Personality, I'm not overly aggressive or anything, so maybe. And body build, I'm not really that bulk. Uh, that's a hard one. I'd probably be a Prius.
There you go.
Yeah,
What would
because I'm just calm and
I'm like you.
yeah,
I'm very chill.
yeah.
My body build. So okay, so I'm 5'8" and I'm 145 pounds. I do work out every day, but I'm not like a muscle man ripped, but I do have some muscle definition. So I'm fairly slender, with a little bit of muscle definition. So I don't know. I mean, what would I be? I would be a
Mazda Miata.
a Mazda Miata. Let's just go with that one.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Mazda Miata. How about you, Bay Area?
It's
I
pretty
think
bulk. Mazda
if I could
Miata.
choose, I'd probably say like I don't know, like an F-150 or Silverado type truck, because it's
Yeah.
it's very multi-purpose, and I would want to be, if I was going to be a car, I'd want to be something useful and could be used for a lot of different things. And I like to think I have a lot of different skills and stuff, but that's just what I would want to be. But if it's based on my personality, I don't know. I'd say the Crown Vic is actually probably a good representation because I'm not a big guy. I'm tall. I'm 6'3" and about 190, 200-ish. So I mean, I'm
Yeah.
pretty slender. It's a big car, but it's mostly just long, and then it's
Yeah.
it's got power, but it's not fast. Like I feel like if I need to be, I can be on it. Like kind of like we
Yeah.
were saying with personality. If you're at a party, if you want to be, you can be really social, but if you don't want to be, then you can just kind of hang out in the back, and that's the Crown Vic is really good for that. It's good for just cruising and being
Yeah.
chill.
Oh, I love that. You know what? Okay, I take that back. I will be a Crown Vic because I love chill cruising. I like a quiet ride.
There you go.
I'm not. Except when I'm honking my horn at stupid drivers. I'm
Right.
not a noisy
But it's
person.
got an awesome horn on it if you need it. So
Oh yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
I hated. I was driving a Honda Civic for a while, and when we found out we were having
I
our first baby, we were like, oh, we need a 4-door, but we don't have a lot of money, so we'll just get a Civic.
I forgot.
And
How tall are you?
about 6'3".
So how did that work out for driving a Civic? Because a Civic is not a big car.
Yeah, I mean, it was a newer one. It was a 2015, so it was bigger
Oh,
than
hey,
the
that's what
older
I have.
ones. Nice.
You have what?
A 15 Civic.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. How do you like it?
Oh, I love it. It's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah,
It's
it was
great on fuel economy.
I love that part of it.
The
The
fuel economy is just like
getting
it's unimaginably great fuel economy.
Hey, look at this.
ridiculous.
Carswag Bay Area says he'll cater our meetup if Bay Area you want to do a meetup with me.
oh wow,
But where would we host a meetup? Do
Huh.
you think? Where do you think would be a good
that's the
place to do
question.
this? Should we go up to Mount Diablo and do like a summit meetup way up there, or what do you think?
It gets pretty windy up there. I don't know if that'd be very
Does.
conducive
We wouldn't.
to chatting.
It,
What? What'd you
yeah,
say?
Talking over the wind. Yeah.
Yeah.
talking over the wind. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, that would be a good question. Is there like any good park in your area that would make for a good meetup spot?
Yeah, there's a lot of parks. I mean, I mostly know them because of the playgrounds and
Yeah.
different places to take the kids to. But
Well, we could all sit on the swings while we talk.
yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do some thinking on that to see where there would be a good place.
Careful, I don't know. Maybe some lady would come by. These older men are on the swings. They're a bunch of pedophiles. Oh my god,
We're
call the
talking about
cops.
cameras.
Yeah, call the
They're talking
cops.
And they got cameras in their cars. Yeah, they're pedophiles. I'm calling the
Yeah.
cops.
Yeah. What's the worst accident you've ever had? Oh, that question was directed towards me, but we could all answer this one. I've never been in an accident, and I've been driving for 23 years. And even growing up, riding with my parents. Oh, actually, we were in a little fender bender when I was. How old was I? I think I was like 8 years old. Some old lady was backing out of her space. We were in a parking lot. For anybody who's listening from Napa, we were in the whatever that shopping center is called. We're Lucky's, and there used to be a Long's Drugs store, which I don't think Long's is around anymore. They like underwent different name changes, and now it's Rite Aid or something, or CVS.
Yeah, right.
Excuse me, CVS. They went back and forth so many times I can't even keep track.
Right.
Just like Lucky's
Lucky's
yeah,
went to Albertsons.
Albertsons, yeah. Gets so confusing. So this old lady was backing out of her spot, and she backed right into my dad, and the side of the car crunched in right where I was sitting, but I didn't get hurt or anything. And that's all I remember. And then the only other time anything's happened was I was stopping for a red light, and the lady behind me didn't stop until she bumped into the back of me. But it didn't do any damage to my car, and I wasn't hurt. And so that's it. How about you guys?
Me? No, none. Luckily, knock on wood.
Yeah.
So far, at least. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, the closest I've came to was this one time. I think a relative was driving, and there was this car coming out of a side street, and I guess he didn't see him come out, and it was just close enough where if the guy would have to hit us or to T-bone us, it would have been me that would have taken the first impact, of course.
Yep.
And luckily, he swerved just in the nick of time. He swerved out of the way, but the guy coming out of the side street just kept going and stopped maybe about
Oh.
5 feet after we had swerved, and we were, I kid you not, we were maybe 2-3 inches away from hitting,
Yeah.
and we thought we had hit, but luckily we didn't, and we all got out of the car and we're like, did we hit? No, I think we were okay. And so, but yeah,
Yeah.
that was probably the closest, and I was like, holy cow, I almost saw my life flash before me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. James asked if do I wear glasses? Well, how about you guys leave that up to your imagination? Do you think I wear glasses? What do you guys think? It's not. I don't think anything's wrong with anybody who wears glasses. So
no,
you got to wear them to see, right? If you
yeah,
got,
whether you do or you don't, it doesn't really
I will
matter.
tell
Oh,
you.
I hear it in your voice. You're wearing glasses.
I will tell you this though. I do wear. I'm not going to say whether I do or don't when I'm not wearing sunglasses, but I do wear sunglasses. I've got a pretty kick-ass pair of aviators,
There you go.
so I'll say that. What is everyone's day jobs? Who pays your bills? Who wants to start on this one?
I'll be vague just because I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I'm a graphic designer.
There you go. How about you, Vancouver? Can you say?
I'll be just as vague. I'm in construction.
Okay, I
Yeah.
I will be vague too. I used to do farming. I used to do chicken farming, not like slaughtering chickens, but I used to work. I had a business in egg farming, so we would farm chicken eggs. I'm not doing that anymore. I shut that down because I wanted to move on to other things, and that's you notice that my driving route has changed ever since I closed down that business. But I'm now I'm going to be vague, but I work in the video production industry, and I also am now working in the fashion industry. So,
Huh.
yep.
Cool.
Let's see what other questions here do we have. And needless to say, wife and I are getting all caught up on old seasons of Project Runway.
Ah,
Yep.
lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, we rather enjoy that show when we get time to watch it. What are your dream cars? I have to go to the bathroom again, so you guys hold down the fort while I.
Might want to get that checked out.
I know. Yeah,
You might-
Flomax, right? So Flomax could be a instead of a drug, it could be like a carburetor
Yeah.
brand.
Dream cars. Let's see. I've never been a big Mopar person, which is weird, but my two favorites would have to be the Plymouth Barracuda, especially the Hemi-Cuda. That iconic. I think the 70 is the real iconic year, and then I'm a total not too much about when I was born, but I'm a total 90s kid, and my favorite car in the 90s was the first generation Dodge Viper. I would
Oh
love
yes.
to have one of those just in that
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
red, the drop top first roadster with the side pipes. I love that show, literally called Viper. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It was on like UPN or something where it was transformed into a crime fighting machine.
Yeah.
That was pretty. It
First
was
gen.
totally just a
Yeah,
commercial for Chrysler, but it was pretty awesome.
First gen Viper. That's a car. That is a car.
That's one of the few die-casts. I used to collect die-cast models, and that's one of the few that I still have that's in really good shape. So I would love to have one of those.
Nice. For me, I'd probably wanted like nothing too great. I've always wanted a GTR. I've always wanted a GTR. I don't know why. Always, when I was a kid, I've always seen this one GTR on the road, and I was like, man, I like that Nissan GTR. That thing's always had history too. That kind of car. And yeah, that's really the only car I would. I mean, I'd like a Civic Type R, one of the newer ones, or no, actually one of the older, the 90.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 90s. That was the golden era.
99 Type R. Can't remember what year it was, but one of the older with those ones, they went fast.
Yeah.
So,
My dream car would be. I'm back, by the way.
Oh yeah, hey.
Oh, you're not still in the bathroom?
Oh no, but it was a long kind of Leslie Nielsen performance. You know, if you remember Naked Gun, where he just kept going and the stream never seemed to end. You know, I just kept peeing and peeing. I almost had to take. You know, I had my own stream, my own live stream back there.
Live stream.
Yeah. My own live stream.
Austin Powers type.
Yeah, you're like streaming beer that's kind of passed through your system. But no, my dream car, you know, I'd have to say I really like the Audi A4.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I kind of like the Audi A4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Audis
I know.
Are nice.
Yeah,
Audis
they are.
nice.
I really think they are. The drivers not so much, but
no, yeah,
the cars, yeah, I like the cars.
Yeah,
I've always liked that style. It's always very clean, and their lines are always very sleek. And
yeah,
there's just some of the cars these days where I'm just like, all right, were they on crack when they designed that? Like, did people design this car and then mushed it all together? That was before I got into graphic design. One of my plans was to get into automotive design, and I just never really pursued it, mostly because when I was starting to get into school was when the economy was going to crap, and the auto industry was part of that, and I decided not to be reliant on the auto industry for my livelihood. So
yeah,
but it's still one of my passions is automotive design, and
that's cool.
Why I like cars so much is their design, and man, so especially now that all these crossover SUVs are becoming more popular, I'm just some of the designs these, especially like Lexus and Toyota. I mean, those are one and the same, but some of these designs are coming out with them just kind of appalled by.
Yeah.
Kind of off the wall too for a little bit.
Little off the topic here, but do you remember Long's Drugs?
I do, yeah. I definitely went to Long's Drugs as a kid.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
I don't know if you can say how old you are. I don't know how much info. I mean, I'm 40. Are you comfortable saying how old you are?
Early 30s.
Oh, okay. I guess Long Drugs was around then too.
Yep.
Potato has a comment for me. Hey, how's it going, Potato? Hey. How many times have you given someone the finger? Well, you have to remember I've been driving for 23 years, so
you would expect it at least
you
once.
If you kept count, that would be kind of weird.
I've given several times. I don't know. If I had to like count them all up over the span of 23 years, I used to flip people off more when I was younger.
Yeah.
A lot less now. Just I don't know, because I guess I just rather honk than flip people off. But I don't know, maybe 40 or 50 times if I had to count them all up. So I guess what does that equal out to? Like twice a year? But nowadays, hardly ever anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like to do it for some reason. It just doesn't come naturally. I guess that's what I have a horn for. I'd rather. I spent money putting a nice horn in, so I may as well use it, right?
For some reason, every time I flip someone off, I always get a response.
You do?
Yeah. Well, there was a few times. There was this one time I flipped a guy off because we were in bumper to bumper traffic, and I was trying to merge on, and the guy in front of me merged.
Mhm.
So I was like, okay, I'll merge. Zipper maneuver, right? One car goes at a time, and I thought, okay, I'll go in this spot. Well, the guy, massive pickup truck, didn't want to let me in. It's like, okay, well, screw you. Yeah, I went in behind him. I gave him the finger, and
Yeah.
he gave me the Italian FU. You know the Italian.
What's that
Yeah,
again?
that's like um, how do you explain this?
Yeah.
It's
Which
like
fingers, which digits are involved here?
no digits are involved. It's just him
Like a
giving
fist?
like a fist upwards, and then he's putting his palm on his other arm. You know
Oh,
what I mean? At the same time.
he was fisting you. Okay.
Yes, sure.
So to speak, right? He didn't finger you, he fisted
Uh,
you.
okay, yeah, I guess we'll go with that. I assume, but yeah, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, at least he didn't get out of his truck and try and threaten me with it.
I had to go there at least once.
Oh yeah.
Given my sense of humor that sometimes comes out in my videos, I sometimes have to go there. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, well, I got a response for once. Well,
Yeah.
didn't usually
Um,
expect that.
what do you guys think of the Jeep Gladiator? And I don't even see. I don't know. I don't even know
Eh,
what that is. What is a Jeep Gladiator?
It's the Jeep Wrangler, but they turned it into a pickup. So it's basically a four-door Wrangler, and then it's got a
yeah.
bed on it. Yeah, I like the idea of it, but I think in execution it looks a little goofy.
Oh yeah,
It could
yeah.
probably look
Yeah.
a lot
I
better.
see a picture now.
Yeah, a two-door version would look a lot better than it's the four-door. It just ends up looking kind of gangly and
You may as well just keep it an SUV if it's going to be 4 doors. I don't know.
Yeah. One of the comments, weak motor, weak suspension profile, little suspension
Yeah,
travel, long wheelbase, poor off-road, mixture
yeah.
of
I don't
anything.
know why you would want something that long if you're going off.
Yeah, it just not really. I mean,
So,
it's a good show car, I guess.
yeah,
yeah, it's going to be a mall terrain vehicle for sure.
Yeah, it's not really a off-roading kind of truck, really.
yeah. Let's see. Napa must have had more beers than me tonight. Yeah, I'm still on my fourth one, and I'm sure I'll be peeing it out soon too. Let's see what else we got. What we have here. I gave up on the beer, enjoying some vodka punch. Oh, okay. I don't have any vodka. If I did, nah, I probably wouldn't because I want to stay functional. That's the thing. I want to stay functional, so that's why I picked a light beer. The side effect of that is it makes me, you know, pee a lot. But
Yeah, see, that's why I've been sipping bourbon because it's just a slow,
yeah,
slow crawl to
slow
getting that
crawl.
feeling, but I'm not having to get up and pee every 5 seconds.
Leslie Nielsen, I miss that guy in his humorous movies. Yes, I miss Leslie Nielsen too. I've always liked his movies. What do you guys think of Leslie Nielsen?
Oh yeah, the airplane is
Oh, classic,
yeah.
Yeah.
classic. Yeah. Oh, here's a question I'd love to answer because I love beer. Um, but this can be for all of you. But what is your favorite beer? Oh God, I got so many. You know, my newest favorite right now would be it's called Coal Shed, COAL, and then the word shed. I don't remember who brews it though. I don't have one in front of me, but it's a new beer that our local store just started carrying. So I don't know. Oh, I could Google it. I guess that's the power of the internet, right? Yeah, Coal Shed. I mean, there's a whole host of other beers that I like. Our local grocery store used to carry this beer called Puddle Jumper that they don't carry anymore, and it was put out by Fourth Street Ale Works in Santa Rosa. Oh, Coal Shed. That's Mare Island Brewing Company. So that's really local. So Mare Island is in Vallejo. It was formerly used by the Navy, I believe, military. It's a former military installation in Vallejo. Vallejo is just south of Napa. So that's what Coal Shed is. Oh yeah, there's all types of beers I like. Yeah, I like to try new ones all the time too. So I'm always venturing with that.
Yeah, Vancouver, we got a ton of
You got a lot of microbreweries.
yeah, yeah, we
that's
got
cool.
Granville Island, we got Steamworks, we got Stanley Park. These are all like kind of small brewers, but they're actually pretty good,
Mhm.
surprisingly.
Mm.
They're actually pretty good.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, pretty good. Deviated asks, would you consider showing your face in your videos, or do you enjoy the little veil of privacy of that mystery? Well, I do have a home video that I'm really I've really been contemplating it, doing a face reveal of when I was 11 years old. I think I was 11. Yeah, I was 11. My
Does that
parents
count as a face reveal if it's
maybe I was driving. I was actually driving. My parents let me drive the car. We used to go to Death Valley every November, and we're on this one desert road, this dirt road in the Mojave Desert, and my parents had a toy. No, it wasn't the Toyota. It was a Mercury Tracer. You guys ever heard of the Mercury Tracer?
Yeah, wasn't that their version of the Tempo?
I believe it was a version of the Tempo or the Ford Escort. Might have been the version of the Ford Escort.
Oh, okay. I mix those two
I
up.
can't remember. Yeah, you could be right. It could be the. It could be the. Yeah, the. Yeah, you're googling it. Okay, I can hear your keys going. That's cool. You got this. You got this.
is
And
somebody
you're right.
typing?
It was their version of the Escort, it looks like.
Oh, it was okay. But anyway,
Good
I'm
old
driving. But I'm in the driver's seat and I'm driving. I'm 11 years old, and my grandparents are in the back seat, and my mom or dad is in the passenger seat filming me driving. It's a really short clip, but I've been thinking, should I could release that. That might be an interesting one.
Well, the police might charge you with
Oh, that's right. They might charge
underage.
my parents too.
Yeah, they'll charge them too. You've been served with
I've been
a
served.
summons
You can
for
join
driving.
for driving
Driving
underage
underage.
driving and
Right, underage
no
driving.
license, no driving without license, whatever else they can slap you with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it's all seriousness. I just might release it. You'd see the side of my face, but not like
Okay.
front on. But I don't know. I could release. I've been really seriously tempted to release another home video where you do see my face front on. You know, I'm tempted. I don't know. I got to think about that one some more. But the driving one's a little more certain that I might release. Yeah. Let's see here. How strict are driving laws in California? I wouldn't say. Actually, I wouldn't say they're any more strict than any other state. I mean, overall.
I mean, hell, we allow lane splitting for motorcycles. And
That's true. That's a good
state
point.
allows that, so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hmm.
Yeah.
At least you guys allow that. We don't allow it, but they still do it anyways.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you're not allowed to lane split on the highways, but they still do.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to live. That's why.
Oh, here's a good one for all of us. What's your favorite food?
Ooh, favorite food. I mean, that's really hard. That's like,
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
know.
I'd say sushi. I like sushi.
I was just about to say sushi too.
That was going to be one of mine. I was mulling over whether that or I really like Italian. Italian's
Oh yes,
kind
pasta.
of Italian.
Yeah. I could never get bored of Japanese food. I love Japanese food.
Oh yes, yes.
I'd say both Japanese and Chinese food. Those are my favorite ethnic foods. Like, we have a lot of Mexican food here. Given California and our proximity to the border of our neighbors to the south. I don't dislike Mexican food, but if I have a choice, I'm gonna go for the Japanese or the Chinese food.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I just really like Asian. In fact, I like Asian culture in general.
Yeah,
Like
I eat a lot of Vietnamese food, being with my wife is Vietnamese.
Yeah.
So.
Oh,
Yeah.
Eat a lot
Vietnamese
of pho.
food. Oh, I love Vietnamese. Vietnamese food is just as good too.
Yeah, we eat
The
a lot of pho around here.
yeah. Oh, I was just gonna ask you. Like, you must have
Yeah,
a lot of pho.
yeah. My
I
mother-in-law makes
love.
it
Yeah.
herself.
I love that. I love that.
I'd love to try Vietnamese food. I've never tried it, and I'd like to try Korean food as well.
Oh yes.
Thai too.
Yeah.
Thai is another favorite. You got to try a
Hmm.
Thai place too.
Oh, Thai. I love Thai food. I
Yeah, there's
always
actually a
order.
place here in Walnut Creek is Thai and Japanese all in one restaurant. It's just like,
Yeah. I've been to a couple restaurants like that that were actually Thai, Japanese, and Chinese, and Vietnamese. Like they had all four covered,
one-stop shop.
but they got shut down. I don't know. I think they had some sort of health code thing, and they got.
Yeah, they're kind of notorious for. We've got a lot of places around here we get notices that they've been shut down.
There was a
Hey, when you go
Chinese.
back, they're nice and clean when you go back.
Yeah, there was a Chinese restaurant actually that I really liked that we used to go to for years, and they almost got shut down because of some health code violations. And it actually turns out around here, it's not the ethnic places that have the worst violations. It's actually the American cuisine restaurants that
Really?
get the worst. Oh yeah, the Mexican restaurants and the Chinese restaurants in our area are the cleanest. Are actually
Huh.
the cleanest.
Hmm.
The American ones are the iffy ones.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
surprising. I
Oh
would have
yeah.
thought. I would have thought complete opposite. The complete opposite for. I
Nope.
mean, your guys' area at least.
No, it's no.
Yeah.
But we've got some awesome. We've got. There's a couple of sushi places, but one of them in particular is really, really good. They've been around forever. Um, yeah, I got introduced to Asian culture early on in my life. Um, we had my parents had exchange students from Japan, and so it was I've got kind of a crash course in Japanese culture from a very, very early age. And we used to go to Japantown all the time in San Francisco. And I
Nice.
just fell in love with the culture. Absolutely fell in love with it. I'd say of the top places I'd like to visit when it comes to traveling abroad would be, of course, Europe. I mean, everybody wants to see Europe, but I'd also love to see Japan. And I'd love to see some of the major cities in China as well.
Yeah.
Those would be my top places to go.
Mhm. Well,
Yeah.
if you're ever craving Japanese or Chinese food and you don't want to travel halfway across the world, you
Yeah.
can always head to Vancouver.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the other thing I really liked about Vancouver was the sheer amount of Asian culture up there.
Hmm. There is it.
Like you have a
It's
really large Chinese immigrant population there, don't you?
yes, we do. We have a city right next to Vancouver.
Yeah.
It's called Richmond,
Yep.
and I think about this is just my personal statistics. No, not kind of any, nothing,
Yeah.
uh, nothing official, but from my opinion, I think the population of that city alone is probably 80, 90% Chinese,
Oh wow,
guaranteed. Yeah,
that's quite a bit. Yeah.
yeah, it is, and a lot of the shops there they have a lot of the shops are mainly, Chinese restaurants or whatever. And
Mm.
there was a big fight of kerfuffle of, oh, these restaurants, they just have Chinese characters only, and the people who read English, well, I don't understand it. Like, how am I supposed to understand this? It's all in Chinese, right?
Right. Right.
And so they're trying to petition, hey, get these restaurants to put English titles and English menus, because some of the menus aren't even in English either. It's like, oh, well, how am I supposed to order? Just point at a picture?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so
I'd be pretty happy there because
mhm.
again, I love Asian
Oh yeah,
culture.
yeah. Oh no, I think Vancouver has one of the uh, highest amount of Japanese restaurants and like Chinese restaurants
Yeah.
in I forgot where I was reading this.
It's
I don't
so
know if it was in North America or in Canada, but
I
we
think
had a
you're
huge amount of restaurants here that are like Japanese,
right. Yeah.
Chinese. A lot of Asian cultures here.
Yeah, that's another thing I really like about San Francisco is the enormous Chinese and Japanese population there. The Chinatown in San Francisco is the oldest and has the largest population of Chinese outside of China in at least the United States, possibly North America. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah,
the United States.
yeah.
I think
And
That
yeah.
sounds right.
and the thing about San Fran's Chinatown is it's not like Vancouver's Chinatown. The
Right.
Chinatown here is run down, beat.
Oh,
It's a disgrace. Like
Mm.
it
yeah.
really is. It should
So it's like
be.
Oakland's Chinatown.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oakland has a Chinatown?
Yeah.
Do they
Really?
really?
Oh
Wow.
yeah. I
I
Wow.
believe it's down. God, I've been there. I follow my wife's lead, and I just go where she tells me to. So I can't remember any landmarks, but
Hmm.
there is a bakery down there that is just amazing. That makes
yeah.
the most amazing coconut cream buns that I know of.
Oh.
Ooh.
And did you know where the fortune cookie came from?
San
See if you can
Fran?
No, it's
San
definitely not.
Francisco,
Yeah.
It ain't
San
China.
Fran.
Chinatown, San
Yeah, it came from
Francisco.
San Fran.
Yep,
They
Yeah,
have that fortune cookie factory there, don't they?
they do. They
Yeah.
absolutely do. I'd love
I
to, of all the times I've been to Chinatown, I've never been to the fortune cookie factory, but I'd love to go.
I hear it's like amazing there. Like
It is.
you can see them hand make them and like they
I
come
should
off fresh off the machine.
I should do a walking tour video of Chinatown.
That'd be cool.
Are you guys familiar with a YouTuber called Action Kid? He walks
Uh,
around the streets of New York City and he does these walking tours and he's got a shit ton of subscribers. He's got
really?
so many subscribers. I love his videos. Whenever I get time to watch them, Action Kid. There's a number after that and I can't think of what it is, but just type in Action Kid and probably the first result is going to be the guy who does walking tour videos in New York. Oh, you know what? I should probably have him as a guest too. Oh, I should hit him up and see if he wants to be a guest on a future live stream because I'd love to talk to him. Because that's a whole new genre of YouTube videos are walking tours of
Hmm.
cities, and I should do some walking tours of San Fran. I think that might be
Yeah.
interesting. Just
I'm
don't
watching
walk through
one
the Tenderloin.
I'm watching one of his videos now. It's pretty interesting. He's got like a
Yeah,
nice setup. He's got like a
he does.
4K camera.
He does, and he's got a gimbal. He's got a really expensive gimbal,
Oh yeah.
nice.
so he can do like really smooth walking shots.
Wow.
Awesome.
That is some nice quality video right there.
Yeah, I
Watch where
really
you
like him.
If you're in
He's
San
he's
Francisco, watch where you step.
Everyone's
yeah,
watching him.
in the step and poop.
Yeah.
But no,
Everyone that he passes by is just waving at his camera.
he's such a cool guy though. He's
Yeah.
so chill and he's very informative in his videos. He narrates the different places he's walking. I just love what he does. I think it's really awesome.
Yeah.
Callie Dashcam has an off-topic question. He asks, "What are your thoughts on trypophobia?" And I had to look it up because I don't know what that is. So I looked it up, and trypophobia is a fear of holes that are close together, bumps
Oh.
that are close together.
Hmm.
I don't know because I've never heard of it until you mentioned it.
I was today years old when I found out what that was.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm going to pass on that question because
Yeah.
I didn't know there. I mean, I know there's probably a fear for everything, but I never thought about that one.
I thought I saw some other questions going back. Something
Oh.
about hobbies. I don't remember who asked it.
Uh,
Yeah, I've heard of that phobia, but I don't know. I don't really have any opinion on that. I'm not really afraid of that, so.
yeah. Scott B asks, "What speed over the limit do each of you consider to be speeding, quote unquote?"
Hmm.
Well, for me, it would probably be like 20, 30K. Oh, I don't know what that is in miles.
Right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, 20 to 30K over is usually. We actually, quick side topic. We actually have the government here has put red light cameras. So if you run a red light, it'll catch your license plate, but now they've retrofitted them so that if you're speeding, it'll also catch you. So even if you're running a green light, but you're going apparently 30 or 40 over the speed limit,
Yeah.
but you're going through a green, it'll still take a picture of you, and it'll send
Oh.
you a speeding ticket now.
Oh,
Wow.
geez.
Yeah, I know.
Well, my answer to that question is a little more complex because we do in California have what is called a presumed speed limit. We do have absolute speed limits, we have basic speed limits, and then we have presumed speed limits. Now, the presumed speed limits states that you can speed legally if it's safe to do so within certain thresholds and on certain roadways of certain speed limits. So there's speeding legally or speeding when it comes to in a practical context. Legally is pretty cut and dry, except for when it comes to the presumed speed limit, because then it's up to a judge to determine if you were actually speeding. But when it comes to absolute speed limits and basic speed limits, then it's cut and dry. You're speeding if you're going 1 over. But from a practical standpoint, if everyone on the freeway is doing 10 over, then if I'm going 10 over, then I'm not really going to consider that speeding because we're all kind of, trying to keep pace with whatever the general flow of traffic is.
Yep.
So I can't really, I don't know, from a practical standpoint, I can't really call that speeding. Now, if you got one guy doing 100 or going way faster than everybody else, then I'm going to say he's speeding.
Yep.
If when it comes to a residential district, then I would consider anything over 25 to be speeding, or anything exceeding a school speed zone, because that's where real lives are at stake here. You got kids, pets, that you got to watch out for. And kids will just dart out into the street. So in a residential, I think anything over the speed limit or anything over what's practical would be speeding. There are some narrow residentials where the speed limit's 25, but if you go 25, that's still too fast considering how narrow the street is and the amount of kids playing. So if there's kids playing, then you may want to go 15. Then I would consider you speeding if you're going the speed limit. So it depends on practicality when it comes to are we in practice or on paper,
Right. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
That's my complicated answer. Let's see here. Going through we got a little behind here, didn't I? To Food Network topic. Yeah, David Wong. We did go from bad drivers to Food Network. Oh, here's a good one from Potato. Hello, Potato. How's it going? What's the worst restaurant experience you ever had?
Huh.
I know one for me is where the service was terrible, so bad where I'm usually a pretty generous tipper. I'll tip unless you're just totally awful, and these people were totally awful, and they ended up actually adding a tip on anyway after the fact after we left.
Yeah.
And the
That's
thing
the
that
worst.
really made me not want to give the guy a tip, one, he was just ignoring us, and there was one point where he was filling my wife's water cup with out of the pitcher, and there was something either in the pitcher or on the pitcher, and it made its way into her glass, and we saw it, and we know he saw it because he kind of just looked at it, and we're waiting for him to let me get you another glass. He just ignored it, walked away.
Oh,
There's
dear.
some foreign particle in her glass. He looked at it and kind of just shrugged a little and was like, eh, and then walked off, and we're like, what? Did you just saw that and you just let it go?
Yeah.
Jeez,
I've never
that's
had a
terrible.
really bad one. I've never had a truly bad experience. I mean, the only mildly aggravating experience was actually recently when I took a friend to a restaurant that I really like here in town, and the waiter got everything wrong. Everything. There wasn't a single thing he got right. But and that's the only. It's funny because I go to that restaurant quite a bit, and that was the only time at that restaurant I've had that experience. So I think the waiter was just having a bad day, and
Yeah.
we still left him a tip though. He just to give him the benefit of the doubt because I don't have that experience any other time I'm there. So even though he kind of did a shitty job that day, we still tipped him. So you know, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean, same for me. I haven't really had. I think there was this one time we were at this East Indian restaurant, and
yeah.
they just weren't really the best at all at anything. And
At anything?
at anything, no. And, I mean, the food was subpar. The
Yeah.
service was. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, we'll just get out of here. Just
Yeah.
was not good at all.
Yeah. James is asking, do any of us have a lot of Thai food outlets where we live? We've got. I can think of 2 Thai restaurants in Napa, and one of them's okay. The other one is excellent. How about you guys? Do you guys have Thai restaurants where you are?
Yeah, we have a
Uh,
lot
yeah.
actually. I just went to one just last week, trying out a new one.
Yep.
And yeah, it was awesome. It was the one that had the sushi restaurant, like kind of adjacent. They're like you basically you get 2 menus when you sit down. One is for the Thai side and one is for the sushi side. You can order
Oh, okay.
all at once because I think they're owned by the same people, but they're technically separate. And yeah, it was different because it's different flavors that you're not used to eating at the same time. But yeah, it was really good. So,
And I would imagine Vancouver that as culturally diverse as it is there, that you would have a fair amount of Thai restaurants there as well.
Actually, you'd be surprised. We don't have that many Thai restaurants, to be
Oh.
honest. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
At least from my standpoint, I know the city pretty well, and from what I know, there's not that much Thai.
Ah.
There's this one, I guess, chain restaurant. They have like 3 of the same name, because I'm pretty sure it's a chain, and they're decent. I've only been to them maybe twice, and there's of course the usual uh, single owner restaurants who just pop out of nowhere and have the small little
Yeah.
restaurants.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
other than that, there's not much Thai, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of Japanese and a lot of Chinese
Yeah.
restaurants.
But I tell you, I would never get bored with that. Honestly,
No, I'm not.
I
I'm
could
not bro with it.
I could eat that every day. Seriously, I could eat
Yeah,
sushi every day and be happy.
yeah.
And Chinese food.
And
Either
the sushi and the Chinese food here, it's like it's not the same at every restaurant. There's
right.
different kinds of like one
hello.
restaurant has their own way of doing it, and then another
Oh yeah.
restaurant has another way of
Oh,
doing it.
but
I'm
that
still
would
on the chat.
that would make things really interesting because
Oh
then you
yeah,
go to a different one all the time and try out the way the next one does it. I think
it
that'd be really
does.
cool.
That's when I thought it
It
was going to
does,
end
and it
too.
gets
But okay.
dangerous. It's very
Yeah,
Sorry about
to
dangerous.
the
the
wallets
interruption.
especially, right?
Yes,
'Cause you'd be spending a
yes,
lot of money going out.
it is
Deviate
very dangerous.
Deviated asks
Mm.
what some hobbies you all
Okay.
have. So, and I'm kind of
Oh,
curious too what hobbies you guys have.
Uh, um, I'm into computing, gaming,
There you go.
yeah, and mostly just fixing up my own car, really.
There you go.
I do my own car maintenance, so
How
I
about
do
you, Dad?
that.
Yeah.
yeah, my channel is kind of one of my hobbies because I'm, big into, I get to use my graphic design know-how, and graphic design also is, I do it at work, but it's also one of my hobbies, do stuff I like to do. So doing the graphics for my channel is fun.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm also not so much anymore since I've had kids because I don't have a lot of time for it, but I used
Right.
to
I know that goes.
really into some gaming, mostly sim racing. I was on iRacing for a while and got pretty big into that. I didn't really make it too far, but into that. And then also there was a NASCAR game that I was pretty into, not so much competition, but in the modding the game and
Yeah.
Yeah,
making new cars and paint jobs and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Well, see, my time is just so limited that I have to sort of pick and choose the hobbies because I work a lot. Being an entrepreneur, does take a lot of time away from other things that you'd like to do leisurely. So Yeah, believe me, I'll be looking forward to the day that I can retire and I can really enjoy my hobbies to the fullest. But as you know, you hear me talking about hiking all the time. Hiking is my number one hobby because I just love going out in nature and I love getting exercise.
You'd fit in here.
Working my body. Yeah, working my body. Yep, and photography. So photography, hiking, those are the two things I really like to do. The dash cam videos, of course, are another hobby.
You sure you don't live in Vancouver?
Yeah, I know I should. I would love to
sound
live
like
up
a
there.
Vancouverite.
Yeah, because
You
I'm
have.
very outdoorsy. I'm very, very, very outdoorsy. I can't stress that enough. I love the mountains. I love the snow. I'd be so happy there. Trust me.
You're a Vancouverite. I
I'm
know
a
it. I know it.
I'd fit right in with you guys.
Yes, you would. Yeah.
I wish I had more time for gaming. Um, I really like flight simulator games,
Oh yeah.
especially Microsoft Flight Simulator,
Oh yeah.
which I wish they'd release a new one. X is the latest one they did, and that was like how many years ago? Like 10 years ago.
It's been a while.
That was a long time.
Long
And
while. Yeah.
now there's another flight simulator game called. It's sort of like it's even more sophisticated than Flight Simulator X, and I can't think of what it's called, and I haven't tried it yet. But I hardly ever get a chance for gaming. Because if I had a choice, it's like, okay, do I want to get out and move my body and be healthy and get exercise, or with the very little limited time I have? So I usually choose to, get outside and exercise and do some photography and get down to the beach and try not to get killed by pickup truck drivers pulling trailers, that sort of thing. So yeah, that kind of covers that. And then Potato. Hey, how's it going, Potato? He's got a question for me.
Again?
Yeah. He says, would you ever visit Australia? Yes. Even though the Asian countries would be my number one, and Europe, of course. I would love to visit Australia as well, as it's very outdoor oriented there. From what I understand. So I'd love to visit Australia and check out some of the nature you guys have and wildlife and all that. So I'd totally be down for Australia. Let's see what else. Yeah. What else do we have here? Oh wow, I didn't realize how far behind on the comments I was. I'm like almost 20 minutes behind on them, so I'm
Oh boy.
scrolling forward here.
Just muttering ahead.
Yeah, muttering ahead here. I'm getting there. Yep. I've got people saying yes, invite Action Kid. So I'm going to add him to the list of people to invite to a stream.
The long list that keeps on growing.
And Ogre, GT Ogre. If you
GT
guys,
Ogre.
I'm going to have somebody else. I'm going to have somebody else contact GT Ogre for me though, because I can't reach him for some reason.
Huh.
So I might need your help on that. I might need your peeps' help. And it's easy to get his email. All you got to do is go to his channel, click on his about page or whatever, and then there should be like for business inquiries, click here, and then you click it, and you have to click a couple more times to get his email, but you can get it off his channel.
One question for you.
Yeah.
Did you ever get in contact with that guy you were talking about in that live stream announcement video that you had?
That's actually who I was talking about.
Oh.
I just didn't
I
want to
see.
say it at first.
Okay.
Because I don't want him to feel bad. If he was having trouble
Yeah.
with his email and he just wasn't responding because of that,
Okay.
I didn't want to throw him under the bus. I don't want to make him feel like, that Napa's giving him a hard time. But
I don't think it was throwing him under the bus.
At the same time, why am I not hearing from him? I don't really understand.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's very weird.
Maybe he had some life issues.
He had some life issues came up. That's why I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
For not replying to any of my emails after we first started talking about doing crossovers stuff. and inviting him to the live stream. But yeah, if somebody wants to suggest it to him, just have him get in contact with me. I'd have to put somebody else up to it. Kelly Dashcam is asking us, what's the worst food you've ever tasted? Hmm.
That's a tough
Ooh. French onion soup. Like, there's some French food that I have found very iffy. I'm not much into French food.
Yeah, I would.
I'm just not.
I mean, the worst food I've ever tasted. Yeah, I'd probably have to double that for me. I had a little bit of French onion, and it just wasn't really for me.
And I don't like a lot. I don't like cheese and stuff.
Yeah,
For me, the cheese just ruins it.
yeah. It looks kind of like
especially for me, like
goopy and yeah.
like feta or cheese like that.
My friend loves French onion soup, and she loves to take me out to this French restaurant.
Someone asked what the worst food we ever tasted.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
and
No, because someone was talking about cheese. I was like, yeah.
and anytime we go to the restaurant, she orders a French onion soup. The cheese, oh my god, it smells like puke. It just has an acidic, like vomit kind of smell. Yeah, so I've had to convince her for us to sit outside because I don't smell it as much if we're sitting outside. They have an outdoor patio, so I'm just like, oh, can we just eat outside? I don't like the smell of that French onion soup. It just makes me sick and makes me not want to eat anything. Yeah, let's see what other questions. How do you all keep in touch with each other? I can't find anything for contacting others unless they volunteer the info in their about section. Okay, so let me walk you guys through this one. So let's go to GT Ogre's page, for example. All right, give me 1 second. Bear with me. Let me pull them up. Oh shit! This stupid mouse has a back button on it that screws me over sometimes. Okay, GT Ogre. Ah, damn it! Not GT Totter. GT Ogre. It's not cooperating. Okay, so what you do is you go to their channel, you click on About, and you click on View Email Address under the Details section. It says for business inquiries, there's a gray button that says View Email Address. Click it. Now you gotta check mark the I'm not a robot thing because it wants to make sure you're not a bot. Okay, and you check mark it, and then you click Submit. And there it is, ogre@yahoo.com. So that's how you get someone's email address from their About page. All right, that's how you do that. Do you guys detail your cars? Ooh. I used to until my car just got so old that I didn't care about it anymore.
Fair enough.
I just don't care about it enough to wax it. I used to in the beginning when it was newer, but it's got so many dings and dents and scratches on it that I don't even give a crap anymore. I just let it go. But I used to use turtle wax, and I would also use what's that spray to make your tires look new? There was like this spray, Tire Shine. I used to use Tire Shine. I don't bother with that anymore either because I just don't have time to detail my car. I'm just too freaking busy all the time. The inside, there's a spray that smells really good, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, I can't remember what it's called. I don't know. What do you guys use to detail your cars? Or do you detail your cars?
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot more, especially with my black Crown Victoria, just because I had to, or else,
Right.
it just got even a little bit of dirt or anything on it. It was really obvious. So, spent a lot of time on that. But now that I've got one car is white and the other one is kind of silver, it's like those colors hide a lot of dirt. So, just a good wash. That's all I really technically do anymore. Plus, I just don't have time too much detailing. You know, I used to do the whole clay bar and wax. You know, I did that with my Civic, and I did it with my Silverado when I had it. But yeah, my current batch of cars, yeah, I don't really do a whole lot of detailing.
Yeah.
I'll wash them and I'll do the windows, and I do the tire shine, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I usually detail it. For me though, it's usually in the summertime I'm only detailing because our winters are pretty brutal here with the rain and all the sometimes snow, mostly rain though. So the detailing is usually from like May to September and that's it. So, and yeah, I would usually just use like the Mother's clay bar and the Maguire's wax, stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. But then as soon as October comes, it's like, no, I'm not detailing. It's raining. It's gross. It's
Yeah.
dark. It's no one cares. Everyone's car is all dirty anyways. So
Yeah.
so
I
it's only in
agree.
the summertime that usually.
I agree with David Wong on this. This is back to the food again, so we're switching back to the Food Network, I guess, temporarily here. David Wong says some cheese have a terrible smell, big time. Oh yeah, some cheese just has the worst, most awful, pungent smell, as if somebody took off their shoes after wearing their shoes for like a week straight. Like just most awful smell you can imagine. I've smelled some pretty raunchy cheeses.
Yikes.
I could never work in the cheese store or a store that sells a lot of cheese. I couldn't do it. Yeah, I'm just not a cheese person. The only time I like a little cheese and something would be like a little pepper jack in my sandwich or pizza, and that's about it. Other than that, I try to avoid cheese as much as I can. But it's the way of the Napa Valley here because we do wine and cheese. Wine and cheese pairings are a huge thing here in the Napa Valley because apparently the flavor of cheese goes well, complements the very complex flavors in wine. But yeah. Hot Wheels Gamer says, have any of you witnessed or gotten to a hit and run? I know you covered that Bay Area that you were in a hit and
Yeah,
run.
yeah.
Yeah. I've not witnessed. Oh wait, yes, I did witness a hit and run. At the place I worked, I was up on the second or third floor doing something of the building that I worked in, and I heard all this commotion. Like there were a lot of car accidents at the right next to where I worked. Just all the time there were constantly car accidents. I wish I had a camera back then that I could just put in one of the windows of the building and just let the camera roll and post it on YouTube. But this was before YouTube, so. But it would have been cool if I could like have put a camera up there and just kept those clips for like years to come and then post on YouTube years later. But yeah, there was a little fender bender, and the people got out to look at the damage. And after they were like arguing, the party that caused the crash just suddenly jumped into their vehicle and drove off. And the other
Whoa.
people were chasing after them on foot.
What in the world?
Yeah. So that's the only hit and run I've ever seen.
Huh. Well, you would hope they got their license plate or
Well,
something.
a big problem here is that is that my my mother-in-law was in a similar accident, and it turns out the guy didn't have license or insurance.
Oh, perfect.
So,
He might have been an
of
illegal
course.
immigrant. We have a lot of illegal immigrants here in California, and I think that contributes to some of the hit and runs. They just don't want to be caught. They have no license, no insurance, and so they take off on you. They're afraid of being deported. And they've been doing a lot of ICE raids up here lately in the Napa Valley. We have a lot of immigrant workers that work in the vineyards, and we've been the target of ICE raids lately. And the law enforcement, the police departments were actually freaking out about it. They were like trying to get the federal agents to warn them before they'd come up here to conduct their raids. It's not required by law that they do that, but they were pleading with the federal agents to work with them a little bit, to say, hey, we're coming up to do some raids. And so the police departments aren't too thrilled about the raids going on.
What kind of disturbance were they doing that caused the police to want the federal agents to warn them? Because
well, so
I mean,
they were just showing up at locations where day laborers were congregating, because
yeah,
some of the illegal immigrants will hang out in parking lots of various business establishments looking for day work.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so the ICE agents were just showing up at these areas, just rounding them up. And also, they had intel on some of the illegals that they were tracking, and so they just show up at their house or wherever they're living. And I guess the police departments didn't feel that was fair. So they were just freaking out about the federal agents showing up here unannounced.
Well, I mean, they are federal agents. They're gonna
Yep.
do whatever they
They're
want.
going to do what they're doing, and
Yeah, it's not like police can really do much of that.
And if you are here illegally, technically you're breaking the law. Technically, it's against the law. So
yeah,
they're just enforcing the law.
yeah.
But Mal the Average is asking, have you ever had a car that would just have something go wrong so frequently? And oh yeah, I had a Chevy Lumina. It was a 90. Yeah, it was a 92 Chevrolet Lumina. It was a fun car to drive, let me tell you. And I really liked the Iron Duke engine. Oh no, the Iron Duke. Excuse me. No, that was the. No, it wasn't the Iron Duke the 4-cylinder, the 2.4 liter. I had the 3.1 liter V6, which isn't a lot by today's standards, but it actually had quite a bit of power and a very throaty sound when you would accelerate. But I swear that damn thing had so many problems with it. I had constant problems with the analog braking system. I blew a lot of money on that car trying to get it fixed. I had every engine component fail on that thing too. Yeah, I had the water pump, the power steering pump, the alternator, just everything go wrong with it. And I eventually just got rid of it. As much as I enjoyed driving it, it was that was the end of that. How about you guys?
I mean, I've been pretty lucky. I've had a few issues with my Crown Victorias, but it's so far been nothing catastrophic.
Yeah.
And most of my other cars I've purchased new, so they've been pretty reliable. I did get my Silverado, and only maybe a few weeks after I got it, it started having electrical issues where like lights on the dash started flickering out of nowhere, and I think I had to take it back to the dealership like 3 or 4 times until they finally figured it out. It had something to do with the seatbelt airbag sensor that will tell you if somebody is sitting in the passenger seat and whether or not to turn off the airbag. Something like that, just totally inconsequential to actually driving the vehicle, and it's causing all these problems. But other than that, yeah, I haven't really had anything like that. Anything catastrophic.
Yeah. I haven't really had any issues with any kind of car, really. Most of the cars I've had were Hondas, so
they don't break. Those things
No.
go forever.
no, they're pretty much tanks.
Yeah, my parents had Toyotas and Hondas growing up.
Yeah,
Those things never get out.
they are tanks, and
They really are.
you could try and destroy them, but I saw this video on YouTube. This guy, he took off the entire dash of a Toyota, and he pretty much gutted it to the point where all you see was the steering column and the hole for the ignition.
Yeah.
He was like, this Toyota still starts. He puts the key in, starts the Toyota, and it still starts even without a dash.
Wow.
Like, what? My God.
That's crazy.
Jesus Christ. So yeah, those things are tanks.
Yeah, they are. They really are. Deviated asks, "Is this Q&A a normal thing?" Absolutely a normal thing. Yeah. Every time we do a live stream, I like to engage you guys and answer your questions. So, yep, normal thing. Absolutely. We enjoy, or I enjoy, talking to everyone and answering what questions I can answer without giving away my identity.
Yeah.
None of us can do that.
Right. Well, I will have to say personally, I think 5 hours is going to be my limit. So
Yeah.
I
Well, you
think
only got
I'm gonna...
18, 17 seconds, 16,
Oh, okay.
15.
Well, I think
If
I can stretch it till then.
you can stretch it till then. There you
A few
go.
more seconds.
Oh, what is your favorite Honda? I'd say the Civic for me. How about you guys?
Well, right now I guess my favorite's the Odyssey.
There you go, because it
That
carries all the kids.
yeah.
Bam.
I really liked my Accord. I had a 2009 Accord Coupe. That was my first foray into getting a Honda. I was pretty much always a Chevy guy, and then my wife turned me to the Honda side, and yeah, I really liked that Accord. It had a lot of really good acceleration. It was fun to drive.
Yeah.
Um, and then I had the Civic after that, which wasn't so fun to drive.
Right.
There's one thing less fun to drive than an automatic, and that's a CVT.
Right.
But the Odyssey is actually surprisingly fun to drive.
Yeah.
It's got a lot more acceleration than I thought a minivan would have.
You take it out to Sears Point and give that thing a whirl.
There you go.
You can race a cop, out there.
Or I could just race myself.
There you go, race yourself. But did you know you can race a cop?
I didn't know that.
Yes, they have a program at Sears Point, which is now Infineon Raceway, right?
Right.
And they have a program where you can sign up and you can actually, because they have drag races there. They have a drag racing strip, and you can. It's usually the California Highway Patrol that does this, and you can, yeah, you can race a cop, and you can race a Crown Vic on the strip there with or whatever they're driving. They've got Ford Explorers now. I don't know if they're still doing it, but they've done it forever.
That would be interesting.
Oh, Car Swag Bay Area. Yeah, my emails should be easy. You just go to About and then click on View Email Address. But Facebook's fine too. I do check that. So, yeah. So you can. I usually check it at least once a week. So I should get that soon. What is it? We're going on Friday here. I usually check it on Sundays. And then he's asking the Bay Area if you have a Facebook page.
I have a personal one. I don't have one for my channel yet, but I am considering starting one just to kind of get more outreach to different.
I lost Vancouver here. Hang on. Let me add
Yeah.
him. Oh, are you there, Vancouver?
Oh, hey guys. Sorry, internet troubles.
Oh, it's okay. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's okay. I just happened to look down and saw you were grayed out, and I'm like, clicked on you to add you back.
Yeah.
So
That's good. It's all good. Yeah.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm probably gonna want to get going here too. I got to get up early. My car needs an oil change, and I gotta get my brakes inspected. I haven't had a brake inspection in about 2 years, but I don't actually go through brake parts very often. So
That's good.
I probably still have some life on my brakes, even though the last time I've done a brake job on my car was about 10 years ago.
Oh wow.
Nice.
And I do a lot of driving, but let me tell you, the brakes on that car, they hardly wear out. Like I go years and years without getting a brake
Good pads
job.
on there.
Yeah.
Well, and I bought the pads at Napa Auto Parts, and
How fitting.
I was going to replace the rotors, but the rotors were frozen, so I couldn't.
Oh.
I couldn't. I was banging on the rotors with a sledgehammer, and I couldn't get them off. So I'm like, I'm just going to leave them. They're fine. They'll last at least another cycle of brake pads. So.
Yeah, it's usually with driving style too. I notice if you have,
that too, yeah.
if you're looking ahead and you know when to brake, you slowly brake.
Yeah.
You're
Well, that's
not
what I do.
jamming on the
Yeah.
brake.
Well, another thing I do is when because we have a lot of hills around here, is when I'm going downhill, I'll usually shift into second.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
just
that too.
sort of engine brake a bit, and
Yeah, exactly.
I hardly have to use the brakes. And like some people ride their brakes constantly when they're just around the gentlest curves, and I just take my foot off the accelerator. I hardly ever use my brakes unless people in front of me are slowing down substantially, or when I come up to a stop sign.
Yeah, I don't know. Some people, I feel like I've seen them on the road, and they either have to gas it or they have to brake it. They can't just let their foot off and let it
It's either
glide.
one or the other.
Right.
No, it's
Right.
true.
It
I've
is,
seen it
yeah.
here. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's really weird. I don't know why.
I just hardly go through brake parts, so I guess it saves money.
Yeah. No, same here. Whenever I can glide, I'm gonna glide.
Yeah. I usually do my own brake jobs but in this case with the frozen rotors, I think the next time I'm going to have to replace the rotors because they're just, as old as the car. So the rotors are, they've gotten to the thinness that they told me the next time you do a brake job, you need to replace the rotors because they have the special equipment that measures the thickness. And so I think the next time I won't be doing my own brakes because I don't have the tools to release frozen rotors. They've got special tools that they can do that. Well, I better go eat a late dinner here.
Yeah, with that said,
I'm used to eating late, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, there you go.
When you're an entrepreneur, you kind of eat when you get a chance to eat, which could be midnight. It's all good. Well, thank you guys for coming in here and talking to me tonight.
Oh,
Thanks for having us on.
It's been fun.
Thanks for having me on, yeah.
And I thank everyone in the sidebar chat for tuning in and listening to our stream. One thing I want to tell all y'all is what I had in mind for a future video. I still have more home movies. I've got a whole bunch of driving footage in San Francisco in 1999, or from 1999. And I'm going to release that as one long video because we did a lot of driving through the streets of San Francisco back in the late 90s. So I'm going to post that up. And yes, half the time I was actually driving with a camcorder in my hand. Not illegal. It was not illegal. Still isn't illegal. Maybe not the smartest thing to do, but hey, can I plead 20 years ago on that? And then I'm going to release another video where I drive the same route that I did with that camera, and do a side by side, like then and now, like show the 1999 footage alongside the current footage. And I think you guys might enjoy that. So I thought that'd be kind of cool. I don't know exactly when I'll post that. Probably next Friday, not tomorrow, but next Friday. I'll probably be posting another compilation, so compilation 296. And so the old videos of driving through San Francisco is probably going to be the Friday after that. That's my best guess right now, depending on how everything goes. All right.
Then you just kept talking. Okay.
So I think
cool stuff.
Cool stuff. All right, everybody. Well,
thanks for having us, and see you on the next one.
Yep. See you on the flip side, guys. I'm gonna
end
the. Yeah, look, I'm gonna end the broadcast, but I'll still be able to talk to the two of you for a second.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm going to end the broadcast here. Nice meeting you. Thank you, David Wong, for being in here. James Deviated, LTP. It was a pleasure. And yeah, you guys all have a good night. Good night. Okay, hang on a second here.